We're gonna start off with a cube, more of this cube draft because I want to give some people time to come in, and we'll see how that goes. Right, you're in, and a mess. Sounds good. Let's go. I don't remember what this has in it from this morning, but whatever. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. Ugh. Okay. Hey, Larizelle, how are you? I hope you are doing well. This is not great. But, like, counselor into this is not bad. Just have to hope we draw into things. Evening! How are you? I don't think I can enlist something that has summoning sickness, right? Yeah. Evening hero! Oh, they block. That's great for me. That's so good.
When I win, you're telling me what you know about the Raven Man.
Okay.
Sacrifices must be made.
Be up, Sir Buller, but happy to be here. Nice, yeah. We'll do this. We're starting the limited first set look after like a couple games of this, just to see how it goes. I think we just play this out rather than pulling Yorian in. Kalita.
You won't be outsmarting me.
Interesting. We're gonna have to get to this burn down the house pretty quickly. So we hope they just put a couple small things on the board. I mean, technically that's small enough. Okay. Well, this is my first game, so we'll see. I could wait one turn for this, but I have the Sky Nomad, so it's like... I'm gonna surveil, so even if they make me discard it, it's not the worst. Okay. Dynabones! Morning, Shine! there any reason to play this out? Is there any reason not to play this out? I have a lot of ways I can use lands. I'm gonna play it out. I did see what you posted. I put it on Twitter. That's too bad. Okay, let's see whether we can find more things to do. Okay. Hey, Grado, hi, Phoenix! We're just cubing for a little bit until we can do the stuffs. Do I want to eat one of those? No. Oh, that's a thing. Wait. I meant to pay 2, didn't I? Oops. I forgot that it's 2 target. You have to do 2 targets, so it's X up to X target creatures. But we have the Ephemerate to protect the Yorion. It's not that bad, but it's still... I should read the card. I should read the card. I was like, I'll kill both of those, but I'll only have to pay 1 because it's 3 damage. But, yeah, no. Or 2 damage, but, like, I still have to read the card. Alright. Bad me. Let's fly right here. Ah. Tuberculosis. Okay. All right. I gotcha. Okay. So we do Fountain Port Bell. Until, well, actually we could. Actually, no, I'm gonna keep Fountain Port Bell. On 2, I'm going to discard that. And then 3, the Restoration, and then I can also get back. If this dies, I can get it back, but if the Fountain Port is still there, I can get that back too. Not that I don't want lands, but yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? Like, it's epically awesome. I'm so happy with it. Okay, here we go. Loot, loot. Huh. Seven mana. If they're in blue, they might have bounce. So taking like a frog and having them bounce it back to the hand isn't that bad. I either want the Fel or the Psychic, I think, here, not the Valky. I think it's the Psychic. Fel's just good. Yeah, it's Psychic, fine. Yeah, it's really nice. I love it. Alright, so... Ooh, I like to get that out, but I think we do the trapped on the hall creeper, do I? Hmm. Create a treasure token. They get a card. Or 2 counters. We still have trapped. Let's see. Hmm. That's interesting. Okay, we're gonna try this. I think this is a little harder for them to deal with. They have to have exile or bounce. Um, to be really effective. Aw, man. That's annoying. Alright, let's see what they choose. Hmm. Lazar. Okay. Okay. Blue has more trouble dealing with enchantments than creatures, so I think it's fine to play this out as that. Kill that instead of the Hall Creeper. It can become a 3/3 or a copy. We have the trapped for it, unless they make us discard it. But we can play the Psychic Frog. It's still not great in this circumstance, but it does draw us a card if the Innocence is still on the battlefield. Yeah, it could be fun. The back of this is super sweet. Let me see if I can show you that. Look at that. Freaking awesome. Freaking amazing. I love it. All right. So that does come into play tapped, which is annoying. So I think what we do is try to play this. Create a treasure token. See what we draw. I could surveil before, but I don't think it's really necessary because I think I'm going to surveil now and then Yori. Well, let's see. Surveil 1. That's fine. Go next to combat. Attack. And pull Yorian into hand. Sure. So they might be finding a Wrath here. That will be annoying. Ooh, Aquazotes went to the graveyard. Okay. Hmm. Other creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn. I feel like I could whiff with this, so this is probably the discard. Although maybe Yorion... Nah, Yorion's pretty good right now. So they can shift it into a Harvester of Misery, but it's not going to enter. Okay. If I discard 2 cards, this becomes a 4. That's 5 double strike. If I could... Because I'm attacking with 1 creature. Let's, so... Oh, no, I don't have to discard. I can just... Yeah, okay. So, I think we have it. I have 3 cards to do. Booyah. This is the Psychic Frog! Okay, sorry. How did I cast the frog? I cast it off of this stupid card with the heist. Heist is a mess. Yeah. A mess. Alright. We'll go another game or so, and then we'll start the Foundation's awesomeness. Okay. I have my only 2 blue... Wait, I have like 2 more blue sources, right? Like, yeah, for the treasure cruise. Yeah, I have 2 more blue sources. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Okay, let's stop drawing lands. If we do draw a land, we want it to be white. If we must draw land, but we really don't want to draw a land. A mirror, huh? Except they don't have Yorion. They're not memeing with Yorion. Incoming ad break in like 7 seconds. Thank you so much for sending through it. I really appreciate it. It is the reason we can actually do the stream. Ad revenue, yay. So if you would like to miss those ads, you can subscribe for free with Prime or the normal way with actual money. Sorry. Otherwise, there are amazing streamers on other than me. Ephemerate. Okay, we block. See what they do. I'm amazing in my own way. Just there are better drafters out there. All right. So I hope you have such a good time. That's an interesting one. Okay. Ajani, interesting.
It's not perfect.
No, I really do need that other white. Oh, they thought they were gonna get it back. We can play welcoming, or we can unwanted rebuke something. Or I can just trample ward 2 prowess. I think I need to get this out. Oof. Yeah, I don't like my position here, especially since we haven't drawn another white source. Is unwanted. Wee. I need a wrath. Well, it's really good to have unwanted remake there. But, like, it's so much worse in Cube just because everything's really good in Cube, and so whatever creature they hit is going to be horrible for me. Oh. 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 Artifact creature instant. That's why we have this in here, is a deck like that. I do need to find the Delirium, though. They have no red permanence yet. Huh. Not sure what the right plan is here. I think I'm gonna go for this.
Hunt down the deceivers! Share in my vengeance.
That's a nice one. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'm gonna keep this island in hand to be able to discard, I think. Good evening, Soma! Hmm.
Let fury ignite your heart!
So I could have roller coaster ride the cat, in order to kill Ajani there, but I don't think that's correct. Let's see.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Roast beef, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
It was enjoyable.
I think they have a removal spell for Luris here. I played this. I'm going to save this because it's a better threat if they have a wrath of some kind. Thank you so much, Roast Beef. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support of the stream. You're so kind. Alright, here we go. Okay. I'm gonna go face at this point. Behold, the cube. Yes. Yeah, J-Bro. Yeah. I did post about that on Twitter. I did not know I did not know him, but I know that I will benefit from his legacy when I play my cubes in the future. Seemed like a fantastic, wonderful person. Maybe we see if we can try and finish this one off, and then we start the foundations. Foundations first, look! For the pre-release. So hopefully, you at least have my perspective on it, and a few other people's, because I'm sure a lot of people are doing this. Alright, so we find a plains, we play the Benelish. We play the Intrepid and then the Collective, most likely. I didn't know he streamed. God damn it. That's like the 4th time this has happened in this cube, right, so far. I don't know how many have had it in their deck, but, like, it always feels like they get it in their opening hand. I think if I put it in mind, I would have it... In mind, I would have it, I'd draw it maybe... So, the 9th card? 8th card? Alright, so you're telling me you have plenty of land. Alright. Summoning Sick I can't enlist. It's a shame. Yeah, everything I'm hearing says that I am the poorer for not having known him. Yeah. So I'm at the cost of 3 life gained, I'm going to enlist the Intrepid. So that I get the boon. For the Bloodthirsty. If I don't get something better to do. The Collective is in the graveyard, so if I get something better to do, I'll hold on to the Adversary, because it's good to do that. Ooh, well, that's annoying. Still don't have that second white, huh? If this were a white, we would have something to do. I do not know here. Alright, so at least they don't get a free attack with the chariot. I'm gonna play this out as a 4-4. But yeah, I don't like the way this one's going, needless to say. A 5th land gets us Elish Norn. We're also in a Yorion deck, so like, for whatever reason, our mana is gonna be annoying. QB. Hmm. It's just not that good. Can make a 4-4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they need one more for the tyrant. Let's create a 4-4. I think I'm willing to trade for a 2, 2, and 3 life. Hey, Cifravetta, how you doing? How goes, how goes? Oh man, they had the land. Alright, we're probably dead now. Thank you so much for that! Hello, Ambassador, back yourself!
Hello, Ambassador.
Alright, let's block here. Let's pretend I'm gonna draw. Yeah, that works. Alright, I need frickin' second planes! How are you doing? Thank you so much for your support of the stream. How are you doing today? Just another planes, for God's sake. We have more plains than mountains, by far. There are 11 plains, and an arid mesa, and an elegant parlor left on the deck. And a glacial fortress. There are 6 mountains, 1 spire bluff canal, the arid mesa, and an elegant parlor for red. We have way more plains in this deck than that. Ah, suck. Oh well. What are they? What fresh hell are they planning on doing here? Ugh. At least we don't actually have anything that great for them to get back, I suppose. Phew. Draws Mountain. Yep, that's about right. That's about right. You were talking about foundations and playing some Golgari ramp? Nice. Okay, so standard. Okay. I hope that went well. Oh, target card. They can get the Elder Dragon War. Okay. Yeah, I can't get a 5th land. Like, no matter either color to save my life here. We're 14 cards in. Oh wait, we don't have an Aramesa still. Why did it say it's still on the deck? That's weird. Alright, Untapped is doing weird stuffs. Alright, we're probably dead. Unfortunately, this was just mana issues. We're running a Yorion meme deck, but this was poor. This should have been a game we could play. That's just sad. We're at like we're at 49% to draw a land. We have been for a couple turns. Close to that. I think we've lost here. Even if I draw land in to burn down the house, we're still dead. Okay. Alright. Too bad. We haven't tweaked this deck. I'm sure they have removal for this by now. Go to 1. And then die. They could just play Elder Dragon War here. Alright. Next one. That was just miserable mana, that's all. We had so many things we could do if we had just drawn a land. Oh well. It happens. Alright. 4 wins, 1 loss. Moving on. Oh, okay. Losing my earbuds. There we go. Let's go. Alright. I don't like it as much as the previous iterations of the cube. It always seems to get more more swingy. And this one has a lot of low oof, my first play's on 4? God damn it. Well, fine. Let's just hope they're not aggro. Beza can help us get back a little bit if they're aggro. I guess control is what we fear most. Alright, go, little adversary, go. Naked adversary! There's a lot of very, very cheap counter spells, and I don't like that because it prevents you from doing... The cube still is mid-rangey cube, and so that prevents you from doing a lot of what you want to do in the cube, and so... Ooh, I do want to kill that. I don't think I can here, though. Can get free damage in, though. But yeah, I preferred the stuff without the alchemy. I prefer the stuff without the heist. I prefer, like, I think Grenzo's a horrible card, as many people do. It's just so broken. And I just think heist in general is a feel bad mechanic, especially since it, like, I think it could be fixed by... Shit, they actually had the thing. Okay. It could be fixed by having... Give me 1 second here, actually. By having it search, like, a set number of cards on the top of the library, or by making it okay to hit lands. But, like, as it is, it hits non-lands guaranteed. Alright, so if I go attacking, I can Roller Crusher Ride to kill that, in theory. Which I actually do think is correct. Because that is a way for them to gain card advantage. And I don't like it. So I think that's good enough for us. They'll play bigger things other than that. And I'm far away from this doing any sort of real damage. Playing Beza there doesn't get me too much. Okay, what am I doing here? I think we are playing Beza at this point. Which gets me a card at least. That's a guaranteed land for Elish Norn next turn. Okay. I'd really like the land to draw the land naturally and play Benelish out there to get more card advantage, but eh. I hate this card. This card is just not okay. There's no circumstances under which this card is an okay card. Play a spell for free. Guarantee it's a spell, not a land. Choose one of 3? Like... yeah. Opponents keep getting that one too. Which is interesting. So I need to find removal for Grenzo right now. That's not happening. So... we also didn't get a land just to play this and save the treasure. And this is... Elish is not going to stop Grenzo now from doing its thing. What I don't like is there are cards that just sort of read, if you don't answer me this turn, I win the game. I've never liked that in Limited, and this is a form of Limited, so clearly I still don't like it. But there we go. We are memeing. I can't be I can't be ridiculously upset about like the cube itself when I'm memeing with the Yorion. But and which means that like I'm not as likely to draw my removal as I would be otherwise. But this is a card I'm sour about anyway. Alright, we'll see what they do. They got my Embercleave and they just cast it for free off Grenzo. Okay. I mean, does that feel like a good game? Does anyone feel like that was a good game of Magic? Like, Embercleave is a crazy, also, you know, unfair card of its own, sure. But requires more things to go right and in order to be able to cast it for very little. But if you can cast it for free... yeah, and now it's taunting me. Okay, let's mulligan this. Okay. My plan is to play Kenra Spell Spear on 2 and then Retrofitter. Or Chandra. Yeah, this is from the Extra Life. It's for charity, so they can feel good about it. Of course. Alright, now we're gonna play the Foundry instead. Because we do want to be able to create something that blocks Magda. Yeah, the Extra Life secret lair that you can buy, and then there's the, you know, you can buy the treatments online as well. And I believe that I believe the proceeds go to charity. I don't know exactly how much of the proceeds, but I did buy this secret lair online as well. It's on back order though. Huh. That's a pretty good one. Okay. Still get the thing, and the Chandra's gonna be good with that, so is the Foundry.
Hey, don't start any fires without me. Don't worry. Say hi to my fiery friends.
Okay. I have to draw some more things to do, but we should be able to draw some stuffs. I get to Retrofitter here and draw a card. Soon I'll be able to untap and do other things. Here I'm just going to take 2 because they don't get any advantage off of this. Overlord. Okay.
I'm burnt out.
I'm gonna tap for 1 there. We'll see how it goes. Chandra. Jesus. Okay.
You want to play with fire, huh?
let's make sure she dies.
Whatever. Figure it out on your own.
Does that give me the 4th? I think it does. Okay. Okay, let me think. If we attack with 4 creatures... No, I'm 1 red mana off, aren't I? It depends if they block poorly. Hmm. One off. Okay. So we have the Foundry to sacrifice one of these, draw a card, turn it into a 1/1 with flying. If they target it with a thing. Yeah, so we just turn it into a flyer, and they kill the other one. We don't block. It's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's fine, and then we have lethal on the way up backswing if they attack all. Okay. Yay. We get our gold back. Okay. See if we can get the trophy, and then we do the thingies. Uh-oh. No, I think I have to mulligan this. That's sad. Oh, God. Okay. I think the best chance is this. Ugh. We could put the Embercleave away. That's not the worst. And I can keep 2 pieces of small removal in hand. But if they have anything with 3 toughness, these will be useless, basically, usually, because the mana value 2 is not usually going to be 3 toughness. I think, and this allows us to win the game if we can get there, but I think we just... if this dies, these are much less useful. But I think we put this away for now. We can shuffle with the Arid Mesa, so it won't be on the bottom. This is censor or like counter unless you pay 2. There are just too many of them. Alright, it's Malcolm. We can deal with Malcolm. In theory. Oh good, a 6-drop. This is greedy. My name is Greed. We're fucked. We're so fucked. Scarab God, let's see. Trapped in the Screen. Unwanted Remake. No. Just Trapped in the Screen. Oh well. Okay. No tax. Okay, if they have literally nothing. Like, if they have literally nothing, and also, also don't ever activate the Scarab God, we have a chance to win. One top. Oh, cool. All right. All right. I have no way of winning this. There is, like, legit no way. Okay, let's move on. All right. Thanks, Killtrap. Really appreciate it. Our luck will match. Oh God. The invocation scare. Okay, well, at least we netted some. Wait, got our gold back and 3 cards. So there's that. Yeah, that was. That god is not something you want to see with red white. Red white and red green do not want to see the scarab god. You're just like, and scene. Early. If you see it late, you might be able to overrun it in green, but yeah, there's a chance, but it's not a big one. All right, so let's go into our foundations amazingness. Here we go. So let me go and get us that going. Ad break will be in progress. Sorry. So well, that's good because I'm setting this up. Okay. Okay. I am going to look forward to hearing what you all think of all of this. This is going to be really cool. I'm going to get more tea. At least start the tea water. And then we get to start this. This is going to be a limited set, like, first look. I've never seen these cards, save 1 or 2 that were already posted on Twitter. So this is going to be really exciting. This set is billed as a, like, big, solid, like, this is what magic is and has been. And so I'm very, very, excited to see what they chose to bring back for this, because it is a standard legal set. Yeah. They put it right into everything. All right. Be right back. Getting tea. Hi, Floof. Alexa, turn on kitchen. there's definitely a thing of like watched pots and boiling. Sigh. Let me put that over there. Woo. Okay. Here we go. So, let's see. Okay. So what I want to hear is people's, like, what you remember about Magic and what these cards bring to mind. Because that's part of, like, I don't think I'm going to see Heirloom Minotaur in here, which is, like, the first card I ever saw, that I remember in Magic. After that, it was a mountain. But, like, there's stuff from all of Magic's history in this. So it's pretty exciting, and I'm interested to see what sort of themes they went with for each of the colors. I have to remember to pull this tea. In like a couple minutes. Otherwise it gets a little too strong. Okay. Cats are back. Yes, very, very clearly. Okay, so we've got Adamant Will. In certain formats, this was a huge bomb. But we should probably, like, I mean, sorry. It wasn't a huge bomb. I shouldn't say that. For a combat trick, it did really well. +2/+2 and indestructible until end of turn was a huge blowout a lot of the time with combat tricks. Now that said, they're changing combat. Oh, thank you so much, Quad Pockets. Really appreciate it. That's so sweet of you to say. But they're changing combat. They are actually changing combat, and how combat will work in this. So let's go over that pretty briefly, shall we? Okay, let's say, that you are going, so the main thing that's the way that you're going to see this, is when an attacker, let's say the Armasaur Guide here, which is a 4/4, is attacking and is blocked by multiple creatures. Let's say 2 for now, but this can be applied to more. But let's say that this 4/4 Armasaur Guide is blocked by an Ajani's Pridemate and an Angel of Vitality. So let's say that that's happening. If nobody does anything, right? The 4/4 in either sense of combat, that like the current version of combat and the new version of combat, the 4/4 is going to kill both of these. But what's different now is that you're not going to order one before the other. You're not going to say, okay, order the Pridemate before the Angel of Vitality, or vice versa, meaning putting the one you absolutely wanted to kill first. So, if in current Magic, currently the way combat works, if the Armasaur Guide attacks, right? It's 4/4 vigilance. We're not gonna do anything with vigilance right now. And it gets blocked by these 2 creatures. If you order the Angel of Vitality first and the Pridemate second, and then that player plays an Adamant Will on the Angel of Vitality, both of their creatures will survive and the Armasaur Guide will die, because the Angel of Vitality will be a 4/4 indestructible. It was ordered first, so the Armasaur Guide will try to deal its damage to it first. And will deal all 4 because it has 4 toughness. But since it is indestructible, that won't kill it. No damage will be dealt to the Pridemate. And the Armasaur Guide will die. So, as it was before, the Adamant Will was a really good combat trick because it could set up just such a situation. Armasaur Guide loses a 5-mana investment 4/4, loses to a 2/2 and a 2/2 and a combat trick. This 2 mana trades for that Armasaur Guide. That's how combat works currently. You must assign lethal damage to the first blocker before you assign to the next blocker, and so on. So, you can also choose to decide to assign all the damage to this. If this were a 5/5, you could choose to assign all the damage to this as well and do no damage to this. If doing damage to this was a drawback, for example, it got +1/+1 counters for every damage dealt to it, and you only did 1, which didn't kill it, so it would become like a 3/3, right? And you didn't want to do that. Now what happens is something completely different. So that made combat tricks pretty good, right? You could still get blown out, because if I try to go for Adamant Will on Angel of Vitality when Angel and Pridemate are blocking Armasaur Guide, and they have a trick as well, something that, for example, gets rid of the Angel of Vitality, then not only do I lose the Angel of Vitality and the Adamant Will, because it has no longer a legal target, but I also lose the Pridemate in the Armasaur Guide eating it. So there was always a risk to combat tricks. And this one was, as in its set, like its first set, a pretty powerful one. Now, that said, the change, here is the change. You are no longer ordering the blockers. You no longer have a first and second blocker. You can choose after all combat damage, after all combat effects, right, are played, Adamant Will, removal, whatever at instant speed tricks you're doing, right? You can still choose how you assign damage to blockers. So, the new combat looks like the following. Armasaur Guide attacks, Pridemate and Vitality block. Before damage, Adamant Will targets Angel of Vitality. If the attacker has no response to that, my cat's lying in my luggage now. It's very cute. If the attacker has no response to that, that resolves on this. And the Armasaur Guide then chooses how to deal its damage to the 2 creatures blocking it. It can choose to deal all the damage to the creature with Adamant Will and just do nothing. But it could also instead choose to do 2 to the Pridemate and 2 to the Angel, or 4 to the Pridemate, or 3 to the Pridemate and 1 to the Angel. It doesn't matter how you choose how it's assigned. So even if you Adamant Will the Angel of Vitality, you still may lose the Pridemate. You still will lose the Pridemate if they choose to assign the damage to that. This is a really big new change. Trample's different. Trample still requires you to do lethal to the creature before you go over onto the player. Trample's still the same thing. It doesn't require you to order blockers, but it does require you to do enough damage to kill the blockers that are in the way before you trample over onto the player. So if this Armasaur Guide was a 4/4 trample, and both of these blocked it, you would still have to deal more damage in order to be able to trample over the player. Trample Death Touches still works the same way as well, except that if they give Adamant Will to one of these, you just, and they have 4 creatures blocking it, you can choose to do the damage, the one lethal damage, the one damage that is lethal, to others of the, line of creatures blocking. So if this is a 5/5 and it's blocked by these 2/2s, you still can do 1 damage to the opponent. Trample Death Touch, if this had Trample Death Touch, you could do 1 damage here, 1 damage here, and 1 to the opponent, just like that. Or 1 damage here, 1 damage here. It doesn't matter the sequence here. It's just going to be assigning the damage. You get to choose, though. You don't have to assign lethal to the first in order blocker, because no blockers are being ordered anymore. Does that make sense to everybody? Have I explained it well enough that you understand what they're intending to do? I don't like it. It nerfs combat tricks even more than they already were. You could already get blown out by trying this Adamant Will, or you could blow out the opponent a little bit, but you could get... If you play this on an Angel Vitality and lose all 3 because the Armasaur Guide can kill... it's just, yeah. There's a lot going on here. How are they going to program that into Arena? Well, one of the things that you need to do is you need to go into the top right here and go into gameplay, and you need to make sure that you do not auto-assign combat damage. You gotta be very careful about this. So anyway, go fix that if you haven't already. So it is, what it does is, and then how they explained it, I believe, is they wanted to put a little bit more of the sort of power in the hands of the attacker. But I always felt that that was kind of already where the power lay, but, you know, so I kind of like, combat tricks are one of the things that I really love playing with. I think they make the game really interesting. But I understand, like, I'm willing to try this new thing out. It definitely does make attacking better. It makes combat tricks way worse. Because, again, that Adamant Will here had the capacity to trade for an Armasaur Guide. Now it no longer does. Now it has the capacity, along with Pridemate, to trade for the Armasaur Guide, or along with Vitality to trade with the Armasaur Guide. So it's harder to get that 2-for-1. It's easier to get that 2-for-1 as an attacker, and it's harder to get that 2-for-1 as a blocker. And so, and yes, agreed, Patrick. What it does as well is, if you remember Torbran, which says, you know, if a red source would deal damage, it deals that +2. That is actually going to be really good here, because you can assign, like, if this 2-1 attacks, and if this were red and Torbran was in play, it could assign 1 damage here and 1 damage here, and that would be 3 to both. Do you see? You don't have to assign lethal to the attacker, which is the 2, and then do 4 to it in that play. So it makes Torbran effects better. It makes doubling, it makes +X to your damage effect better. So you can distribute combat damage as you wish amongst the blockers. It's kind of like banding used to be a little bit. But yeah, so that's what's going on here, which it's pretty rough. In my opinion, but I'm willing to be wrong. Like, that change, these cards all really excite me. Like, Foundations looks really cool. Like, what I'm seeing just in these 8 cards here that we can see, it looks really exciting. However, that change it does take away something that I really like about Magic. It makes me, like, I really like this. I've been around since damage was not on the stack, since damage was on the stack, since, you know, damage was then again not on the stack, and then until now, when they then are getting rid of the ordering of blockers. So I'm an old fogey. I've seen it all. I've gotten used to this way of playing Magic, and I think they've been designing cards for this way of playing Magic, and I don't know that it makes it better. Yes, old fogey, exactly, Zumbo. There's an incoming bag break in like 15 seconds. Thank you so much for sitting through it. I really appreciate it. It does support the stream. If you'd like to subscribe for free with Prime, cool. If you don't want to, no worries. There are other streamers on that you can just go flip over to and enjoy there. But yes, I really appreciate it. And if you want to subscribe with money, yay too. Okay. All right. Sorry. Trying to give you a warning. Yeah, it just, I don't know. I feel like this isn't necessarily conducive to the style that I like to play. But let's see what happens. Maybe I'll end up liking this more. I haven't given it a shot yet, so we'll see. This is just my initial worry. So that said, let's get into the actual cards. and go more from there. But I did want to explain that new combat rule because that one was a little bit buried in the Foundation's announcement. So it was, and I felt it was quite quite critical, quite crucial, quite important. So I did want to make sure that I mentioned that for Foundations is going to be the Soda Stream is so ad. Starling. I haven't seen the Soda Stream ad. That's cool. So, I think that rule is going to be in effect once Foundations releases. I'm not sure whether it's in effect at the pre-release. Let me see. Yeah, hold on. All right, let's see. All right, okay. Removal, okay, yeah, got it. Are you gonna tell me about combat? Okay, archetypes, I gotcha. This is a good resource, actually. I really like this. So this is Foundation's pre-release guide from Wizards. They're not gonna tell me? Yeah, but when are these going to take effect? Oh my god. Anyway, we'll find that out later. I assume it is going to take effect during the pre-release, but we'll see. M10 was when they made this change, by the way. To get rid of damage using the stack, I think. Something around that time. It was a long time ago. Because that was when Mog Fanatic stopped working. So this lovely card here, you used to be able to, when I was your age, anyway, sorry. You used to be able to block, do 1 damage, and then sacrifice it to do another damage to target creature or player. This used to be a really good card. So, but that's, and it was printed originally in Tempest, and then in here's 10th. But M10, I think, was when they changed the rule such that damage no longer used the stack. That was a very long time ago. But isn't this how it used to be, as a kind of a thing, like, well, it hasn't been that way for a very, very long time. So people got used to this and kind of like it. So, like, anyway, it's not like we haven't played Magic like this before, but like that was when damage took off the stack. That's not just like there was a different rule like with damage on the stack. So it's been way, way, way a long time since we have had the ability to assign damage as we chose to some degree, like without damage being on the stack. That was way before then. So anyway, that said, let's go into the actual cards. So Adamant Will, a decent combat trick back then. Now you know why this is maybe a little bit weaker than you'd like. It's still a nice one on the attack, especially. And it's a nice one to protect a creature from removal spells. It's a good combat trick. We'll see how good it is with this new change. Ajani's Pridemate has always been pretty sweet in life gain. You're noticing a couple of life gain synergies here. And so the fact that we have a cat now in Foundations and we have an angel, couple angels here in Foundations, and some life gain as a mechanic in Foundations, this does feel like what White has been doing for a long time. So this is gonna be pretty cool. Let's see how this goes. So whenever you gain life, put a +1 counter on this creature. It's a 2/2 in dedicated life gain decks, which you could absolutely get in draft. You are less likely to get a real synergistic one in sealed, but you are very likely to get it in draft. This was a very, very good card in draft when it was printed in its last iterations. It was less good in War of the Spark, I think, than the previous one. I think it was printed in a core set before that, which had a lot of life gain and made it very, very good. But this being uncommon does suggest that there's going to be quite a few life gain synergies and life gain based cards. So we'll see how this goes. So yes, this is cool. We have a kitty. We have a kitty. I think it said about 50% reprints, but I'm not absolutely certain. I know that everything on this page right now is a reprint. I recognize every single one of these cards. Wait, no. I don't recognize Armasaur Guide unless it has new art. I think this is a new card. But Ballyrush Banneret was originally printed in Morningtide, I think. This was from Innistrad. This was from Avacyn's, I think. Avacyn Restored. Yeah, Armasaur looks new to me. I don't recognize this art anyway. It's either new art or a new card. I don't recognize a dinosaur that did this either. So Archway Angel was from Guilds or Allegiance. I think it was Allegiance. Ravnica Allegiance. And Adamant Will has been reprinted over and over, and so is this. Angel of Vitality was printed multiple times, once in a core set, I think. So these were, yeah, but this one is the only one I don't recognize. So this is a new card. Armasaur Guide, 5 mana for a 4/4 Vigilance. Dinosaur. Dinosaurs are back in white here. We've had mostly Naya dinosaurs, but there was Tetsamok in black in the past. So we'll see whether this is just sort of whether white is, Foundations is gathering just a number of different creatures that have been throughout Magic's history. We've got the typical, soldier here. Kithkin were all often white. I think there were a few that were other colors. Maybe they were all white. The only ones that come to mind are all white. No, I think I can see one that was black. It was a mixture because it was in Shadowmoor or Eventide. Yeah, okay, so Kithkin have been multiple colors. They went bad, some of them. Or maybe I'm just remembering that from like Unmake. Who knows? Hold on, let's see. Unmake. Interesting. Yeah, Figure of Destiny, I think, is a Kithkin soldier. It is red-white. Yep. It's not a soldier? Okay. But anyway, so soldiers have traditionally been white, and they've got angels, and we've got cats, we've got a dinosaur. So yeah, these are definitely cards that take you back, and that give you a sense of the mythical creatures that we've always been and historical little bony bits that we've always had in Magic, and that we've had slightly more recently with the dinosaurs. So the Foundations sort of theme does really work here. It looks like gates are gonna be back. Morning, Erendir. It looks like gates are gonna be back here. This card was really, really good in the, having one or two of these could just completely flip the game around if you played them late. With after enough gates, just gain 1,000,000, change that tide, swing that tide. The gates decks really loved these. Yeah, modern is not going with modern yeah. So Magic is not going modern paleontology. I don't I mean, actually, it looks kind of feathery. In this view, it looks kind of feathery here. It does not look like scales. I think they might actually be keeping up. Oh, gates are in a pre-con, not in the draftable set? Okay, well, this will get much worse if it's not there. So we'll see what as far as the draftable set goes. We will rank these this is such a huge set that it's going to be difficult to rank these, but Pridemate's pretty high on the middle of the pick order, right? Like upper mid pick. Usually I do these in terms of, I don't have like an A, B, C, D grading. I have a sort of like high on the hot pick order, middle on the pick order, and low on the pick order. And then I differentiate those by high, mid, low on those. So like this is an upper end of mid. That's a good question. I actually don't know yet which ones are going to be draftable. If this is not draftable, if this is draftable and the gates are not you can't open gates with it, then it's going to be pretty bad in limited. You're never going to want to take this card because a 6 mana 3/4 flyer has just been outclassed so severely. So we'll see which ones you can draft. Well, let's go see, actually. Hold on. Go to the end. See if the gates are in here. The gates are in here. Are you sure these are not draftable, Darkling? These are in the main set. I feel like these are going to be draftable. They seem to be the only fixing that you get. Oh wait, that you get the Highlands too. Interesting. I wonder if Scryfall allows me to sort by draftable and not draftable. Interesting. They're printed into being standard legal, but only in pre-cons. Okay. So we should sort by number. And so you said up to 271-ish are going to be draftable? So we should see Ajani's Pride. Is Ajani's Pridemate not draftable? Interesting. So this is the draftable set? Huh. Wait, let me give you a second. 1 to 60. That makes sense, Ash. That's not a lot of cards. We've already gone through them by here. 131 that are draftable? Oh, I see it going all the way to 271 though. So it's going to be 2 sets of okay. It's going to be the new cards and then I've got it. No, I've got it. I've got it. We're actually going to look at the new cards first. These are the new cards because I don't recognize any of these. Perfect. This is great. Let's look at the new cards first. This is great. Okay. Let's go to the start. And let's sort by set number. Okay. All right. Good. We figured this out thanks to chat. Okay. So, because this is my first look at the set, just like you, I did not want to come in with any like prior knowledge except for of the like new combat mechanic, right? Okay. So, all right. Our first thing that we're going to look at, as you can see, the numbers early are the new cards. These are the new printed cards, and there were about 151 of them, right? And then we were going to get into the reprints. So we'll stop at 271, which is where the draftable cards end, and then we'll start a review of those next time. after we'll play some Magic or something like that with Cube or something. We'll separate it into a couple streams. Okay. Yay! All right. This is so exciting. Okay, so here we go. All new cards. Get ready for this. We're gonna see if we can rank them a little bit, and we know that they're draftable now. Okay. So here we go. Put is:"booster in the search. Okay, that's a good way to find it. Okay, will do. This is Scryfall, the site by, you know, for reference. I really like it, the way it presents the cards, how you can search, etc. You can see the advanced search stuff that I'm doing here. You can look at the syntax and say is booster, like Zombob was saying. So that's really neat. Okay, so let's look at these. We've got Armasaur Guide, which we've just seen. It's a 5-mana 4/4 Vigilance dinosaur. If we have any dinosaur synergies, it'll get better. Whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. That's really important because it's a 5-mana that also, as provided you've ramped up, like you've curved out, I should say. If provided you've curved out with a few creatures before it, it's whenever you attack. It's not actually, it doesn't have to be the one attacking. So you're going to get this benefit when it comes into play. So this is kind of an upper low pick, but it's still very playable. So it does require a few things to have gone right. Like maybe you go like a helpful hunter into a inspiring paladin into a Felidar savior, and then when you're attacking with all of these, you get +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, a permanent +1/+1 counter, which is pretty sweet. So again, upper end of low, it's a nice card. You don't want to run too many of them. Obviously, it's not going to be a high pick. It's not even going to be a medium pick, but it's still a decent card and playable and does some stuffs. So what it's doing is rewarding you for having a bunch of creatures, which is a very thematic thing for white. White likes to go wide. It likes to send swarms of things at people. This would be sort of the top end of that, a kind of a little bit of a sad top end, but it's still it's a top end for that type of mechanic where white goes wide, puts a lot of creatures into play, and then throws them at the opponent and gets some value for doing so, for swarming. So, and I think I like the lantern strap to it. I like the way this art is done. The more I look at it, the more I like the art. The first time I looked at it, it was a little bit busy, but the more I look at it, the more I like it. I kind of wish this had been full art. It's pretty cool. But yeah, well done to this artist. Canavaggia. That's really cool. All right. I'm gonna like this one. This is pretty cool. Yeah, the splash of pink is cool. Otherwise it could have just been, boring in terms of its color scheme. They've got some yellows and greens and pinks here, as well as the greens and oranges over here. It's kind of nice. And I love the way the light has been managed in this. It's pretty neat. That is a friend-shaped dino, absolutely. This dino is not going to do you harm. It's going to protect you. Look at that. Anything comes to attack you and it's getting spikes in the face. One paleontologist said that they created a name for this based on what a kid had called it. And it's still called that, I think. I forget what it's called, though. If anybody wants to look that up, find out, like, the paleontologist and a kid labeled this of a Stegosaurus, right? And they called it that. And it's just the best thing ever. Is that only Far Side? I thought I actually read it was real. I could be completely making it up. It was Far Side. Thagomizer, yeah. That must be it. I feel like I read something else well there. Yeah, Spike Tail, yep. Anyway, but yes, Far Side's fantastic. The Thagomizer, yes. So, Cat Collector. Ooh, hold on. I gotta click on this. Yeah, no, they actually did name it. It's the source of the name, but the paleontologists actually did name it Thagomizer after that cartoon. Thanks, Ash. Yeah. Term was picked up by Kenneth Carpenter, then a paleontologist at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. Nice. Okay. So we got Cat Collector as well. 3 mana for a 3/2. not a great ROI these days. 2 toughness is a little bit weak for a 3 mana creature. But when this creature enters, create a food token. Whenever you gain life for the first time during each of your turns, create a 1/1 white cat creature token. So it's another benefit for gaining life, which is what white wants to do. It also puts 1/1 and a 1/1 into play, which is what white wants to do. It wants to swarm. It can do this itself because it creates that food token so that the next turn you can pay 2, get a 1/1 white cat creature token, gain 3 life. So going Pride Mate into Cat Collector is a pretty darn good start. Because you get a 2/2 on the board, you get a 3/2 on the board, and then the next turn you get a 3/3, 3/2, and 1/1 onto the board, and having gained 3 life. So yay. And maybe paying 2 more for something else. What if you played another Pride Mate? There you go. So this does a lot of the things you want it to do. It also has really cute art, so like, what more can you ask for? Why so many? Because they need a home, just like I once did. Oh, that's so sweet. I like it. So yes. Oh, triggers on your turn. When you gain life for the first time during each of your turns, it's really important to remember that. Yep, absolutely, Selma. So yes. Okay. You like the new Chandra? Awesome. Oh, I can't wait to see. All right, Claws out. 5 mana. 1 less to cast for each cat you control. Creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn. So for 1 extra mana, if you're paying full price for this, at instant speed, you get a charge, but you get an additional point of life. Because most charges are 4 mana, 2 and 2 white. And you get +2/+1 to your creatures. Statistically, that's how it's been in the past. This one, you get an extra point of toughness, but you also have the extra expenditure of mana here with the 3 rather than 2. Now, if you have kitties, it's going to be cheaper. So this is White's Overrun, where it doesn't give it trample, but it does do it at instant speed. Overrun is sorcery. And I've been told that Overrun is in this. So, this is the charge. It's going to be cat-based, which is really cute. So yes, it is pretty nice. So, but this spell costs 1 less to cast for each cat you control. That does mean that cats are going to be a big theme in this. We have seen 1 here, and we've seen, of course, the Pride Mate. So and right now we see a Felidar right beneath. That's another cat beast. So it's likely that you'll be able to at least cast this for a 4, if you have anything, of cat synergies in your deck. So I do like this. Again, it's another way White makes sure that going wide it's rewarded for going wide, because a lot of the time those creatures will become irrelevant in terms of their power level, so they have to get through for some damage. Okay. So, you'll note that it's uncommon, probably because it can cost nothing but the 2 white if you have 3 cats in play. So you're going to have to be aware if your opponent is on kitties and has 2 white, you're going to have to be aware that this is a possibility instant speed for 2 white open and then creatures getting +2/+2 until end of turn. So that's why it's uncommon, is the cost reduction. Otherwise, it would still just be a charge, an inspired charge type idea. Okay, so Dauntless Veteran. So this one's going to be probably a lower mid pick, just because you kind of already want the synergies and you want to be going wide. It could be a mid pick for some decks. You're not going to want too many of them because they won't reward you that much. I think 2 is probably the maximum you want to run, even in a cat-based deck, just because if you get all these and no creatures, you're really going to be struggling. Dauntless Veteran, 3 mana, 2/2. Whenever this attacks, so here's another human soldier. So that Kithkin soldier makes this cheaper that we saw before. So you're going to start to see the soldier synergies. That's really cool. We got Citizen. We've seen that before. It's dinosaur, soldier, cat, and angel. These are all really iconic white creature types. So that is pretty neat. Okay. So whenever this creature attacks, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Okay. All right. That has to attack for that. And so that's why the cost is not a good cost for its 2/2 stats. And so you're going to have to attack with it to get value. You're going to hope that, you know, this gets better or worse depending on how many things A, give haste, B, have like how many shock effects, right? 2 damage effects for cheap there are in the format. And so this may be unplayable based on those things. We'll see. It's you know, it's going to be nice because it's a nice way to, you know, buff your creatures on the attack, but it has to attack to do so. And 3 mana for a 2/2 these days is just really pretty weak. So I'm not sure about where to put this yet, but it could be nigh unplayable, even though this is a human soldier. And even though this ability is pretty good, it has to stay on the battlefield for a turn before it gets to attack. So it feels a little rough. I love the artwork. The artwork is spectacular. I'm so happy that we have such great artwork so far because since Foundations is going to be in the format for so long, it's just really nice to like looking at it again. Like some of the Duskmourn stuff was really unpleasant to look at, not gonna lie. So I'm really glad that they went for such crazy cool art. I love the perspective on this one, the tones, and yeah, it's really neat. And the again, the perspective on this is wonderful. You can feel the movement in the art. I just, yeah. It's beautiful. I hope it's a good card. I really don't know where to put it yet. We'll see. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, so okay. Anyway. Maybe they play tested the Dauntless Veteran and it played much better than I think it's going to. And maybe there aren't really many shocks in there, but this Dazzling Angel, this 3 mana 2/3 flyer for 3, like this, like what, like that's just way better than this to start with. And then it also has another ability. Whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. That's enabling this lovely cat collector. That's enabling the Pride Mate. This is just it's also just changing the clock for the opponent. This is just a very good card. Windrake Eat Your Heart Out, like in blue, which was a 3 mana 2/2 flyer and nothing, right? So this is a very good card. I actually really like this one. I think it could end up being, I mean, certainly for certain decks, it's probably going to be like a middle of the mid pick. For like your life gain decks, it's going to be a middle of the mid pick. Perhaps it's going to make it all the way up there. For most decks, it's going to be an upper low to lower mid. But it's a good card and it feels way better than that Dauntless. I don't know. I could very well be wrong and be undervaluing this Dauntless Veteran, but which is sad because I love the art on that so much. Yeah, Ash. Yeah. 2/2 for 1 white, right? And this one doesn't even require the investment of a second white mana. Like, you can splash this card if you really want to, if you have life gain synergies and other colors. Like, that's just interesting. All right. So, Divine Resilience. Let's take a look at that. 1 mana, instant kicker for 3, 2 and a white. Target creature you control gains indestructible intent till end of turn. If this spell was kicked, instead, any number of target creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. So for 4 mana at instant speed, 2 and 2 white, you can make all your creatures indestructible. Any creatures you can target. If anything has Shroud, you can't target it. That you control, you cannot target it. I don't know that they're going to bring back Shroud, so I'm thinking that's unlikely. So, But 1 mana instant speed indestructible is not bad. With the option of making more creatures indestructible is pretty darn strong. I think the most powerful trick that we've had for 1 mana making indestructible was Lauren's Escape, I think it was, where you could I think you could scry 1 or something like that. I forget what Lauren's Escape did in addition to the making something indestructible. But that was a good card. This is also a fine card because of the versatility of being able to make other creatures indestructible. That's just really cool. I have something, flashing at me over there. Okay, let's see if we fix that. Yeah, Tamio's protection or whatever it was. Tamio's was really good too. Because it could target not only creatures but also permanents that you controlled, and it gave hexproof and indestructible. But yeah, so like I'm only talking about white right now, but yeah, that's very very true. Yeah, targeted artifact, yeah, hexproof and indestructible until end of turn, scry 1. That was just really nice, and it was artifact or creature for Lauren. It wasn't just creature, which was nice. This is just creature, but it can be multiple creatures, so that is really versatile in a limited format. Adamant Will was a better version of this, but it did cost always the 3 because it gave, all your creatures indestructible and +1/+0 or whatever. Not Adamant Will. Something Will. I feel like it was like 2. So, No, 2 and a white, and it gave +1/+0. Make a Stand. Make a Stand gave it was 2 and a white, +1/+0, and all creatures got +1/+0 and indestructible. That was 3 mana to be with, but this has the versatility, so it's going to cost 1 more with the kicker. So it's going to be 4 as opposed to 3 at instant speed to do all of them. It's also not going to give +1/+0 because they had to tone it down, I think, a little bit there. But I think in most other formats, you're going to want to run some of the other ones like Unbreakable Formation and Make a Stand. So yeah, so this is a good card in limited. I don't think it's going to see standard play, but maybe there's some creatures worth protecting at 1 mana for make indestructible. There's just so much exile that I feel like this. Anyway, I shouldn't normally be talking about like other formats, but I think in limited this is useful. I don't think it's amazing, but I think it's useful. And we'll see exactly how many things like get removed by enchantments, like pacifism effects or sleep effects. We'll see how many things have exile, and we'll see how many things give -X until end of turn. Those will all get around this divine resilience. And so we'll see whether that, makes a difference. But again, being able to make multiple creatures indestructible on a combat is really, really nice. So I think this is probably a lower mid to mid pick, depending. And then we go from there. So Felidar Savior, another kitty, and it is really cute. I like it. So 4 mana, 2/3 lifelink. When this creature enters, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 other creatures you control. Okay, that's pretty nice. Again, if you can, that's gonna make 1 and 2 drops. A lot of this is gonna make the themes that we're seeing is gonna make 1 and 2 drops pretty important for prioritizing like the mechanics of this. So, for example, both the Armasaur Guide and the Felidar Savior, Felidar Sovereign, different card, really good card. Okay, but both of these, the Felidar Savior and the Armasaur Guide, really do want you to prioritize going like 2-drop, 3-drop into them, or 1-drop, 2-drop into them. So it's just really, really good to have early game with this. So it does seem to me that in white, you're really, really going to want to prioritize your early drops and then have a few of these to really maximize the rest. I haven't seen any board wipes yet. We're only on like the first page. Sorry. I'm just really interested in foundations, and I'm supposed to be an ambassador, so I'm trying to learn as much as possible along with you. And thank you for pointing out your insights. So I'm excited about this, right? So it is wearing, yeah, it's wearing like a flask. It's pretty cool. That's a water skin, actually, I think they call that. So 2 other is a bit awkward, absolutely. So for 4 mana, you get a 2/3 lifelink. It's not a really good ROI. But when it enters, put a +1/+1 on each of up to 2 other target creatures you control. Again, if you can curve into it, that's pretty nice. At the very least, I anticipate you being able to get the other +1/+1 counter. What you don't want is to have this on an empty board. But then again, white never wants to have an empty board anyway. So if you already are trying to play this on an empty board, I think you're already losing. I'm so sorry to let you know. But yeah. So, but I like this card. I think it's good. I think it's a perfectly playable card, just like the Armosaur Guide. It's much better to to curve into, obviously, just like white wants to do. So they are really pushing that, you can see. So I'm gonna say upper low pick, just like this dinosaur. Probably would take it a little higher than the dinosaur. Just again, that 4 mana and 2/3 lifelink. Even if you play this on 5 to get extra value because you've been able to play another creature, still good, right? Because if you can maximize the value, it's getting 4 power and 5 toughness onto the board for 4 mana, which is pretty nice in the form of a different bodies getting + an additional body at 2/3. So it's a cat for the cat synergies. It's lifelink for the lifelink synergies. So again, it's an upper low pick. Probably just above this, but they're both upper low picks for that deck. I think. So, we also need to see whether there are +1/+1 synergies, whether you get any like sort of advantage for putting +1/+1 counters on things. Green might have some of that. We'll take a look, but again, first look, so I don't even know. Here's another +1/+1 counter thing. So, Fleeting Flight. +1/+1 counter on target creature, gains flying until end of turn, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to it this turn. What? Okay, the reason this confuses me, here's what's going on. So, putting a +1/+1 counter on target creature, that's a cool thing for combat, right? A permanent +1/+1 counter for 1 is an interesting thing for combat. It's not a particularly powerful spell at all, but it's a fine thing for combat on the ground. Preventing combat damage that would be dealt to something on the ground is also nice. But the thing you give flying to with +1/+1 counter on it is usually ending the game. It's usually trying to end the game. So you're usually doing that when they don't have a flying blocker or a reach blocker. So preventing combat damage that would be dealt to it this turn is not normally where I would see that being useful. Maybe if they had a 3/3 flyer that you absolutely had to kill, maybe it's a defensive trick more than anything. But that last, so as a defensive trick, it's fine with the preventing combat damage. Usually that's not going to be what you'd rather the +2/+2 in flying of Mighty Leap if you're using it for attack. So they kind of nerfed it so that you could use it in both instances, I think. So I really think this is probably, I think this, so they nerfed the effect, because usually it's like +2/+2 in flying, right? They nerfed the effect a bit because they added that prevent all combat damage that we dealt to it this turn, which again, good on the defensive. Gains flying, good on attack and defense. +1/+1 counter, weaker, but good on attack and defense as well. So I think I see what they did. They made a mixed version of Mighty Leap and I don't think we've ever had a prevent all combat damage that we dealt to it this turn on the thing, but we had like reach or something like that there. So it's interesting. I don't know how I feel about it. I think combat tricks should be especially in white with the synergies that they're talking about here, I feel as though your deck is going to want Mighty Leap more than it's going to want something that is less powerful because it's okay on defense too. Like it's just doing two things okay rather than doing one thing really well, if that makes any sense. I don't know. I feel like I would have preferred Mighty Leap in this spot, but it's still a fine trick. It still puts the +1/+1 counter. It's a permanent counter, which is really nice, and you can gain flying and attack. That's good. Preventing all combat damage on the block would be really sweet. But yeah, I'm gonna have to watch this one. I think it's gonna be especially since combat tricks are worse than they used to be. I'm going to put it on the middle of the low picks, like in the middle of the low picks, beneath these two for now, but it could make it to around the same area. So I'm just, it's an interesting one to me. We'll see whether it finds a home and I increase my estimation of it. Again, if there are +1/+1 counter synergies, like, hardened scales, or, whenever you put a +1/+1 counter on something, draw a card, like things like that. If there are counters on that, then this is going to go up in my estimation. Absolutely. But let's keep this in mind and see what else we have in this to see how we value this. Here we go. Guarded Air. Okay. Lifelink. 6 Okay, hold on a second. It took me a second. I was like, lifelink, 1/1, 6 mana. Herp. Okay. So create 2 3/3 white knight creature tokens. All right. So what you do is you get 7 power over 3 bodies at 6 mana. So, and it's a human noble. It's a good blink target. So yes, if there, as Ben Next just said, if we have blink in this, it's going to be really, a nice, board stall game ending thing. The human noble creature type is probably not going to be relevant. I suspect knight or soldier or something else is going to be relevant, but maybe human will be a thing. We've got the inspiring paladin human there and the squad rallier human there as well. So we'll see whether the kindred human typal stuff is going to be important. Yeah, that's 3 creatures entering for this lovely dazzling angel here, which would gain 3 life. And then we have lifelink synergies, of course. This is going to be interesting. I haven't seen a flicker effect yet. I haven't seen a bounce effect yet. The bounce wouldn't be as good because it costs so much, but we'll see. We'll see about this. I'm not sure how good this will be yet. Right now, I'm tempted to put it on upper end of low to lower end of mid. But it could go up in my estimation overall. I don't think you're going to want that many of these in your deck because, again, you're kind of going to want to have crushed them pretty quickly in a go wide white deck. But I can see if the format is pretty slow, the slower the format is, the better this card gets, obviously. But the slower the format is, this card gets infinitely better because what you can do is go guarded air into like +2/+2 and attack and stuff. Hey, nice, how you doing? So this is there's a lot going on with this card, and we're gonna have to reevaluate it as time goes on as we see more cards in this set. Okay, Heir Apparent. This card has been going around Twitter. I have seen this card already. I'm sorry. I actually have seen this one already. So this is not a first look at this card. This is like my third look at this card. So this continues the magical tradition of having, okay, so I always like to say that the rules of Magic, the basic rules of Magic, to teach new players are very simple. You can play a game of Magic not knowing all the rules. And then the cards tell you how to break those rules. So, but that's not entirely true when you get to the more advanced stages of Magic. This is the lovely tradition of breaking the rule of having only maximum of 4 of a particular card in your constructed deck. A deck can have any number of cards named Heir Apparent. I see what they did there. My grandmother used to call, so my father started balding very quickly, just like all the men of that side of the family. And my grandmother used to call him her son and hair, but not for very much longer. I miss my grandmother. Anyway, but we can hear her voice when people subscribe, so yay. So this says you can have any number of cards named Heir Apparent in your deck, but for limited, that would be true as well. Hey, Paula, how you doing? Good to see you too. So you can thank you so much for gifting us up. Oh my gosh, thank you so much.
Edgecase gifted a tier 1 sub to Mama Hadako.
Thank you. Oh wow, I didn't know I was gonna read that out. I'll work on that. I'll see whether I can turn off the voice being like, Edgecase gifted it. Just to hear her voice. Thank you. Yeah. The bonjour tout le monde. For those of you who are wondering, I know I've said this before, but for those of you who are new to the channel, that bonjour tout le monde is my grandmother recorded the French greeting that is on the golden record on the Voyager spacecraft that is still broadcasting, as far as we know, out on the edges of space. And well, the edges of the galaxy, I should say. Solar system even, maybe, I don't even know. But that is the golden record, and that is my grandmother doing the French greeting for that. Yeah. It is really amazing. It's just amazing to hear her voice. If you want to go and hear the story of the golden record, there's a really nice recording about the creation of it, and that's where that's from. They actually played that in the podcast about it. But yeah, it's got, the golden record has, greetings in tons of different languages, a mother's first words to her child, whale song, etc., mathematics, and so on and so forth. And yeah, you got it. Music from things, yeah. So, okay. So it's just nice to, yeah, anyway, sorry, moving along. That was story time. When this creature enters, create a number of 1/1 white rabbit creature tokens equal to the number of other creatures you control named Heir Apparent. Now, as I was saying, this is relevant for constructed decks, but it's not really relevant for limited, because however many cards of this you draft or open and sealed, you can play. So if you open 6 of these, even if this line of text weren't there, you could play all 6. So have fun going ham or rabbit with Heir Apparent. Is magic included on that recording? I don't think so. But yeah, so create a number of white rabbit, 1/1 white rabbit creature tokens equal to the number of other creatures you control named Heir Apparent. So you play the first one, and then if you play a second one, you get a 1/1. And if you play a third one, you get 2 1/1s. So it's interesting. Make the bunnies. And so we've had rabbits in the past. Obviously, Woe had a rabbit. We've had rabbits before that. Rabbits were really most prominent in Bloomborough. So we have some Bloomborough sort of feelings coming back here from Foundation stuffs. So here's a rabbit. Also a noble. We've had a couple nobles now. But yeah, all the rabbits all the time. Again, going wide. This is a thing you can do.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Sorry, thank you so much. I really appreciate the sub. Thank you. And it's just nice to hear her voice there too. I'm not crying. It's fine. There are just ninjas in the kitchen cutting onions. Mm. And Mark Rosewater reading the comprehensive rules. That would be perfect. Does set have copying? That's a good question. We should look in blue and see if they do, if they have any duplications of like Rite of Reflection or something like that. Yeah, we'll see. So yeah, but like duplication of bunnies. So let's check that out. Let's keep an eye out for that. We have a bunch of things to keep an eye out for. This is gonna be great. Onion ninjas, exactly. They show up at the weirdest times, honestly. Okay. So, we've now got a really cute kitty being the Helpful Hunter. 2 mana for a 1/1. When this creature enters, draw a card. We've seen that effect be very, very good on a relevant card. Like, and this does lead me to think that there's Flicker. Because we've seen a couple things like Air and Hunter that have some really good ETBs that we might find a Flicker spell for. S tier because cute, yes. So Spirited Companion, exactly. Now, Spirited Companion was especially good because it was a relevant type in that it was an enchantment in Neon Dynasty. And enchantments did get you value from playing in addition to the card that it drew. So this has a relevant creature type, cat, which we've seen do, interesting things here. 1 less for each cat you control. Right? So we know that there's going to be some cat synergies. It's also an early card that allows you to keep some hands that you wouldn't keep otherwise because it gets you to draw a card after the second turn. So it's a nice thing to ramp into for the savior. Sorry, not ramp into, to curve out with into the savior and into the claws out and cat collector, etc. You'd rather have a Ajani's Pridemate, but then again, let's not get greedy. Okay. So it's really good. It's really cute. I like looking at it. I love the flavor text. And I also like the fact that it's not bringing you what cats often bring you, which is trash. Like literal trash. There was this really cute YouTube video the other day where it was just like, the cat just brought random trash from next door and just like dropped it and was like, look what I did. Be proud of me. And honestly, you couldn't help but be proud. It was so good. But this is very cute. I love it. Not dead bird, just feather. Okay. Inspiring Paladin. Here we go. We've got another knight. There was a soldiers before and citizens, angels, cats, nobles. But here we have a knight. They do learn funny games. Inspiring Paladin, 3 mana, 3/3. Okay, that's a fine return ROI. I mean, that's what we expect for 3 mana at this point and as a common. Gorgeous artwork. Human Knight, during your turn, this creature has first strike. Okay, so they're trying to tone down the power of first strike because reasons. Yeah. So this is not going to have first strike during your opponent's turn. During your turn, creatures you control with +1/+1 counters on them have first strike. Okay, so now we're seeing a little bit more of utility with this card. The Fleeting Flight is a combat trick that not only reads +1/+1 counter on target creature, but if this is your turn, and if the Paladin is in play, you can also add first strike to that. So that's going to be interesting. I do think that's going to be interesting because, again, you can go Felidar Savior onto 2 other creatures with +1/+1 counters. The next turn you can play this, and where your opponent expected to block, well, they won't be able to because, again, your creatures will have first strike. So this is a fine card. I think it's I think these are probably going to be... could end up being a lower mid pick, this Helpful Hunter. So could the Heir Apparent could be weird and could just go for like max value. This one's gonna be like all over the place for you. Basically, the first one is bad, but the second one is starting to get a lot better. Again, same thing with like Legion Conquistador, like which fetched up the others. I think Conquistador is better because it fetches up the others. I think this is going to be better and constructed than the limited because you have to have the second for it to be valuable. whereas Legion Conquistador, the first one was valuable because it fetched up the others. So I think this one could end up being a lower end of mid, but this one is going to be a little bit of a crapshoot. Because if somebody else is like, I want all the heir apparents, and you're competing for them, good luck. So we'll see. So here's Inspiring Paladin again, and this one I think is going to be an upper low pick, but it might end up being a lower mid at certain points. If you already have, like, I don't think this is going to be anything but a low pick in the first pack, and even maybe the second. But once you have a ton of like +1/+1 synergies, it might actually graduate to being a lower mid pick. We'll see. But I think this 3/3 butt is actually pretty good for, what we've seen so far in the cards. Obviously, we haven't seen a lot, but the 3/3 for 3 is a decent ROI for what we've seen at common. Okay. Well, that makes it worse. Yes, Helpful Hunter is absolutely staring at my soul, and I needed to scroll down because, frankly, it's too pure for me. Okay. So Joust Through. This makes that a lot worse. So 3 damage to target attacking or blocking creature, you gain 1 life. That's an interesting synergy with the Ajani's Pridemate that we've seen that gets a +1/+1 counter when you gain life. One assumes that, like, if you're playing this on defense, you have to remember, as chat pointed out, that this is gain life for the first time during each of your turns. So you're not going to get a 1/1 cat creature token with this out, playing this on defense. But if you're doing it on the attack, you might get another 1/1. And gaining 1 life, you might also have something else trigger, like a +1/+1 on the Pridemate that we've seen. So the flavor text is very tongue-in-cheek. Yay. Dad puns. All right. But that actually makes this human knight a little bit worse. But it is uncommon. So there we go. I've seen some 4 toughnesses, a lot of 4 toughnesses at common so far that are a little bit worrisome. For this being like a really good card. But I've also seen a lot of cards that you really do just want to get rid of if they're starting to attack you earlier, like this Dazzling Angel, and the Inspiring Paladin, and so on and so forth. So I'm currently thinking that Joust Through is probably a middle of the mid pick, but it could go up in my estimation. And again, that gaining 1 life is probably going to be significant. So we'll see. All right. Luminous Rebuke, 5 mana, costs 3 less to cast if it destroys targets a tapped creature, destroy target creature. We've seen something similar to that before. Instant speed. So it's going to be 2 mana to destroy target creature. If it's tapped, it's going to be 2 mana if it's tapped, 5 mana if it's not. This was just printed in, and you can see the bats here. Duskmourn had this, right? Yeah, I believe Duskmourn had this. It just was called something else. Swift Rebuke. So something. Let's hold on. Do we have a white one here? Don't have the card in here. Okay. Sees something. Yeah. That makes sense. Something sees. Yeah. We can find this. So if I just go into like any deck here and what? Hold on. My decks. Froggy. Look at all these things. Okay. So I'm going to do this and just search. Oh, come on. Okay, no. This was the wrong thing to do. Go back to decks. Go to a limited one. That helps. Okay. So now we go to the things. We go to format Duskmourn, and then we go to common and say done for now, and then I'll find it. Yeah. Seized from Slumber. This is the same card as this one. Okay. So, Seized from Slumber, same as Luminous Rebuke. This one has more of like the Bloomborough Bat theme. In terms of the artwork and the title. Pure Searing Moonlight. Okay. Dem bats. Harnessing the moon. You were pooping. Okay. Fair. Seized from Slumber. Exactly. Thank you. But yes. Okay. So we've seen this before. It's decent. We have seen a few things with we're seeing a few things next to it with Vigilance here. So that is also something to keep in mind. But in general, I've been fine with having a couple of these in my deck. So I'm gonna go with lower mid. Seems good. It's the normal white removal. You managed to snag some secret lairs. Congratulations! You are one of the lucky few. So yes, okay. Prideful Parent, 3 mana 2/2 Vigilance. When this creature enters, create a 1/1 creature cat. Okay, so this is a nice, 2 bodies, one with Vigilance for 3, and it's a relevant creature type cat. So again, perfectly playable and really nice one to go into that Felidar Savior with, because you play this on 3, you get a 2/2 and a 1/1, and then you play this, you get a 2/3 lifelinker, a 3/3, and a 2/2. So on turn 4, you've put out quite a bit of power. And that's if you didn't play anything on turn 2. So, pretty good. I'm not as much a fan of the artwork on this one. I feel like those are rather cartoony lions, but I mean, this is no Mufasa. But there we go. If it's your style, it's your style. The other cats have been pretty, spectacular, so maybe I'm just spoiled. This is just not my style. So, it's still very cute. Okay, so decent card. I like this. I think it's going to be a lower mid to upper low pick, but I think lower mid. It's definitely above the Savior and Armasaur guide for me so far, again, because it enables the synergies with the claws out, etc. And just makes other cards a lot better. So, Squad Rallier, 4 mana, 3/4. Meh stats, but let's see what it does. 3 mana, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card with power 2 or less from them among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. That's a fine way to get more value late. Like when you peter out and having drawn, not enough cards, this is a good way to fill out your draw. I think this is a fine card. I think it's an upper low pick, but I think it's a perfectly playable card. So in Limited, you can use whatever cards you open from the packs that you open. In Sealed, you're going to be opening 6 packs. In Draft, you're going to be opening 3 and getting past cards and passing cards from yours as well. You can use as many cards as you pull in your Draft or as you have in your Sealed pool. You can use whatever you want. So as opposed to Constructed, where you have the cards that you own and you build decks from that. And that usually has a limit of 4 of any one particular card. Although rules can be broken there, as with the Heir Apparent. But yeah, with Limited, you can play with whatever you open. And usually it's less powerful because you don't open as many rares and mythics because you're opening packs. So that's what we like about it. Sorry. Usually we just hate flea boosters for this reason. Okay, so Sunblessed. Oh, absolutely. Happy to help, Kevin. Okay, I'm so sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name too. Okay, Sunblessed Healer is a 1 and a white for a 3/1, which is a fine thing to be playing early. But it has Kicker, 1 and a white. You can pay an additional 1 and a white once as you cast the spell. Wait, right? You can't. Yeah, because as if it was kicked. It's not multi-kicker. Haha. Lifelink. So that's already going to enable some lifelink synergies. They're just making this 3/1 better. I remember the Pride. It was in a Mirrodin type based set. And and it was 3-1, and it was the first of them. I think it was like a Future Sight border, and or it could have been Future Sight, and it was a 3-1, and we were like all excited about it. And then now they're printing those with huge amounts of upside. So there we go. Life gain does tend to be heavily supported. Now this is a really good card, right? When it enters, if it was kicked, return target non-land permanent card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's just a really nice, sweet like card. You just got into Magic and you're looking forward to the set. I'm so happy! Yay! Kevin, thank you so much for that 1 month at tier 1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support of the stream. You're so kind. So, doesn't look like there's many flicker effects. Okay, interesting. Okay. Blade of the Sixth Pride, that's the one! Ontologist, thank you! That's the one. Life gain does seem to be absolutely heavily supported here. Yeah, Cakes, this is going to be a really cool set. It has so much of, you know, the mechanics of Magic from all throughout time. It's so cool. And it's a really nice one to learn on. It's got, you know, a bunch of mechanics, so there's a lot to learn, but you can learn as you go. And there's also going to be some really cool materials that they're going to put online, Magic Academy, that's going to help you. Yeah, you're right in the nostalgia, exactly. So this Sunblessed Healer, by the way, this 2/2 kicker, this is a nice thing because you can turn a non-land permanent card with mana value 2 or less from your grave to the battlefield. So that's really sweet because we have a lot here that we'll want to bring back. And it's not just creatures, it's a permanent. So a non-land permanent. So you can get once you're Helpful Hunter, like, blocking with this is going to be hell, by the way. But once you block with this, you can get it back onto the battlefield on 4 by kicking this and get a 3/1 lifelinker and get your kitty back and draw a card. So maybe it'll forgive you for blocking with it. Anyway, incoming ad break in like 30 seconds. Thank you so much for sitting through it. I really appreciate it. It's the only reason we have a stream. If you'd like to avoid it, consider subscribing with free with Prime or subbing with actual monies. Sorry. But yeah, so it's really interesting. There are so many old things that we see here that's just really, really neat. So this one reminds me a little bit of the Phyrexian. It was a Phyrexian missionary, I think it was. It was 1 and a white, and then for 1 and a black, when you could kick it for 1 and a black, when it came into play, this was from Dominarian United, you could return something from your graveyard to your hand. I think it was a creature from your graveyard to your hand. A little more versatile, but then again, you needed to be in 2 colors to play it to the max. Is Foundation supposed to replace the core sets? To some degree, yes. I think that is something of the intention because it's going to be legal for a long time. It's got cards from all sorts of stuff. It's going to be legal in standard and behind. And it's got cards for every format, basically. So yeah, 2051 6/1 first strike trample death touch lifelink for 2 mana. Yes, with kicker. Sorry. Yeah. Well, no, they in 2016 with Origins, so 2015 and then 2016 was Origins, and then they said they weren't going to do any more core sets, and then they started in 2019, I think. They had like Magic 2019, 2020 and 2021. And then they haven't done a core set since then. And then this is what I think taking the place of core sets, because core sets are supposed to be a nice introduction for people to Magic. They're supposed to introduce people to the artwork, the flavor, the creatures and the spells and the feeling and stuff of Magic. So hopefully it's there. Hopefully it's all good. For everybody. I think there's a lot of powerful mechanics in this that might be a little bit difficult for newer players to grasp. But I think they did a good job so far of touching on everything that makes white interesting. And sort of iconic to white. So we'll go over that in a second because we're just about to finish the new white cards. These are all the new white cards that we're going through, by the way. This is organized in terms of set number, and the earliest numbers are all the new cards. So up to like 151, I think. And then we're going to go to like 270, which is going to be the reprints. 271, sorry. Or 2, I forget. Anyway, Twin Blade Blessing is 1 and 2 white. Flash, enchant creature has double strike. So this reminds me of a card. What was the 2/1 double strike? It was Battle Mastery, I think it was. Let's go look. Hold on. From Lorwyn. Oh, yeah, in Battle Bond. Yeah. So here it is. Battle Mastery. 2 and a white. Enchant creature. It has double strike. Now, this was good at the time. There were a lot of aura and enchantment synergies that were going on in the more constructed stuff. This, you'll notice the difference is that it has flash. So it's a trick as opposed to just a something that you can put on a creature and then attack and do things. This one you can use in combat to get through for extra damage, or kill a creature that you weren't going to kill otherwise, or save your own creature, right? So flash, enchant creature, it has double strike. You're paying an extra white source for the fact that you get flash, but that's actually not that huge an issue. This could be splashable. This probably isn't. That's why the extra white pip is a little bit of a cost. You really do want to be in white as one of your main 2 colors, and not a splash to run this card. So there's a little bit of a cost to this having flash, but the fact that it has flash makes it much, much stronger. And that does mean that if you are in white to any serious degree, this is a fine card to put in there. I think this is probably, I don't know if we have any aura synergies, or enchantment-based synergies, like general enchantment-based synergies. We'll see. Oftentimes you have to be, an aura has to be really strong in Magic in order to justify playing in limited. Constructed, I don't think even bothers with them anymore to some degree, but an aura has to be really strong and limited to justify playing, because if you try to put this on a creature and the creature disappears, you've lost 2 cards. So you can get 2 for 1 very easily, and lose your advantage that way. And so this is a very strong effect, especially at flash, which makes it a little bit harder to interact with. So I do think this aura is worth running. I think it's still, because of the way the combats are going, I think it's still a little... It's a little nerfed because of the new combat rule. Sheltered by Ghosts is a powerful enough aura to run. Absolutely. So, hey, Marco. So yes. So this is something I think I'm going to rank it as a lower mid pick to upper low. So I'm thinking it's going to be lower mid. But it may go up in my estimation. But I'm going to rank it a little bit lower now just because it's good, but it's a little bit nerfed. It can be an offensive trick too. No one's arguing against that. In fact, I would prefer it to be an offensive trick. It is a very offensive. Sorry. But it is, I think it's still, because again, the nature of the possibility of a 2 for 1, the availability, for example, of this at like, instant speed and this at instant speed, a lot of instant speed removal that we've seen so far, even just in the reprints, the new cards, even though this is technically a reprint, they've called it something new. This is literally the Seized from Slumber, but yeah, so this is I'm going to go with lower mid, but like I said, it can come up in my estimation. We'll see. Yeah, it doesn't make the creature much harder to block in terms of just getting through for damage, because they can still just block it and double strike if they can chump it easily. Trample would be nice. So, but it's good on a flyer, especially good on a flyer. But again, the flyers that we've seen, like 3 toughness here, which we're about to get to, 3 toughness here, that's a little rough because of the joust through. So if you go for like Twin Blade on one of these and they have that, it's really rough. So we'll see. We'll see. Depends, of course, on exactly how much removal and how powerful the removal is. But from what I've seen so far, it's a little bit of a risk. That doesn't mean it's not a powerful card and it can't win you games. So that's why it's on the lower end of mid as opposed to in the low things. And again, it could move up to like middle of the mid. We'll see. But this is definitely like middle of the mid. This is a better card than this one, in my opinion. They're you know, they do different things, but just power level wise. Okay. Vanguard Seraph. 4 mana, lovely art. 3/3 flying. Whenever you gain life for the first time each turn, surveil. So it's another reward for life gain. Again, we're seeing lots of life gain payoffs, which is nice. 4 mana for a 3/3 flyer, not a great ROI in white. But, you know, the second ability is decent. Going from the Dazzling into the Vanguard, not bad. So you get to gain 1 life, put a 3/3 flyer onto the board and surveil 1. So, yeah, can be good. It's a better Phantom Monster. But it's an angel too, so it's not even a monster. So here's a Phantom Monster. That's the new art. The old art. I want the old art. Here, let's go alpha. There you are. Classic. Phantom Monster, 4 mana, 3/3 flyer. So now we've got a 4 mana, 3/3 flyer that does other things. So I'm gonna put this on an upper end of low. It's a decent card. It's perfectly playable. It's not super exciting, but it's decent. Okay. So now we're gonna be getting to the new blue cards. But let's take a look and just overall at the feeling of the white that they've chosen to print new for this set. So overall, to me, this looks like it's slowed down a little from the current set. Duskmourn, I think, and Bloomburrow, and of course MH3 and 1 were all super fast. So this may be quite a bit slower based on the new cards. It could have, of course, some explosive things with the life gain and stuff like that and the Pride Mate and so on. But it looks like it's a little bit slower, and I like that. That means that newer players will have more time to make... will have more chances to make decisions. And all players will have more chances to make decisions, but I think it's really important because it means that decisions matter a lot more. So I think this is interesting to me. I think this is a cool look back at, you know, some really neat parts of Magic history, of course. And the idea, like, the flavor text is still great. Look, on that fateful day, Sir Brilbury's fear of heights was outmatched by his sense of duty. That tells a story along with the artwork, right? So Magic has always been about sort of the cards not being in isolation. So what this does, not only does it have spectacular art, not only is the card, you know, a useful card, you can have fun with it, but look at that flavor text. That tells an entire story, doesn't it? You know that something's going wrong. You know that he needs to reach that area. You know that he needs to find a way to get there fast, and it's high up. And you know that this character, right, Sir Brilbury, you know that this character is afraid of heights. And yet, right, this has to be done. So somehow Sir Brilbury has found a way to acquire some wings, some magical wings. And so we have the sense that Brilbury's gonna try, you know, fix it or die trying. So it's just, the card itself does not, you know, most Magic cards do not exist in isolation. They tell a story, whether it's only through the art or through the art and the flavor text or through the flavor text alone or through what the card mechanic does, etc. So it's this card I like for that reason. I don't necessarily like it as much in the gameplay. I will see whether I, raise my opinion of it, because again, I think it does half of one thing and half of another, as opposed to one thing really well. But I like this card. I like the way it was designed. And I like that it is really what Magic is, which is, good stories that are told sometimes through your own imagination. Because you put together the story behind this one, right? It's just really cool. And that little helpful hunter, that you like that one? Ah, the conquering hero returns. What trials did you face, little one? Exactly. And that's Basri. And Basri is, and it makes references to other cards in Magic and other characters in Magic, and you can see them. So it's neat. There's a lot to love about Magic itself, and I think they're trying to really present that with this set of white cards, new white cards here. So we've got angels, we've got lions and tigers and bears. No, sorry. We have lions so far. We have kitties. We have clerics and humans in the area. We have humans of all different levels on the aristocracy. We'll put it that way. We have a lovely dino, helpful dino. Shush, Edge, let me have my moment. But yes, yeah. So this is great. So this again is showcasing. So as a Foundation's ambassador, this having now seen what they've printed specifically for this particular set. I am very happy with what they've chosen to showcase for new white cards in common and uncommon. I think this is wonderful. I think it is really indicative of, the feeling and flavor of Magic over the past, God, I'm old. Don't tell me how many years. Anyway. Okay. Moving along to blue. Here we go. Let's see if they do as good a job in blue. That's going to be fun. Okay. I'm glad they fit an aura in here. White loves auras. This is a typical combat trick for white where you get to do it during blocking or attack. It's not just unless it's during combat, right? This is the idea. And white cares a lot about order and justice, right? Sometimes too much, or not the right order and justice, but there you go. So it is pretty cool. All right, moving along. Yes, I think it's meant to be kind of like a replacement for core sets. All right, Arcane Epiphany. 3 and 2 blue, draw 3 cards instant speed. So that is like Jace's... Is it Jace's Epiphany? Jace's something did the same thing. But this one can be cheaper if you control a wizard. So again, it's a payback for having a kindred synergy, a typal synergy. So where we had cats here before, this claws out, now we have Arcane Epiphany for wizards here. Now this was usually just a decent return on investment in the past anyway, 3 cards for 5 mana at instant speed. But the fact that it can get cheaper is really, really quite good. Thanks, Griddle! Yeah, they do seem neat so far, don't they? Okay, so let's see what kinds of wizards we have. And wizards have always traditionally been the blue kindred fire type. And some call me Tim. So Prodigal Sorcerer, right? We'll see how this goes. We've got some birds, we've got some sharks, we've got some octopi. Is cephalid? Yes, it's a cephalid. Wait, cephalid have been errated to be octopi? Octopodes? Octopodes? Octopuses? Octopuses is correct. But yeah. Have they been errated? Are all cephalids now? Hold on. Yeah, they've all been errated. Okay. Okay. All right. So these were a really cool creature. That this is Torment. That you're seeing a cephalid from Torment. They were in Judgment. They were in Torment. They were in Odyssey. So these are octopi. I just like saying octopi. Sorry, octopuses is correct. I'm sorry, but like yeah. This is cool. This is very cool. Viashino are lizards, right? Yeah, Nagas are snakes. That Nagas, I got it. Yeah, the partially this is to make them work in kindred or type decks for various things, and I do want to show. Okay, what's the no, it's not that. Show me Kraken. Maybe it was an octopus. Anyway, there's a dude that comes in and wipes everything but those big sea creatures, and it's super sweet. I forget what it was, but that would be really fun to have. Yeah, it does make sense to, line things up. Absolutely. All right, but now we get to have okay. So this one I'm going to say is probably I mean, if again, it's going to get really, really good and really, really high on your pick order if you have lots of wizards already. So again, taking these later on in packs is going to mean that they go up the picking order. They might not be really high on the picking order in the beginning. I'm going to call this a lower end of mid pick, but it could be mid to high mid pick if you have wizards. Same thing again, right, for this. This one's just good in any white deck, period. I think any white deck is going to want this, whether or not you have cats. This one is going to be a lot better in wizards decks, because again, 5 mana expenditure for 3 cards is good. And if this deck, if the set is slower, it'll be even better. But Jace's Ingenuity or whatever the other card is, I think it was Jace's Ingenuity that does the same thing. It does. It's been outclassed a little bit by like just how fast the recent formats have been. But in this format, if it's slower, this is going to be a very good card. So, Big Fin Bouncer. So not only is it a shark, but it's also a pirate. So we've got sea creature and pirates back, which have been blue in the past. So it's really, really nice. We've seen them in Ixalan. We've seen sharks since the beginning. We've seen giant shark and all sorts of stuff in like the dark. And we've seen more recently some mutate sharks in Ikoria, etc. So this is always really, really fun. You know how to swim, don't you, chum? I see what they did there. Anyway, so 4 mana. When this creature enters, return target creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand. So this is for 1 more mana, you get 1 more power on a mana war. So that's pretty sweet. Also, the artwork is hilarious. Artwork like this, by the way, I don't know if you were aware, but artwork like this makes me miss the Hildebrands, the other brother. So Greg passed away recently. Can I find artist, please? Do you not allow me to search? Okay, yes, you do. Okay. I can type. So the brothers are very famous for their Lord of the Rings art, which they also did here for Magic the Gathering. We have the artwork of Eowyn against the Witch King. But the like early Magic, right? Here's Ether Vial by Greg, who just passed. What are some of my... There's so many. There's so many from early Magic. It's so iconic. You always knew when you were looking at a Greg and Tim Hildebrandt card. A card they'd illustrated. It was just... It's just really cool. There was so much feeling to the cards, and there's so much good use of color, and yeah. It was just neat. Oh, a Clutch of Undeath, yeah. So they had a lot of amazing cards. Custody Battle was just so much fun. With the artwork and the flavor text. Goblins resolve disputes by splitting everything straight down the middle. So this was an artist in Magic who was artists in Magic who were very, very much respected and did so much for the game. So it was really, really devastating to hear that that Greg has passed, and Tim had passed a little while before, I believe. But yeah, you can look at what they've contributed over time. Here's the pollen shield hair. The variation is, hello? Can I see the other variation? Please? No? Where's the other one? You just showed it to me. I want it back. All right, well, anyway. Too bad. Too bad for me. But, like, look at Is It Signet? It's so iconic. Anyway. So, yeah. 85 and still going. I know. I know. Just, yeah. But this reminds me of that sense of humor that they had and the style of art that they had a little bit. Same thing with Phil and Kaja Foglior. They all had this classic fantasy art, and they all did it with sometimes with like a sense of humor or a really comforting style. So it's just really interesting to see how some of the art echoes that. I love the diversity of art styles. I don't want it to be all one style, so I'm not trying to say that. This reminds me a little bit of the types of sense of humor. It's just really, really cool. Tells a whole story. The motion in the art is fantastic. The perspective is really cool. We can see the ship healing. It's just neat. And then the pun in the flavor text is classic Magic. But this is good. You get another. So this is a very good card in limited. The value of putting down, spending 4 mana, which is just not a great return for 3/2, but the added effect of bouncing something is just huge. Especially since we've already seen tokens in white that, will never come back, right? Which is pretty sweet. So, and again, if we can find Flicker, we'll see. If we can find Flicker, we've got this bouncer now. We've got this Helpful Hunter. So the combo of blue-white might be a cool Flicker deck. We'll see. All right. So I think this is actually an upper mid pick. Sorry, a lower mid pick to mid pick. It's quite strong, traditionally, to get a body plus a bounce on 4. So again, we'll see where the power level of the set is. That could change, but I really much like this card. Okay, Cephalid Ink Mage. So a 3 mana 2/2. It can be. It can be. I don't think it's going to be quite a time walk. I don't think it's going to be that strong. I think it's going to be decent. There are going to be times when you just literally don't really want to bounce anything that they have because they get a good ETB on it the next turn. But it is good tempo anyway, so. And again, you don't want too many things at 4, so. All right, Cephalid Ink Mage, 3 mana 2/2. When this creature enters Surveil 3. That is going to be really helpful to figure out exactly how the next draws are going to go. And it's also really helpful to fill up the graveyard. So if there's any recursion effects in this or graveyard matters stuff, we're going to be really happy to have this card. So 3 mana for 2/2 with Surveil 3 is already pretty neat. There's Threshold in this, apparently. We've got our payoff. This creature can't be blocked as long as there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard. That's pretty easy if you can surveil 3 to start with. So it doesn't have hexproof, which we've seen in the past with this kind of same effect, but it does have the surveil 3, which fixes your draws, which we didn't have on that one. So we had it in Rivals of Ixalan, we had a 2/2 with hexproof that couldn't be blocked once you had like the City's Blessing, I think it was. And it was also blue. So this is reminding me of that. I love the ink cloud too. That means that it can't be blocked there. So it's just a really interesting one here. I think this can fix a lot of draws and is just a fine return on investment for 2/2. They're gonna have to kill it at some point and waste a spell on a 2/2 in order to stop it from killing them eventually. So it seems pretty decent. It's also interesting to note, though, that this says target creature an opponent controls. Manowar said, I think, any creature, but I'm not absolutely certain. I think it's another creature. Let me go see what Manowar actually said. How do they do it? They did Manowar this way, I think. Hello. I can type. I can't type. I cannot type at all. There. Come on. Where? I can't type at all. Okay, here we go. Return target creature to its owner's hand. So you could actually return any of your creatures too. This does not return your creatures. So you can't, for example, bounce this Ink Mage to your hand to get additional value. It's worth remembering that. So that is one way that this is a little bit nerfed compared to the actual Manowar. So it is a 3/2 as opposed to a 2/2, but it's also 4 mana and it can't target your own creatures. Which is important also if we have any sleep effects or pacifism effects that we see returning in the reprints. So this is just a good card. I think it's probably in the lower mid tier, but I think it's slightly not as good as this in my opinion. It's probably fine. It's probably the same, roughly. It's fine. Clinkant Sky Mage. Clinkant side Sky Mage. 4 mana 1/1 flyer. What? Oh, whenever you draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Okay, so we need to see how many shock effects again, or like 1 damage effects that we have in this. Again, this is going to have to get. You're gonna have to draw a couple cards before this gets past the joust through on attack. So a 4 mana 1/1 flyer might be a little too slow. This does, though, seem to indicate that the format will be, at least the limited format, will be a little bit slower than we're expecting, and the Arcane Epiphany following this up would be really nice. And it definitely can follow this up, even if you don't draw a land, because this is a wizard itself. So this will cost 4. So if you play this on 4, and then you draw a card for the turn, it's going to be a 2/2. And then if you play the Arcane Epiphany, then you can play it for 4 because the Sky Mage is a wizard. And then you can draw 3 cards, and this will be a 5/5. So there are sequences where this can be really good and powerful. We should definitely see how this goes. It could be very bad depending on how much, like, what the removal looks like in the set, I should say. So, and how many draw effects there are. Because it will steadily get bigger every turn, but again, if the format's really fast, that's not going to matter. If you play the 4 mana 1/1. Because blue in the past has been able to do a 1 mana 1/1 flyer easily. With additional upside. So we just have to figure it out. You're just playing Arena Cube and your opponent had Grenz. Oh, yeah. Oh, Mark Chalice, yeah. So Grenzo is absolutely stupid card. It has a lot of major players being like, take this out of Arena, please. Nerf it somehow. It's an alchemy card. You can fix it. It is ridiculous. If they get it on 6 or even out earlier, the game is pretty much over unless you have answer for it right away. I am sorry. It is gross. Sorry. But yeah, okay, anyway, moving along. No, you haven't lost any touch. You're good. You're good. Elementalist Adept. 2 mana flash, 2/1 prowess. Okay, we've got prowess again. That's a traditional blue mechanic. I'm glad to see that back. Surveil, prowess, draw a card, put up +1 counter. That's pretty sweet. This was on Nadir Kraken. When this creature enters, return target. So that's Mana War, harkening back to that. This is a lot of really cool nostalgic stuff. I really like it. Yay. 2 mana, 2/1 flash. Not great, obviously, but prowess as well can make this a nice swingy turn. I wish it had flying, but of course that's me getting greedy. I would be fine with it not having flash. Not having flash. If it was a 2 mana 2/1 prowess with flying, that would be super sweet. But there we are. Stunning art, really, really good. As same with all of this. I think this could do more than I'm thinking about, but the 1 toughness really scares me. But this could be really fun for certain decks. I'm excited to see what happens. Okay. This is going to be I think this is probably going to be, because of the 1 toughness, like against a white deck, that'll be super bad. It does trade for a 2-drop, but it's still 2, and you can hold up a counter spell. I'm gonna give it a upper low. I think upper low is fine. I think it's roughly on par with the like 5 mana guide and the savior. They're fine. They're playable, but they're just meh. Not exciting. All right, Erudite Wizard. 3 mana, 2/3. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Okay, so drawing cards, really important. And we're seeing some over here too. That means that, so we've seen like this for a 4 mana for a 3/3 in Brothers War, I think. Yeah, it was definitely Brothers War. It was 3 and a blue for a 3/3 that got a +1/+1 counter whenever you drew your second card each turn, I think. And an earlier version of that is better, in my opinion, because you really want to get something online that starts growing early. The presence of the Big Fin Bouncer makes this card worse. So if you're playing against blue, and you've put all the time and effort into making this bigger and they just bounce it, that's a little rough, because this gets no benefit from coming into play, and 3 mana for a 2/3 is a really bad ROI. It still does have the wizard subtype, which is interesting, again, because you got this Arcane Epiphany and wizards mattering. So, you know, I don't think this is unplayable, but I think it's going to be a mid to upper low pick. So yeah, not completely unplayable. We'll see how it goes. And again, if there's not a lot of removal or not a lot of bounce besides this, then maybe it goes up in the estimation. And if there's a ton of draw. Okay. Fey Bloom Trick. Cool artwork. 3 mana. Create 2 1/1 blue fairy creature tokens with flying. When you do, tap target creature and opponent control. I love it. So it's Twiddle, but you get 2 fairies with it at instant speed for 3. I like it. This card is really good. This card is really good. It's tempo, and it gives you 2 potential blockers, or attackers for the next turn. I really like this card. I think this is a mid to upper mid pick. I think this is a very strong card. I think this is going to be so irritating to play against, especially if there's any counter magic in this, because they could be holding up this, or they could be holding up the counter magic and you don't know which it is. So I think, you know, the big creature decks like green and red are going to have, well, to some extent red, like the Gruul decks in particular, are going to have a huge problem with this thing, because it's, you know, it's not going wide, so it's not going to have a good attack against this sort of thing. I think the white decks are going to hate it too, because a lot of the white decks have like lower toughness and are attacking with a bunch of little things. And if this taps down the one big thing and it can block the, you know, profitably block two little things in a controlling deck, then it's going to be really good too. So I like this card a lot. I think this is good. I like this card. Okay. So this is good card. Yeah, moving on. Okay, Grappling Kraken, or Kraken, whichever way you want to pronounce it. I've always said Kraken, but I've always said a lot of things that are wrong. So there we go. So 6 mana, 5/6. Not a good ROI really, but let's see what we do. Whenever a land you control enters, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. Haven't we had that before at a 3/6? I mean, the stun counter's new. I think we tapped things, but I don't think... Oh, it was when you drew a card. What was it? It was another Kraken. When you drew a card, I think. You could tap something down. You could pay 1 and tap something down, I think. And it was an uncommon. It was like a 3/5 or something. So this is the biggest body we've seen yet at a 5/6. So that's interesting. And again, that landfall is interesting. The turn it comes into play, you're not likely to have a 7th land unless you're in like a green-blue ramp deck, to play with it to tap something down. But that stun counter is really important too. The stun counter will leave the next turn, but that means you're stopping stuff from Tolarian Kraken. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Absolutely. Oh, it was a 4/6. Okay. So not that different. They just upped the power by 1 and they made you pay 1. But this is, oh, you can tap or untap. Yeah, that was an interesting one because you could do it at instant speed. I kind of like this one better than I like this one. The stun counter is important and the extra toughness, power is interesting. But for a control deck, this was always super sweet because you could do this at instant speed during their turn. It did require 1 mana, but like, for example, when you drew a card on your turn, you could untap one of your own creatures, which is really sweet. But if you could draw a card during their turn, you could also tap something down, and stop it from attacking. So this one allows you to stop it from attacking during their turn as well, because again, that stun counter will be removed and it won't untap, so it won't be able to attack. But yeah, I think this is a fine one. I wasn't really impressed with this card. I loved the art. The art is spectacular. Look at that. Stunning. But there were times where it got me. It was just rare. I think there were other better things to do in M21. I think this was a little slow. This one might be better because I don't know, how many more lands are you gonna have after you play this at 6? Like, if you have a ramp deck, maybe. It does make any further land draws live as opposed to completely dead. How do I feel about this? I think this is a mid-end of mid to low-end of mid. No, I think it's a low-end of mid. I think it's a low-end. I think you want like 1 of these in the deck. I don't think you want 2 ever necessarily. Even though they're chonks right now that we've seen, as far as what we've seen. But yeah, this could end up being an upper end of low pick. I think it's lower end of mid. All right. Icewind Elemental, 5 mana, 3/4 flying. When it enters, draw a card and discard a card. So loot with a 3/4 flyer for 5, not bad. It's fine. And it's an elemental. That's another, nostalgic type for blue. That's pretty sweet. Again, it fills up your graveyard a little bit for Threshold in case we see any other Threshold creatures. It's a 3/4 flyer, which is a nice body compared to what we've seen in the white. It will block the Vanguard Seraph pretty well. And the Dazzling Angel, it is a little later, of course, on the curve, but blue flyers often, the bigger ones are definitely around 5. this is a thing, like we've seen the Sphinx, what was it called? From Dominaria, Cloud Reader Sphinx, I think it was. So this reminds me of this one. So this scries to that one loots. And I think the looting is a little bit more powerful when you have Threshold in the thing. And you get to draw a card as well, as opposed to actually just scrying. So I think this is a better card than the Sphinx, just slightly. So Sphinx was good in its format. Dominaria was a very slow format. If this is a slow format, this card will go up in value. Right now I'm going to put it at a upper low, but we'll see where it goes from there. Inspiration from Beyond. Mill 3 cards, then return an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. I don't like it. Do we have anything really... I'm gonna have to see what the reprints are for instants and sorceries. Oh wait, Mill 3... You don't have to... Okay, wait, hold on. I like it better because I misread it first time. I thought that you had to return an instant or sorcery card from those 3 cards. You don't. It's from your graveyard, period, and it has flashback. That's not bad. It also helps enable the Threshold. So I like this best in a blue-black shell because you're likely to be able to get back a removal spell. It is at sorcery speed. That's a little rough, but and you certainly don't want to do this early. Almost never do you want to do this early, because you're not likely to get that much value out of it unless you're a really dedicated instant and sorcery deck. So I'm thinking this is going to be probably an upper low pick. But it could, in certain decks, go as high as middle of the mid if you're really dedicated in instants and sorceries. Like if you have a ton of like elementalist adepts and prowess stuff and a few other stuff like this is like if you return like the Feybloom trick, you might want to, and so that might be middle of the mid at some point. But it'll be later in the picks. I think you'd already want to do that unless you, again, also unless you have like a ton of black removal to get back. Yeah, I'm gonna go with lower mid to upper low still, and just call it that instead of middle mid. Hey kid, how you doing? Mischievous Mystic, 2-mana 2/1 flyer. That's good. Okay, it's a Vaporkin, but it can block things with flying. And then whenever you draw your second card each turn, create a 1/1 blue fairy creature token with flying. Nice. And it's a wizard, so it gets this cheaper. This is a great card. I love this card. That is pretty sweet. Okay. I think I'm gonna label this okay, so again, this will go up or down depending on how many like shocks or other types of things there are in the format. Like we haven't seen a shock type thing yet because we haven't got to red, but there's joust through here that we've seen already. So we're gonna, take that with a grain of salt. But I'm gonna put this in an upper mid. I'm gonna put this in an upper mid just because it's a really useful uncommon early drop in blue. It's a 2/1 flyer. It can start getting in for damage. You can start drawing more cards. Wait, there's a shock and a black shock? Okay, well, this might then go down to like middle of the mid, but it's still a very good opening card to play on turn 2, start getting in. Vaporkin was a pretty strong card in its format, and this can actually block non-flying creatures, which Vaporkin couldn't. It's a relevant creature type with the wizard, and it has upside. So I think this card is pretty darn good, and I think I would take it pretty highly. I think it's a mid pick. It could be upper mid if I have to take a look at the shock and the black shock. If there's both, then it might go down a little bit just because it's so easy to kill. But I think it's for the return on investment, you're okay if they kill it with the shock. Like, it's just so cheap, I don't mind. I think it's still upper mid. I think it's still just a really good, good early card for blue, even in a control deck that's going to draw cards. You're going to sit there and you're going to go sit back and counter and then draw cards and then do the things. Like, I think this is a good card. Refute, 3 mana, counter target spell, draw a card, then discard a card. Okay, so you're looting. If they do that during your turn, that will trigger this. If you do it during their turn, it won't trigger this, but you're still looting and getting something in the graveyard, so that's pretty nice. Again, Mystic into eventually the 5 mana here. This is going to trigger this. So, yeah. Counter target spell and loot makes cancel a little bit better. Obviously, this is just an improved cancel and with better art, in my opinion. I'm sorry, cancel. Here's cancel. That's cool. I like your flames, but I don't like it as much as the burb with weird, cool stuff coming out of its mouth. It says no. It chirps no. It hoots no. Sorry. I just think this is so cool. The use of color is so cool. That's fine, but wait, they have can't. Oh, that's in Foundations too. Well, that's weird. There have been some cool cancel arts, not gonna lie. But this is cool. Okay, so Burb saying no. This is a fine card. 3 mana counter spells I've never been offended by. You can play around them a little bit. But this one also gives you the loot, which is really nice. So it means that some of the card disadvantage of playing counter spells is negated. I still don't think I'm going to take it highly. I think it's still a upper low pick, but it's fine. It might end up yeah, I think it's an upper low pick no matter what. But again, it will in certain circumstances help you to trigger the second card each turn if they play a spell during your turn. Yeah, Valentronix. Yeah, exactly. As opposed to like actual counterspell or the cheaper ones, and we're just like, oh god damn it, like Essence Flux. No, what was it? No, not Essence Flux. Essence Scatter and like Negate. Ugh. It's still a little bit fair because they can only counter certain spells, but like, ugh, counterspell. All right. And as always, like they're doing some stuff like this, draw a card and then discard a card, the looting mechanic. They're doing some stuff to mitigate how bad counterspells are in limited. Counterspells are in limited almost always going to be worse than they are in constructed because they're more expensive. You're playing the more expensive ones, and B, you have to be winning for them to be good, or at least at parity. If you are behind, counterspells are actively bad usually. So again, if you're on the draw, or if you are especially with a fast set, like it can be really rough. If the set's full of bombs that they're going to play late, then you're going to want to run some counter magic. But again, having and the 2 mana like pay an extra 2, those were better. Because at least you could get those out early enough to impact the game early. But again, a 3 mana counter spell when people can see it coming and play around it, for example, without any additional like looting, etc., just not that great. All right. Rune Sealed Wall, 3 mana 06, Defender Surveil 1. Okay, I mean it's an artifact creature and it's a wall. The 6 toughness reminds us of all of those old, like the big 0x always reminds us of the old things, like this is an 08, and we had Living Wall, which was an artifact wall. So this is the 06 that regenerated. This one has an additional ability of if it didn't die when it blocked, you can also surveil. So that's pretty sweet. You can actually just make yourself get closer to that threshold. You can put stuff in the graveyard for the inspiration from beyond. You can fix your draws a little bit. It's pretty good. As far as like a control deck would really love this card. I do want to see whether there are a lot of shatter or artifact destruction type spells or incidentals on creatures that destroy artifacts, because 3 mana for an 06 is fine and it does stop a lot of early aggression, but because it has no power, it's not gonna slow down your opponent that much. The surveil is nice, but we have to take a look at how this is gonna go. It also doesn't have flying. Obviously, best wall is Wall of No. For obvious reasons. You are not getting through this. It's not killing anything either, but you are not getting through this with a creature. You can get around it, but like by going wide, but yeah. So, yeah, Sinister Starfish was one that gave Surveil as well, yeah. It was an 03 though, so it died pretty easily. It didn't block very well. This does block pretty well. So, worth considering. I think this is a low mid to upper low pick, but it could go up in my estimation based on a few different, considerations. We'll see about it. I do like that Surveil there, and I think that it blocks pretty much everything we've seen pretty well. It doesn't have Shroud, so you can pump it if you really want to start having value off of it. That Surveil mechanic does help us with that threshold. I think it's fine. And remember, cards with flashback, you can run in your deck if you have something like this, because you can just Surveil them away for value and pay it later to get, you know, that value out of the graveyard. So, Skyship Buccaneer. And again, this one, the artworks, I've noticed in the artworks, they look like they're from certain sets. Though this looks like it's from Kaladesh or Ether Revolt, right? All on Kaladesh. This looks like Kaldheim. There's like different cards that look like from different places. It's just really sweet. That remind me of this. So this looks like Duskmourn a little bit. This looks like well, it sort of looks like Lorwyn, but it's a little bit more Rebecca Gway, you know, adjacent. So it's really neat. Uncharted Voice is Theros. I see. Got it. Oh, the flavor text says it. Yeah, sorry. It looks like Kaldheim though too. Like the ship looks less Greek and more, but that's just me. I don't actually know that much about that sort of thing. It looks less Greek and more Nordic, Viking, like Norse. Sorry. But yes, okay, so apparently this is Theros. There we go. But yeah, there's some super cool stuff. Like this definitely reminds me of the, you know, Morningtide or Lorwyn era. This could be even Eventide or Shadowmoor. This looks like that Odyssey Judgment Torment block. It's just cool. Sorry. Anyway, there's just really, really neat stuff. So here we have Skyship Buccaneer, 5 mana, 4/3 flyer. When this creature's and so there's the raid ability that we've had in the past. When this creature enters, if you attack this turn, draw a card. That's a nice way to trigger the Mischievous Mystic. This nice way to trigger the Erudite Wizard. It's a nice way to pump the Clinkant. Yeah. That said, 3 toughness on a 5 mana flyer is a risk if there's any Lightning Bolt or -3/-3, like Lightning Bolt in red or -3/-3 in black, like or even like Thunderstrike, whatever the one in a incinerate type effects. That's a little rough. But again, there's a braid. Okay, yeah. So a braid makes this significantly worse. Like a 5 mana investment for something that can be killed by a 2 mana card is a little rough. Like a 2 mana common card is a little rough. If a braid is uncommon, then this gets a little bit better, but so it's still fine. Uncommon Abrade. It's an uncommon Abrade. Okay, so this gets a little bit better then. So this is still good for enabling a lot of your synergies. And again, that's why I especially like this card, this Mischievous Mystic, because it can start getting in and it's going to attack for pretty well, unless they have flyers. And I really like the combo here. This is a nice one. So yeah, this is a decent card. I think this is a mid pickup. Could even be low mid. Again, it depends on like how many things we have that can kill a 3 toughness creature. Fortunately, you're gonna get the value out of it once in theory. if you because it doesn't have to attack for that. If you can attack with something else, as long as you attacked, even the joust through isn't going to stop you from getting at least the card to replace this. If you then attack and they joust through, that does suck again. But joust through is uncommon. And if Abrade is also uncommon, and if most of the other stuff, we'll take a look at the things, but this will go down or up based on exactly how much of that is in the format. But again, you'll get, in theory, you can get, if you get a couple of the flyers to get in, like, with this, or attack somehow, like with an unblockable, for example, like we have with this later once we have Threshold, or if we bounce some stuff and get it out of the way and attack, then you can at least get a card with this to replace it. So I think it's fine. I'm not, like, super excited about it. It's not going to be an upper mid pick, but I think it's going to be a mid pick. Strix Lookout, 2 mana, 1/2 flying vigilance, and you can loot for 2. Okay, all right. It has a its little outfit is adorable. Wise, watchful, fashionable. I see how this is going. Okay, so we've got a pilot Strix, an old pilot Strix. Okay, an Amelia Earhart with goggles pilot Strix. I can get behind that. 2 mana, 1/2 vigilance, not great. But the loot is decent. I think this is going to be an upper low pick. It's still playable, but it's not going to be a priority at all. Uncharted Voyage, 4 mana, Griptide. Target creature's owner puts it on their choice of top or bottom of their library. I never like it when they put it on the top or bottom. I hate giving the opponent that choice. I wish Griptide didn't, like, just put it on the top, right? I do not like giving them the choice to put it on the bottom of their library. I like blanking their next draw. I miss when that was the case. I think Griptide was a sorcery. I feel like Griptide was not a sorcery, but yeah, no, it's an instant. Top of its owner's library. I want that back. I want that back. I know you give me Surveil too, but I do not want to give them the choice. I want to blank their next draw. I want to know what their next draw is. And make sure, like, yeah, sorry, like, I hate putting something that has a good ETB or that I don't want to see again back on top of their library, but I was going to see them anyway. But yeah. So, I mean, it's still what blue does. Blue does put things back usually on top of the library. But unfortunately, this one gives them the choice. But it is instant speed, put it back, Surveil 1. Again, that Surveil's nice. So, as with all of the Griptide effects, recently, they're not going to be a hugely attractive pick early. So again, this is going to be an upper low pick. It can graduate to lower mid if you really don't have any other interaction or tempo. I think almost always you're going to want to be picking this Big Fin Bouncer way before you're going to want this Uncharted. So yeah. Anyway. So I'm quite pleased with the blue in terms of nostalgia here. What did you all think? I know I talked a lot about the white, but what did you all think about the blue? In terms of just, what you remember of recent or older sets and what you feel like in terms of how representative this is of sort of Magic's foundations, the way they constructed blue cards, the way they designed blue cards. Keep in mind, these are all new, even though some are sort of reshelled versions of older cards like we've just seen, right? This is so Griptide, but we just had in oh god, what did we had? Vanish something, Vanish from Sight. So this is the exact same card, except this was non-land permanent, and this is only creature. So this is actually a strictly worse version of Vanish from Sight. In this set, it may not matter as much because enchantments and artifacts may not matter as much as they absolutely do in Duskmourn. But it's worth noting that this is just a strictly worse version of Vanish from Sight. Anyway, it's weird there's no quench. Well, we haven't gotten to the reprints yet. There might still be. This is just the new cards. Even though reshelled and worse. Some of them. It's nice to tone it back a little bit, though. I really hope that we get to, like, really enjoy and dig into this limited format and make lots of decisions. I prefer slightly slower formats where the game's not, like, over by turn 4. And I don't mean, like, I'm dead turn 4. I mean, effectively, I know I can't win the game on turn 4. In limited. I don't like those. You expect it to be fun, Keysox? Yeah, me too. This is gonna be interesting. It's gonna be so cool. Okay, anyway. Sorry, I'm excited to be a little bit that... Oh no, there's Essence Scatters. God damn it. Okay. Anyway, okay, so moving on to black. We have Arbiter of Woe. Whoa. Okay, sorry. 6 mana, 5/4 flying. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card and loses 2 life. You draw a card and gain 2 life. Not bad, especially if you can reanimate it. We'll see how much reanimation is in this set. Because if you reanimate it, you're not casting it, so you don't have to sacrifice the creature, and you're just going to get this lovely ETB effect. We'll also see if there's any flicker again, because again, this card is great to flicker. This card is great to flicker. This card is great to flicker. And we have other ones, obviously lots of ETB stuff. So, but there's some real things that, yeah, this is going to be interesting. You think zombifies in this? Nice. Okay. All right. So there are clearly some reanimation stuff. So this is best to reanimate, but it's still value if you have like a cheap creature that you just can sacrifice. That's a lot of value getting there. It doesn't necessarily impact the board that much. So we've seen a 6 mana in Duskmourn demon, I think it was 7 mana actually, which forced us to sacrifice, but we could sacrifice an enchantment that we'd already used, like a room. And opponent had to sacrifice a non-token creature and an enchantment, which was really lovely. So we've seen something to the similar, and had a slightly better stats, but I think it was 5/5. But again, this set has been toned down again in power a little bit. So at least in the commons and uncommons that I've seen, overall, I think they're just not as cray-cray. So, but this is a good card. I think I would rate it as, like, I don't want more than 1 or... I think there are some decks that want 2 that have, like, a lot of recursion. But I think normally you're going to want 1. So I think it's a lower mid pick, but it could be mid, depending. I think it's a decent card at 6. Especially in this set. Actually, I'm going to go mid with this one. All right. Billowing Shriek Mass. 4 mana, flying, 2/3. When this creature enters, mill 3 cards, and it has Threshold. Okay, so this is a lovely combination with this Cephalid Ink Mage as well. It's a pity that they're both really understated, even with... If there's a lot of reanimation, though, milling 3 cards is pretty good. Even though you only get a 4/4 for 4. Oh, it's flying, though. It's flying, though. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, I like this card. Especially in blue-black. I don't know that I'm going to like it in other stuff as much. Depends on what else has Threshold. And reanimation. Or graveyard synergies. But yeah, I like this card. I think this is a mid pick. I think a 4/4 flyer for 4 is pretty darn good, and any synergies that you have with the graveyard are going to really like that milling 3 cards. Yeah. Nah, it might be a low mid. Yes, I think I'm going to go with mid for now. That could go down. I don't think it goes up, but I think it could go down. But here's another Threshold. So... Yeah, I kind of like that treatment. I'm gonna go with mid on this one. All right, Crypt Feaster, 4 mana, 3/4 menace. Whenever this creature attacks, if there's 7 or more cards in your graveyard, this creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. It's gonna be 5/4 for 4. So with menace, which, you know, again, that's nice. It's got a relevant creature type in theory. I don't know whether zombies are gonna matter in this, but that's pretty nice. Zombie spirit skeleton pirates. Oh my. Okay. So this is an upper low pick to mid low pick. It's still good. It's still fine. It's just not exciting. I'm like, sorry, it's still playable. It's fine. It's not exciting. Yeah, this is definitely, you know, decent with the enabling the Mischievous Mystic and the Erudite Wizard, but and a little bit of the Clinkant Sky Mage. I don't think you want to prioritize these too heavily though, because they don't block very well, and they are an expenditure for a 2/1/2, so it's possible. But the fact that the loot is also 2 mana is a little bit prohibitive. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Gutless Plunderer, 3 mana, 2/2 Death Touch. Skeleton Pirates. Very nice and great art. This is also amazing art. I really like the stylized way this is done. The brushstrokes are really cool. Yeah, that's just really neat. But I also love this particular style. This is so cool. And look at the parrot! All right, sorry. That's a chicken, but yeah. This is so cool. Okay. So Death Touch. Whenever this creature enters, if you attack this turn, look at the top 3 cards of your library. You can put one of those cards back on top of your library, put the rest into your graveyard. So it's another way to fill out the graveyard and make sure that you're drawing what you want to draw. I like this card. I think this is perfectly reasonable. I think it's an because it has Death Touch and 3 mana, and because it has that. It's only when it enters though. It's not every time, which is interesting. And it's better at getting through because of its Death Touch. So more than one of them is more likely to trigger. Interesting. I'm gonna go with upper low for this. There's a small chance that it goes higher. Also, that art is spectacular. Okay, Hungry Ghoul. 2 mana, 2/2 zombie. 1, sacrifice another creature. Put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Okay. That's going to be really lovely in the black-white decks, where, because the white decks are producing tons of little creatures, right? And then this is going to be interesting. But we've had a lot of things like blood. What? Okay, hold on. There's a blood thing. Blood Baron. Sacrifice another creature. It gets +2/+2 until end of turn. There's Malik here. Something or other that does this. There's a lot of stuff that gets +1/+1 or +2/+2 until end of turn. Like the Phyrexian Ghoul. And then there's like so Malakir Cullblade was a +1/+1 when opponent creature died. There's a lot of synergies going in for like sacrifice, put, you know, +1/+1 counters. There's corpse. What's it? 1 mana. Where's my 1 mana, dude? Where? No, it wasn't corpse then. Cadaver? No. Another way of saying dead body. Help. Actually, it probably didn't even have that. It's a 1 mana card. It allows you to, it couldn't block. And it whenever you could sacrifice a creature to put a +1/+1 counter on it. But it was free to do so. You didn't have to pay 1. Carrion Feeder, thank you. Dead thing, eat. So this is, but this doesn't have to pay, and it can't block. So this is the similar idea, but for one more for a 2/2, you do have to pay, but it can block, which is pretty cool. I like this card. I like it again, especially with the white token synergies, wherein you can pay and sacrifice a no longer relevant 1/1 and make sure that your creature is getting big enough. This makes combat pretty painful too when in a go wide deck. So I like this card. I think this is pretty good. I think this is probably an upper low to lower mid pick. It probably gets to be the lower mid, just because of that. But again, because you have to pay, it's a little bit, you know, I think it's just a decent 2-drop, a really decent 2-drop. There was another one in, I want to say Throne that did something similar. You could sacrifice an artifact or creature. It was a noble. And you had to pay. Hold on. It was from Throne. It was black. Yeah, Malevolent Noble, but you had to pay 2, but you could also sack an artifact. So yeah, there's been a lot that goes of history that goes into this card. It's a sort of a mix of a bunch of different ones, like halfway between certain different ones. It is a zombie, so we'll see if that's a relevant creature type. But yeah, quite a decent 2-drop. Bear with upside, but zombie with upside. Okay, Infernal Vessel. 3 mana, 2/1. When this creature dies, if it wasn't a demon... Whoa. Well, that's dumb. Okay, so effectively for 3 mana, you get a 2/1 into a 4/3? Nice. No, it's 2+1+1. It's not Undying. Yeah, Undying +2, yeah. That feels worth it, especially in a more controlling deck. I like this also because you can sacrifice it for value. You can block, sack it here to put a +1/+1 counter on this and then just get it back. That's pretty sweet. And if we have anything with Morbid or anything like that later on, that's gonna be cool because things dying trigger that. But I like this card. I think this is a mid pick. Okay. I think in certain decks it can be upper mid. I like this card. Okay. And people also just don't want to trade with it, and yeah, it's nice. Infestation Sage, 1 mana 1/1 elf warlock. These dark elves, we got them. And look at the flies. Wow. When this creature dies, create a 1/1 black and green insect creature token with flying. Okay, so this is Doomed Traveler, but in a new color. So when it dies, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. Now you get an insect, black and green. So this is also really good in decks that have that need things to sacrifice. This is a great thing to sacrifice to your Arbiter of Woe. I doubt that it will necessarily still be in play when you have your Arbiter of Woe, but there you go. It's just a nice early blocker to stave off really, really early aggression, and it just replaces itself. It's also nice if they have anything in here like a Bone Splinters. A Bone Splinters loves this card. So you just sacrifice this, do a Bone Splinters, kill their big creature, and then get a 1/1 black and green insect creature token with flying. It upgrades itself when it sacks, so that's pretty nice. So I like this card. It's not a super high pick. It's just like an upper an upper low pick, but it's still just really quite a serviceable card, especially if they're going to be those types of synergies. All right, Midnight Snack. 3 mana enchantment. That is a very comical bit of artwork. Also, the frosting on that is like rainbow sheened. Interesting. At the beginning of your end step, if you attack this turn, create a food token. So every time you attack, you create a food token. Okay. 2 and a black, sacrifice an enchantment. Target opponent loses X life, where X is the amount of life you gain this turn. So it's like a little Sorin. Sort of. Like, you have to attack, you start getting food tokens, and eventually you can sacrifice the food tokens and pay 3, and then try and kill your opponent. I suspect this could go very poorly for your opponent depending on how much life gain synergies you have. Because again, creating a food token for free every turn just through attacking is really nice for the black-white life gain. Just that food token. And then later on, if you have an excess of food tokens stacked up and you have a ton of mana, you can sacrifice the food and then kill them like you would with the little mythic Sorin from MH3. So it's an interesting one to me. I think this one's actually pretty good in the life. Like I said, the life gain deck, I think, really would like this card. I think it reads pretty decent to me. It's more of a like synergy card than it is good on its own necessarily, but it's fine. Because it sits on the board and it just keeps creating food if you can attack. As long as you're aggressive. I mean, I think even like the Rakdos deck would want this too. Like, as long as you're aggressive, it just keeps creating food. So those are artifacts that if we have any artifact synergies, sacking, right? That's good. If we have anything like, and then later you just do the final points of damage that you couldn't do with your creatures via the sacrificing the enchantment and the food. So I think it has some usefulness into something other than the life gain deck. I just think it's at its best in the life gain deck. So I think black white really wants this, and other things will want it less. I don't think it's possible that like a blue black flyers deck will want it again, just to do the final points of damage after you're getting in with the flyers and guaranteeing yourself a food every turn. That can change the tempo of the game, because you can start gaining 3 by paying 2 while still getting in with the flyers to offset the damage on the swing back, because the flyers are, statistically they're going to be less powerful usually than the creatures on the ground, because again, you're paying for the premium of flying ability. So yeah, there are ways to use this in other decks, but I think it will be at its best, of course, in the life gain deck. So I'm gonna put this at a mid pick, and I think it's gonna be going to like upper mid if you're in the life gain deck. I think this is a good card for that. Okay. Mid to low mid, but if you're in the life gain deck, I think it's going to go upper mid. So Revenge of the Rats. Love the artwork. That's fantastic. 4 mana, I can count. 2 and 2 black. Create a tapped 1/1 black rat creature token for each creature card in your graveyard. Spider ratting. Okay, so spider spawning but small. Okay. And it has flashback. Okay, so this is another reason. So this makes this even better as well. So I think this is moving up. I think this is possibly, possibly moves up to high mid pick, because that mill 3 is really good with, like, I'm starting to see enough threshold. I'm starting to see enough flashback. And I'm starting to see enough raid, because again, this has flying, it has evasion, that's important. So I think this is gonna go up to an upper mid pick. With seeing this new card here, the Revenge of the Rats. I like this card. I think this is really fun. You only want to play it late game, but you can get value out of it out of the graveyard. If you mill it, that's totally fine. And yes, it's not the important thing to remember though is that even though it's 4 mana, which is cheaper than spider spawning, they aren't spiders. Spiders are extremely good at blocking. 1/2s, the difference between a bunch of 1/1s blocking and a bunch of 1/2 blocking is with reach is huge. So this is no spider spawning. I'm sorry, rats. I think in a constructed rat deck though, like with the ash coat, this would be amazing for commander. I think it should go in that deck. But I don't think it's I don't know that it's going to impact the games quite as strongly as spider spawning does, even though spider spawning is 5 mana. It's spider spawning is 1 more mana, and I just feel like it's the spiders are just so much more powerful, even though the flashback cost is the same here. So again, effectively overall, if you're doing it twice, you're spending way more mana on the spider spawning. But yeah, I really think this isn't quite spider spawning. I think they might have learned their lesson about spider spawning. But anyway, it's a good card. I like it. I think it can close out some games by just going wide enough once all of your creatures are in the graveyard and things are being killed, and you're just like, I have 10 1/1 rats. And deal with it. They are tapped, remember, so they're not going to block that first turn. The spider spawning does not put them into play tapped, notably. So, really important to remember that this is not as good as spider spawning. I'm going to put this on a, because it is really a lower, usually a lower, it's not going to be really good if you get it early. I think this is probably going to be a lower mid pick. I don't think it's going to make it to mid or upper, but I could be wrong. We'll see how this goes. Yeah, I'm not sure. But again, it getting milled is super nice. Because again, that means that you'll probably just flash it back when it's of perfect use and it won't be sitting in your hand. So the more of these you have, the more I think this goes up in worth. So that's why I think this is a better card, and I would like to rate it that more highly. Okay. Okay. So, Sanguine Siphoner, 2 mana, 1/3. Whenever this creature attacks, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Okay. That in the life gain deck is very decent. We've seen that before with the lizard in so in the rats deck. So it was the in Bloomburrow. It was black 1/3. Oh god, I'm gonna get a metric ton of lizards. No, I'm not. Was it not a lizard? Help. Why are none of the Bloomburrow lizards on here? Oh, maybe it's because it's the name. It's supposed to be the name. Ah, got it. Okay, so I'd have to go to the advanced search. Got it. Text. No, card type. Type line. Lizard. Go. There it is. Agate Blade Assassin. 1/3. Whenever it attacks, defending player loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So that's the same as this. This is a vampire, which is another cool type that we've seen that Black has always had since Sanger Vampire. So it is pretty neat. So the losing 1 life and gaining 1 life is going to be relevant because again, that life gain deck really loves that, and Ajani's Pridemate would, be thrilled for you to attack with this a couple times. It's a decent blocker. It's not going to be a high pick. It's an upper low pick to mid. Yeah, it's an upper low pick. Not unplayable. Seeker's Folly. 3 mana. Choose 1. Target opponent discards 2 cards. Creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 until end of turn. Okay, so normally Mind Rot, I don't really like running in limited unless it's sealed and I'm on the draw. But Mind Rot, that can be something else. Creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 until end of turn. This is huge, and here's why it's even more huge now. Okay? This, creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 until end of turn. We've seen a lot of 1 toughness. We've seen a lot of tokens. We've seen a lot of cards with 1 toughness. This is a very good card for this particular set. But not only that, this particular card makes the new combat rule really, really good. Remember, you can divide the damage amongst the blockers as you choose. You do not have to kill the first one in order to do damage to the second. So remember this card, and let's go back up to the white. And let's use that example that we were doing earlier. Well, no, can't quite. Okay. All right, let's say I need 2/2/2 set. Oh yeah. Okay, so let's say Armasaur Guide attacks into Cat Collector and Dauntless Veteran. These two block the Armasaur Guide. Okay? If nothing happens, it eats both of them and they kill it. Right? Does that make sense? But if they put a +1/+1 counter on the Dauntless Veteran, for example, this can only kill one of them. It gets to choose now. But let's say that they put Fleeting Flight on this. You choose one to kill. But you can still kill the other one with a -1/-1. But let's say now that you have 2/2/3s blocking this. Right? You can do 2 to this and 2 to this. And then that -1/-1 takes care of both of them. You don't have to do 3 to this and 1 to this. Or vice versa. So the new combat rule means that this -1/-1 card is so good because you're assigning the damage as you choose amongst the multi-blockers. So they can block a 4/4 with 2 3/3s, and you can Seeker's Folly post-combat and kill both. That would not have been possible under the current rules of how combat works, of ordering blockers and having to do lethal to the first before you can do damage to the second. So this card is much stronger now. So I would actually pretty highly pick this card. In a slower format, cards matter more. So discarding 2 cards is going to be relevant. This looks like a slower format than we've had for the past 4 sets. Discarding cards is going to be relevant. And that second line is going to be extremely relevant. Not only does it already look good because you have the 1 toughness on a lot of things and a lot of tokens, but you also can assign damage as you wish. So this is huge. I really like this card in this format. I wish I didn't. I think this is going to make me miserable a lot of the time because I'm going to line up what I think are great blocks for me, and they're going to be like, all your creatures are dead. So this is a mind rot. Normally, again, I only like it when I'm, on the draw in a sealed or on the draw in a pretty slow format in draft. But again, this looks pretty good. So I also am a fan of the art, so that's a bonus. That's pretty neat. He lost his second favorite helmet while he was searching. While he was searching for his favorite helmet. I love it. Okay, so let me drink so I stop getting quite so excited. Okay. Whew. All right, so here we go. So yeah, I'm gonna call this a mid pick. It could graduate to upper mid at some point. I don't know. It depends on exactly how slow the format is. But like, I'm gonna call this a mid. It could even move down to lower mid. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna call mid for now because I'm really excited about this card with the new rules. Okay. Soul Shackled Zombie. 4 mana 4/2. Statistically not a great, not a great card, but let's look what it does. When it enters, exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. If at least 1 creature card was exiled... What? Oh, sorry. Exile up to 2 target cards. I'm sorry, it was like creature cards. At least 1 creature card? Okay, anyway. Sorry about that. Okay. So when this creature enters, exile up to 2 target cards, any cards, from a single graveyard. If at least 1 creature card was exiled this way, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. This card hits 2 cards because there are graveyard synergies that we've seen. We've seen a bunch of flashback. We've seen a bunch of threshold. We've seen, somebody has said that there is recursion for, like, for example, to bring this back. So I think this is actually a fine, useful card. Exiling 2 cards can be the difference between them getting threshold easily again and not. Because often they can cast a spell, but maybe not 2 spells a turn to put stuff in the graveyard to get back to threshold. I think this is a usable, playable card because it has that ability and includes the lose 2 life and you gain 2 life. Now, this is harkening back to a card from Midnight. No, it was Crimson Vow. It was a zombie bear, I think. Maybe not. No. It was a... No, yeah, it was a black bear. Hold on. No. I'm thinking of a 4-drop in Midnight Hunter Vow that was 2/3 that took cards from a graveyard and drained opponent for 2, just like this. Hold on. Colors black, mana cost, wait, what does it want me to do? Okay, so 3, yeah, 2/3 Death Touch, yeah, that's the one. Okay. Common. Midnight Hunt, or I think it was Crimson Vow. Yeah. Diagraph Scavenger. That's the one. It was a zombie bear. What the F? No zombie bears my butt. Okay, sorry. I was told not to swear for this. I apologize. Not to swear overly much. But there has been a study that suggests that swearing helps increase your pain tolerance. And so this is why I don't suffer as much when I get hit by Overlord of the Mistlord, Overlord of the Mistmoors in draft quite so frequently. This is why I can handle that. Anyway, Diagraph Scavenger does basically the same thing as this Soul Shackled Zombie, but instead of being a 2/3 with Death Touch, it's a 4/2, which is a lot less exciting. Usually. I think the 2/3 with Death Touch was quite nice, but exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard was really nice. This is 1 target card, and if a creature exiles, you do this, but this is 2 cards, which I think is more important with the threshold, and with a lot of the flashback and stuffs. So I think this is still playable. I think it's a mid to upper low, but we still need to see if zombie is a relevant creature type, but we'll see how that goes. So all right, Stab. Okay, so this is Disfigure. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. First printed in Zendikar. This was the art, which is pretty spectacular. I don't like looking at it that much, but I acknowledge that this is stunning art. But that's what Stab is. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. Instant speed. That is very good. It's a lovely trick. This is a pretty good card. I think this is going to be a lower mid pick to mid pick. It depends. Again, this helps you win combat a little bit better, especially even with these combat rules. Yeah, I like it. It's always going to be good. Disfigure was a great card, and still is. Okay. Tragic Banshee. 5 mana for a 5/3 morbid. When this creature enters, it's a tragic slip on a stick. Tragic Banshee. Okay. So here's Tragic Slip. This is the callback here. Target creature gets -1, -1 end of turn, but morbid. If a creature died this turn, that creature instead gets -13. 13, my lucky number. And same with this. So I love this card. I think this is a good card. It's 5 mana for a 5/3. Again, the 4/2s and the 5/3s, they trade down often, so it's not the best. But this one has a removal on a stick. Something has to die though first. So again, you're gonna probably play it post combat, or you'll do another sacrifice effect and do something. Ooh, sacrifice. Okay. Sorry. You can use these to help each other. Anyway. I like this card. I think it is a mid pick. Could be upper mid at some point. I'm not sure. I think probably it might make it to upper mid. The problem is the casting cost, and so you don't want that many of them. But they do have to be blocked. So oftentimes, have to be blocked. They're pretty powerful, so that encourages blocking. So playing the first one into the second one is pretty cool. But I don't think you're going to want more than 2 because they're 5. So again, that's going to make them sort of mid picks instead of, upper mid necessarily. So the website that I'm using to look at these is called Scryfall.com. And it is I'm not sponsored by them. They are a nice way of looking up stuff. You can do the same on any purchasing place, like Card Kingdom or things like that. Also not sponsored by any of these. But just if you're looking up cards, those are places to do it. Gatherer is the general accepted place to do it as well. This is the official place, and I recommend this one if you're really wanting to do a super advanced search. It can be really, really sweet. You can add the criterion search. But yeah. I happen to like the sort of the way this is laid out. Better overall. Sorry, Gatherer. The card gallery on WotC is a bit packed, yeah. Maybe we can give feedback to them and they'll make it better. Would be super sweet. But yeah, this is Gatherer. And you can also search there. So like, for example, if I want, let's go for color, and black. Type instant. And then let's say text, -13. Search. We've got a few. It's a lovely tradition. So we've got Tragic Slip, Tragic Fall, Olivia's Midnight Ambush, and Bleed Dry. So you can see all sorts of things. And then if you click into them, you can actually see, the cool part of this is you can see the Oracle text and the printed text together, and you can see any rulings. These are really useful. These are super useful because they show you that, other people may have had trouble with this card figuring out exactly what's happening, right? So this had a ruling in 2021 where people were wondering, okay, if its effect causes the creature to be exiled at any time it would die that turn, not just if it would die as a result of having toughness 0 or less, right? So they had an issue, figuring that out at one point, and the rulings were written down. I really like the Oracle and the ruling stuff on the Gathering. So you can also rate the card and talk about what you think about it. There are no comments yet for this one. So let's say greater than 5 stars. Let's do greater than 1 star. Show. No comments yet. Yeah. Oh, they turned off comments? Were people talking about Nadu too much? Oh man. But anyway, the rulings are really cool. I still like the rulings. Because they help me understand the card. I forget which card it was recently, but the I had, questions about how, certain things would resolve with it or interact with it, and the rulings really helped. So I do appreciate that. I'm also not sponsored by Wizards, even though we are an ambassador. Wizards is going to send me product for Foundations at some point, and I'll actually have paper product that I can make content with, which I'm really excited about. And I do plan on going to a local game store and giving stuff away, so that's gonna be really fun. But otherwise not sponsored. So not a partner, just an ambassador. Yeah, they're pulled for Gathering, right? Gather is the original source, yeah. So I like both. So anyway, sorry. Moving along to Vampire Gourmand. Gourmand! 2 mana, 2/2. Whenever this creature attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, draw a card, and this creature can't be blocked this turn. I think this card is wonderful. I have some constructed things I want to do with this. But this is a super cool card to follow the Infestation Sage up with, right? Or follow the Infernal Vessel up. You can draw a card, get some value, and like upgrade this creature, and draw a card. This can't be blocked. Get in for damage. And then, for example, play the Tragic Banshee, and then, yeah. I like this. It's a good way for enabling this sacrifice and morbid synergies. And to get in for damage and to make use of useless creatures. Replace them with a card. This is going to be really good in the black-white tokens deck. I really like this card. I think this is going to be an upper mid pick. I like this card. It's a really good bear. It's a really good early early drop, and it's just nice. I like this thing. This is pretty sweet. I think this is an upper mid pick. This is, yeah, like it. Also excellent art. Like I haven't seen a bit of actually there was like 1 or 2 artworks that I wasn't a huge fan of, but yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this one either. Like I like the angle, but the color, yeah. Anyway, sorry. Yeah. Anyway, he asked me if I wanted to come in for a bite to eat. Who am I to turn down a stranger's kindness? Exactly. Freaking vampires. Okay. All right. So, Vampire Soul Caller. 5 mana, 3/2 flying, can't block. When this creature enters, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, so it's a Raise Dead on a 3/2 flying body with a vampire creature type. I noticed, by the way, so far, and I'm going to take a look at this for a second, but yeah, so it's a flying Gravedigger, but can't block for 5. I prefer Gravedigger because Gravedigger can at least block, and it's 1 mana cheaper. But maybe the vampires will be a relevant thing. I think this is going to be an upper-low pick. It's still workable, but not exciting. That's my initial impression. A 3/2 flyer for 5 is not awful, but a 3/2 flyer for 5 that can't block, and yeah. Because a Raise Dead effect is 1 mana, remember? Like, Raise Dead originally... so this is a 1 mana effect. So, yeah. Like, if vampire were a super relevant creature type, maybe. But maybe not. So, this looks like a vampire from Ixalan, the way it's drawn. Looks like Conquistador themed. So yeah. Brouhaha, welcome! Welcome, Brouhaha. How are you doing? How was your stream? I hope it was lovely. Hope it was super good. But yes. Oh, so you're saying the black tribal theme is zombies. Interesting. So let's look at this one, and then I want to say what I was going to say before about, like, having gotten to the end of the new things. Mono Black Brawl? Ooh, who was your commander? Tell me! Valgavoth. Wait, really? Is there something that lets you take it from your command zone into your graveyard? Or are you like running a ramp black deck? What's happening there? Oh my god, I'm so curious. Dang. Isaiah, welcome. Howdy. How's your stream? I hope it was good. We're just talking. Brouhaha just came in and raided us and told us that they're playing. Like mono black gross stuff with Valgavoth as the commander, and I'm trying to figure out how that works. A lot of removal and ramp. Okay, that makes sense. 7 hours of cube. Nice, Isaiah. Very nice. We're in the middle of the new cards of Foundations. We're looking at all of it and the synergies for everybody to understand for their pre-release on this weekend. That's gonna be really cool. I'm out of tea again. I'm not sure how long my voice will last. We'll see. But we're definitely gonna get through all of the new cards. We might do all the reprints tomorrow. But yes, so Valgavoth, sorry. I'm still reeling over that. All right. Vengeful Blood Witch is our last black card before I make my point about that. I'm going to double check, but Vengeful Blood Witch says 2 mana for a 1/1. Whenever this creature or another creature you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. That is also a creature. Death Render? No, that's the sword. Death Greeter. That's this creature is well, no. It's not. You can gain a life. Okay, so this is also... Okay, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Okay, so this is the opposite. This is the opposite of the Phyrexian white creature. 1 and a white that, yeah, drains and gains love. Gains life for that. Hold on, gains love. I love love. Okay, anyway. Advanced. We want, gain 1, and we want... white, and we want 1 Phyrexian. Can I say P? I don't even know. I think it was P, but it might have just been white. Search with these options. Let's see what it comes up with. Oh lord. Okay, that's not gonna work. It was not Phyrexian. Okay, so it's gonna be white. So we do this, and then search with these options, and then find our little dude. Oh god, this is also going to be huge. I gotta go back and put creature in. It was common. It was a creature. Oh, come on. What did I do? All right. Creature. Suture Priest. Thank you. Ah, oh, thank goodness. Okay. I run it in a deck. Thank you. Okay, yeah. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you may gain 1 life. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your opponent's control, you may have that player lose 1 life. 1 and a white for 1/1. This is this card, but the opposite in black. So this was only another for the creature enters the battlefield. So you didn't gain a life for this entering the battlefield, whereas whenever this creature or another creature you control dies, so you will drain them here if this dies. So this is only you control, so it's not a Blood Artist. It's more like a Zulaport Cutthroat for that effect. Whenever it or another creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So it's the same thing. Never mind, it's actually a Zulaport Cutthroat. Target opponent versus each opponent. You're correct. Absolutely. So yeah, so okay. All right. Suture Priest still awesome. In other words. So you can have them lose life, right, when they enter and do that. I like this card was so much fun. And the artwork, despite not wanting to look at it for long, is also cool. Yeah, you'll need to target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Sometimes when there's only 1 opponent on Arena, sometimes they still make you select it. That is true. So this is a really good card for the lifelink deck. Really good. And it's also decent in here because we've seen some sacrifice synergy stuff. So I think that this is going to be probably a and it's also good in the token deck because you have like the black-white tokens, so because you have lots of cards dying pretty easily. So I think I'm gonna go with I think this is a middle of the mid pick. I don't think it makes it to high, but I think it's middle of the mid pick. It has a lot of synergies with a lot of decks, but again, it's pretty easy to kill. We've got this card in the format. So we'll see what happens with it there. Incoming ad break in 25 seconds. Thank you so much for sitting through it. I really appreciate it. It's the only reason we have a stream. And feel free to miss the ads by subscribing for free with Prime or with actual monies, or go. There's so many other good streamers on, so feel free to like step away. I'd love to see you back, but that's okay. But yes, so what I've noticed right now though is that we haven't had something to the same degree. So far we've had a pattern. We've had a 5-mana spell that gets cheaper for wizards in blue. We've had a 5-mana cheap spell that gets cheaper for cats in white. But we have not had the same thing in black. Unless I missed it. Did anybody see it? Like, I have not seen it. These are all the new cards, and I haven't seen it. So maybe it's in the reprints? I don't know. But that was a cycle that oh, it's not a cycle. That's so weird. Like, why? Like, it looked like a cycle. Anyway, so it's not a cycle, so we haven't seen it in the black. There we are, but I was wondering. So, okay. So far, the cards I'm most excited about in black are the Gourmand, the Stab, the Infernal Vessel, the Shriek Mass. I love this for certain decks. Again, remember, we discussed those synergies. So, yeah, anyway. And remember that this is not spider spawning. It is nowhere near the power level of that card. Okay. And wouldn't it be interesting? Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, sorry. It would be really cool if this said creatures you or your opponent, like creatures you control get -1/-1 until end of turn, or choose another one. Creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 until end of turn. Because with this Blood Witch and the number of 1/1s and tokens, you could kill them. Like, it'd be nice if this had that option because this Blood Witch is in the format. Just saying. Like, you know how much I love this card still, but like, because of the new combat rule. But wouldn't that be cool if you had a third option? Because this Blood Witch is in the format. I feel like this is a missed opportunity. Yeah, probably a lot of, like, a third thing to choose is me. But yeah. Anyway, I feel like it's a missed opportunity because, like, that wouldn't make this card, that much better. Yes, there is a new combat rule. We went into it at the beginning. I'm happy to go into it again because I think it's really important for everybody to understand before they go to their pre-releases. So, basically, this is going to impact you when you are attacking and blocked by multiple creatures. So let's say, let's go to the top again and do it with the white cards. That was pretty easy to do. Let's say that this Armasaur guide, this 4/4 was attacking. Let's just call it a 4/4, ignore all its other abilities. And let's say it was attacking and it was blocked by Cat Collector here and Dauntless Veteran. If literally nothing happens, both of these cards die and this dies as well. If literally nothing happens. And that's the way it's the same as previous. But under current rules, before Foundations comes out, when Guide is blocked by both of these creatures, the attacker, the person controlling Guide, has to choose one of these to be first in order. Right? So I'm going to choose to have this first and this second, and I'm going to do damage to this first and this second. And I have to do lethal damage to this before I can assign any damage to that. I could choose to do all 4 damage to this and none to that, certainly. But I cannot choose to do all the damage to this and none to this, because this was ordered first. Okay? What this means is that if somebody plays Fleeting Flight on this Dauntless Veteran, right? If somebody then plays, then you both get a chance to play combat tricks, right? If somebody plays Fleeting Flight on this Dauntless Veteran, the way combat works now, right? If this was ordered first, this Armasaur guide is going to kill the cat collector. Sorry, kitty. And not kill the veteran. Okay? That's the way combat works right now, right? If I gave this +2/+2, it would kill the cat collector and not the Dauntless Veteran, because this was ordered first. That's how combat damage works now. If I played +2/+2 and Indestructible, the Adamant Will that's in this set, draftable, this would be 5/4 Indestructible, would kill this, and both of these would live. Okay? Again, also, if I play Adamant Will targeting this and they kill it in response, I'll lose my Adamant Will because it no longer has a legal target. This will die because they killed it. Armasaur Guide will then eat the veteran. So it'll be like a 3-for-1. Right? Current rules. Now, let's look at the next rule. The next rule, the coming rule with Foundations is that you do not order the blockers. It does not matter whether this is first or second. They are just blocking it, and you may assign damage, once you're assigning damage, any way you choose. If you want to go 1 damage to this and 1 damage to this, because you like, and 4 damage to this, you can. Even if they put the Fleeting Flight here, you can choose which one you want to kill. So Armasaur Guide goes and hits Cat Collector and Dauntless Veteran, but if they Fleeting Flight this, you can choose whether you want to kill Cat Collector or Dauntless Veteran. You can assign 3 damage to this and 1 damage to this, for example. Same thing here. Let's look if Felidar Savior, a 2/3, and Dazzling Angel, a 2/3, block this Armasaur Guide under the new rules. So Armasaur Guide can do 3 damage to this and 1 damage to this, or it can do 3 damage to this and 1 damage to this, however it wants. It could also do 2 damage to Dazzling Angel and 2 damage to Felidar Savior, which makes this card a hell of a follow-up. Because we can kill both with this card following it up. So the new rule is you do not order the blockers. You do not have to assign lethal damage to one blocker before you assign damage to the other. You would assign damage as you choose. It's kind of like banding. So it puts a lot of power in the hands of the attacker. It nerfs the combat tricks quite a bit. Because as you saw, whereas before you could play a combat trick and save all your creatures, now, even if you play a combat trick that gets this out of range of being killed, they can still kill that. So that's how combat now works. Okay. Hope that's helpful. Because you really do need to know that before you go to... I believe the pre-release is also going to follow these new combat rules. I'm not certain. I tried to look it up. I'm not certain whether it will. I assume it does. I don't like nerfing combat tricks. They're fun to play, and I think they make the game more interesting. I feel like attackers already had a huge advantage because you get blown out by double blocking already. Yeah, the original design from like way long ago. So damage was on the stack for a while. Before damage was on the stack was like in the time of Chandalar. before damage was on the stack, they had that, you know, going on there, but then also damage hit the stack, and then at M10, it stopped hitting the stack, and we had this rule. So, like, it's been this way for a while, and I think a lot of Magic cards have been designed with that in mind, and so I don't know how this is going to affect that necessarily, but I do know that it nerfs, it puts, I mean, I feel like attackers already had a huge advantage if you're double blocking, and I don't think that had to be, yeah, I don't think that had to be fixed, so to speak. It feels like part of the game now that I really appreciate, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, so getting into the red now. These are all the new cards for this set. Not that. And it's only commons and uncommons that we're doing today. We'll be doing the reprints tomorrow. So yeah. So Battle Song Berserker, 4 mana for a 3/4, not great. Okay. We've seen 4/4s in red for 4. They usually have some sort of drawback, but like, meh. All right, whenever you attack. Okay, but it's got whenever you attack. We're good with that. We're good with that. We've seen that be really good. All right, so that's fine because it's gonna give a +1/+0. So you are effectively, in fact, getting 4, 4/4 to some degree with this card because on the turn you play it, you'll get this advantage. So as long as you have another creature, which frankly in red, hopefully you do. If you don't, that's really sad. So yeah, so this is, it's not Most Valuable Slayer. First Strike is entirely different from Menace and +1/+0. Menace is harder, it makes it harder to block, but First Strike made it almost impossible to block profitably. There's a big difference between Menace and First Strike. You know, this is still good. It's still evasion. It's still good. I'm not saying this is a bad card in any way. This is actually a mid pick to upper mid pick, but it's not. Most Valuable Slayer, I think, is actually just slightly better than this. So it's also a 3/4 instead of a 2/4. Yeah, but okay. There's so many combats that that Most Valuable Slayer won that this won't win. Because there were so many times where they would have to double block, but the double block would mean that you could kill the first thing and not have to worry about the second killing your thing. So, yeah. Most Valuable Slayer sucked as a blocker and you love to block. Even now with this new change? Sorry. I just feel like you know, the new change makes blocking a lot harder. And so I feel like it's like two ships passing in the night now, just bashing each other in a race to some degree. We'll see how it goes. But anyway, I like this card. It's good. It's not Most Valuable Slayer. I think it's actually not as good. It's good, but I don't think it's quite the same level because I do think the difference between Menace and First Strike is kind of big. And I think you can see that from the fact that they're nerfing First Strike in a lot of places. So you'll notice that 3/3 Knight doesn't have First Strike. It only has First Strike on your turn. So yeah. It should have definitely been buff. It should have been buff. Okay, anyway, sorry. A blonde cheerleader from Sunnydale would have been great. Now, okay. So this is a good card to take it. I'm not trying to say this is a bad card. This is a very good card. I just think that if you'll be surprised at how valuable First Strike is as opposed to Menace. Although again, double blocking in this is, because of the change is pretty painful. So we'll see. This may be better now than MVS. But yes, good stuff. We'll see if human or berserker is a relevant creature type. I doubt it, but again, human berserker is a huge thing. So let's say 4 mana Balduvian, right? Horde. Yeah. We've come away. But yeah, Menace is getting much better now that double blocking is so bad, especially because combat tricks have been nerfed in this way. So yeah. So this is a mid to high mid pick. Middle of the mid to high mid. It's a good card. Yeah, this card was like $10 at one point at least. Now it's something else. On the secondary market there. It was just a good card. It was printed in the Garfield versus Finkel decks. One of them played that. The other played I want to say Lurgoyf. But yeah, it was fun. All right, Bolt Wave, 3 damage to each opponent. Interesting. So it's a lava spike. Huh. Was this errated to say Planeswalker? Yes, it was errated. This is the original. This is the original. Deals 3 damage to target player. And a Sorcery Arcane. This was a cool one because you could splice it onto the something else, or splice something else onto it, or do that. This was a cool card, and it was for burn decks. And yeah, okay. So Bolt Wave is that, but it's to each opponent, so it has potential in Commander. So it's 3 damage for 1 to an opponent. I don't know that that's worth a card in Limited. I would much rather kill a creature in Limited and make sure that I get in with my creatures or other spells. If you get a ton of these, maybe, but I don't see this as being a really impactful thing. 3 damage, even for 1. Like, I need to be able to kill creatures too. Is there a non-combat damage matters? I don't know. Again, first look for me, just like you. So this is just me encountering this. It's uncommon as well, so you're not going to get that many of them. I think this is probably a middle of the low to unplayable. I am sorry. I'm sure I'm going to die to it at some point because you just don't want to get below 3 against red anyway. To 3 or below. But I don't think this card is good in Limited. I'm trying to think of what could make me take that back. Sorcery speed, 1 mana to only to opponents. Yeah, I don't think I like this one. So I'm gonna call this pretty much unplayable. And probably eat my words at some point. We'll see. Bulk up, 2 mana, double target creature's power until end of turn. And it has flashback. Okay, so there are some cards that are going to mill you and you can still get value out of this late game. And it can be a threat that forces them to make painful blocks, etc. No, I think we do have, like, we've seen one prowess thing already in the new cards. I don't even think that makes this playable. Because again, sorcery speed, and yeah, it can't even be used as a combat trick for prowess creatures. So I just don't see that being playable. It doesn't replace itself. It doesn't do things. It doesn't go back. It doesn't do creatures with planeswalkers or anything. Like, it doesn't scry. Like, if it's scryed, maybe. All right. So this one I like. This is a good combat trick. I think this is really nice to just get in the final points of damage, or make something that wasn't a threat into a big threat, especially since you get an extra use out of it with flashback, and especially since there's a lot of things that mill, and therefore you can get value out of it later. Again, the flashback cards make this card, go from absolutely unplayable to quite playable. So keep this in mind when you're reliant on your threshold and your flashback. Okay. Courageous Goblin, 2 mana. Yeah, what he said. God, I love magic. 2/2. Whenever this creature attacks while you control a creature with power 4 or greater, this creature gets +1/+0 and gains menace until end of turn. So it's a bear/goblin. for 2, but it can be bigger if you have something bigger next to it. As usual, goblins have a tradition of being both reckless and cowardly, impetuous and timid at the same time, which is wonderful. That's the dichotomy of goblins in this mythos, and it's pretty cool. We love our gobos in Magic. It's so good. I don't think this is a high pick. I'm sorry. I think it can be decent, but it's not like if this were like a 1-mana 1/1 that got +2/+0 in Menace when you had this, I think it'd actually be better. I think it would go up in the picking order, but I'm gonna go with probably an upper low pick here. It's still fine because again, it's an early drop and it can have with upside. It's a bear with upside, which is still fine. We'll see whether Goblin also is a kindred or typal synergy that we need to look out for, and that will make it go up in estimation as well. But I'm still gonna go with upper low as just like usable. It's completely playable. It's just not exciting. Crackling Cyclops. So does this have anything about being blocked by 2 creatures? Interesting. 3-mana 0/4. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, gets +2. Oh, okay. So it's like a Kiln Fiend type idea, but in a weird way. So here's Kiln Fiend. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, it gets +3/+0 until end of turn. For 2. This is for 3, and it's just non-creature, so it's not only instants or sorceries, it also has 4 toughness. So you get 2 more toughness, 1 fewer power, 3 mana as opposed to 2, and it's non-creatures as opposed to that. So that's pretty nice. Some things have to go right. So it is a spells matter thing. So there's the bolt wave here. Even with this, I still don't think it's worth it to play Bolt Wave as a full card. Like that's a full card that you spent to really not impact the board much, and 3 damage isn't usually going to be that good for a return of a card, like spending a card on basically. So I'm still thinking this isn't great. This seems like a less aggressive card than you would really want in red, unless you have a lot of cantrips. If you have cantrips, if you have a lot of cantrips in the set, then I'll think about it. And if you have a lot of trample. So bulk up with this card is fine. It still doesn't have trample. It's not hard to block. So we need something that is going to, oh, sorry, hold on. Oh, doubling effects and things that add are just so much better. So much better. Because you can assign as you choose. So for example, if you have Torbrand, which gives any, red source that you control deals +2 damage, you can, have that like a 2/2 get blocked by 2 3/3s and kill both of them because you do 1 to each. And then it adds 2 and they kill the both of them. So anything like Obosh or like replacement effects that do more damage or add damage, they're so much better now. Yeah, Makandi, they're so much better now. So much stronger. Yay. City on Fire or whatever it is, like, yeah, that was what it was called. Yeah. Triple that damage seems good. Yeah. So yeah, ugh, gross. All right. So I have to see whether we have some trample effects, like +2 and trample will make this good. I need cantrips. I need cards that do go like give it +1/+0 and draw a card. I need things like that. Okay. Dragon Trainer, 5 mana, 1/1. When it enters, create a 4/4 red dragon creature with token with flying. Okay. Okay, so so again, so this is 5 mana for 5 power in 2 bodies, one of which is a 4/4 flying. It seems good. If they're especially, it's fine because it's 2 bodies. That's often very good and limited no matter what, and one's a 4/4 flyer, so that's pretty sweet. We've seen a lot of other things that are really good to flicker, like the bouncer, the guarded air, but we haven't seen a flicker effect yet. So we're gonna hope to see those in the reprints. But this gets even better if the flicker effects are there. So I like this card. I think this is a mid to upper mid pick. You don't want too many of them in your deck, but it's very good because it puts a 1/1 on the ground to stall on the ground, and then it gets a 4/4 in the air to start getting in with damage. Okay. Fiery Annihilation. 3 mana instant. It deals 5 damage to target creature. Exile up to 1 target equipment attached to that creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. This is a good card. This is a good burn removal spell. God help you if they have 6 toughness. Let's hope you attacked into it or you blocked it. But this is a good rate. This is a good card. This is going to be an upper mid pick because it's just good removal. And I don't know how many equipment there are. That's just an added benefit. So, fireproof for your money back. Yeah. So this is a good card. So we'll move on with that. This is an upper mid pick. Goblin Borders, 3 mana, 3/2 raid. It enters with a +1/+1 counter if you attacked this turn. Split the skulls and split the spoils. Okay. So it enters as a 4/3. This is the goblins from Ixalan. They all looked monkey-like. With those tails and the fluffies. So yeah. So this is a 4/3 if you attacked. For 3, which is a fine investment. It's a goblin pirate. Let's see if goblins are have synergies. I think this is an upper low pick, but it can do decent things. All right. Now we're on to this. Okay. Goblin Negotiation. So this is going to be funny. We know from the start, because any negotiating goblins do is A, not going to be diplomatic, to put it charitably, and B, might not end that well for them or anyone else. So X and 2 red deals X damage to target creature. Create a number of 1/1 red goblin creature tokens equal to the amount of excess damage dealt to that creature this way. Seems fun. It's pricey, but if you can do extra damage, get a couple Gobbo tokens, that's pretty sweet. I think I'm gonna go for... I think this is gonna be a lower mid pick to mid pick. I think it erring toward lower just because it's a large expenditure to kill something and get 1/1s. So to kill a 2/2, you have to pay 4, and you're not gonna get a 1/1. So this is a later game card, and it can be a little bit rough to play at sorcery speed for a lot of mana with the counter spells on this and so on and so forth. So I think this is gonna be a low mid pick, but it could be up or low even at some point. But yeah, I think you're going to play it in a less aggressive deck because, again, it's just not going to do much early. And even late, it's a little bit slow. So, again, it's not what I would want from this. Turns out it wasn't good for either of us, but yeah. Okay. Gorehorn Raid. Here's a Minotaur! So yeah, this was the first card I ever saw of Magic was this card. In revised. Looked exactly like that. Feelings, nostalgia. It's just so iconic. Anson Maddox. So good. It's just like so pure. Yeah, okay, anyway. I'm gonna stop now. Anyway, we have a Minotaur Pirate now. And it's 5 mana for a 4/4. It's not a great ROI here, but when this creature enters, if you attack this turn, this creature deals 2 damage to any target. It's pretty decent. So this is an upper low pick. It's just useful as a sort of later game card. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, not exciting, but a decent useful card. You've seen it does have to, get the raid to do that. So again, you're going to want to do it in a deck that just attacked. It's going to be kind of sad if you play this on an empty board, but again, that would already be kind of sad. Poor empty board. Okay. Incinerating Blast, 5 mana. Here's the 6 damage, sorcery speed. You may discard a card if you do draw a card. Obviously, Duskmourn had the better version of that. Forgetting the name of it right now. If you had 4 cards of different types. Impossible Inferno, thank you. 6 damage to target creature, and this was instant speed. You could exile the top card of your library, play it until the end of your next turn, which was a good way to get another card. It was like draw a card too after 6 damage at instant speed. That's just way better than this Incinerating Blast, because this is Rummage, right? Rummage is better in a deck in a deck with Threshold, or in a deck with Flashback, sometimes. But discard is always worse than loot. Obviously, Rummage is always worse than loot because you don't know, you can't make the choice of what is better to keep. You discard the worst card in your hand and hope that the next card you draw is better. But yeah. So this is underwhelming, but if you need to kill something with 6, there you go. Again, this is going to be an upper low pick, just because 5 mana removal is not ideal. Again, this is a slower set, so this may go up a little bit. It looks like a slower set. I don't actually know that it's a slower set, but it looks like a slower set than the past few that we've had. Obviously, Duskmourn and Bloomburrow and 1 and MH3 have all been super fast. So, with Duskmourn being approximately on a par with Bloomburrow, sort of, and then 1 and MH3 being fastest. So, okay. Slumbering Cerberus, 2 mana 4/2. What? Oh, creature doesn't untap during your untap step. At the beginning of each end step, if a creature died this turn, untap this creature. I see. Okay, so you're gonna play this with a lot of removal, but it also is a really good early blocker. Really good. It trades up. So like you could run this in a. I mean, the fact that Disfigure or the new version of it exists and this does make this much worse, but like it's a 2 mana, so like it's not a bad return on investment if they do kill it, because it's a 1 mana for a 2 mana is not the worst. But the sack effect decks will probably really like this. It also blocks really well while you get in the air with a blue deck. So it's fine. I like the flavor of it very much. And the flavor text is fantastic. The plan seemed to be going perfectly until Mino realized the third head was no longer snoring. Cool. I like cards that have flavor, and that are not necessarily the best cards, but still have just tons of flavor. Okay, and their design is great. Okay, Sower of Chaos is a devil. Again, a lovely showcase here on all the new cards of all the different kind of creature types that most are iconic in a particular color. So 4 mana 4/3, target creature can't block this turn for 3 mana. We've seen various versions of that on like the doges. There was a wolf in Midnight Hunt, I want to say, that could make things not block for 4. that was decent. Not great, but decent. This again is also not great, but decent. So I would go and put this at an upper low. But this is more useful than it looks at first glance, but it's also still not that exciting. Okay, Strongbox Raider, another pirate. 4 mana, 5/2. Ugh, these toughnesses are killing me. When this creature enters, if you attack this turn, exile the top 2 cards of your library. Choose one of them until you're at the end of your next turn. You can play that card. So it's a good way to get more card and card advantage. I think this is a lower mid pick. It's quite decent, but not like. Is there any way to give these flying? We'll see. Or like, yeah, we've seen the white. The white gives it flying. The 1 mana white trick gives it +1/+1 counter and gives it flying. Okay. What about making it unblockable or something like that? I don't know. There's it. The combat tricks on the attacker side can be pretty good. The double strike, the white double strike, enchantment in that should be cool. On that one. Just these such low toughnesses. On like a ton of cards. A lot of 4/2s and 5/2s and like, yeah, and 4/3s. Like we've seen a lot of, like they're all right next to each other here, but we've seen other 4/2s in black, and we've seen 4/3 flyers, and like, yeah, and it's just a lot of low toughness. It's pretty interesting. Okay. Ambush. So moving on to, so we've seen just some really cool stuff. We've seen minotaurs, we've seen doges, we've seen orcs and pirates and devils and goblins, and we've seen a cyclops, which is fun, and a human berserker. So pretty cool illustration of a lot of Magic's red creature types. And this is really sweet for new players getting into the game, because what person in the history of ever has not wanted to tame a dragon and train it? Who does not want their very own dragon? That's all I'm going to say on that subject. Okay. Next. Or not. This is just not going to work. Okay. Can click on that. Can we now click on next 60? Thank you. Okay. All right. This is going to be, in theory, replacing Duskmourn, I believe. It could be in addition to. I actually haven't checked. But I believe it's going to replace Duskmourn. Again, I haven't checked. I'd have to look. But there's pre-releases this weekend. Better when it belongs to a friend that you can visit. I'm assuming they can go forage for food on its own. I'm not going to be feeding this thing. I can't afford that. Anyway, Ambush Wolf. I just want to go for a flight now and again. So 3 mana, 4/2 flash. They continue to do wolves and blah. Okay, so we have jumping doji from Midnight Hunt or Crimson Vow. It's a 3/2. Pouncing Cheetah was earlier. Pouncing Cheetah was Amonkhet. But there was a Doge one. It had flash, right? Yeah. It was a wolf, right? It was a wolf or a Doge. Oh my god, now I really want to know. All right, let's go. Was it not a 3-2? Was it a 2-3? I could be making this up entirely at this point. Who knows? Let's go 3. Bounding Wolf! There it is! Bounding Wolf! It was jumping. I remember. There it goes. So yeah, now we have Ambush Wolf as well. There's the cheetah from Amonkhet originally. This is the Jumpstart logo. And then Simeon Grunts from Urza's. Yeah. Long tradition of like flashing in things. Now it's got 4 power though for 3 as opposed to 3. And when it enters, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. Again, we've seen the flashback. We've seen the threshold. That is more useful than it first appears. The toughness is very low, but the 4 it might trade up quite nicely. It's not useless. I would go with upper low to mid low. Yeah. You can draft the standard set as well, you think? Green has good 4 attack matters. Okay, all right. I've seen some in red too. Apothecary Stomper, 6 mana, 4/4 vigilance. When this creature enters, choose 1. Put 2+1/+1 counters on target creature you control, or you gain 4 life. So it's a small honey mammoth. But you get vigilance and you get the option here, I guess. Huh. And it's... Yeah, interesting. So yeah, you can put 2 counters on itself, because it doesn't have to be another target, and gain 4 life, or you can put 2+1/+1 counters on something else. So it's more versatile, except if they have 4 damage at flash at instant speed, in which case you're like, go! Because they can respond to the trigger. Actually, it says choose one. Yeah, no, when it's triggered. Yeah. Okay. We're triggered. Okay. So yeah, I think this is nice because you could put something on a flyer or something that otherwise really wants to get through. You could put 2 counters on that, or you could gain 4 life. I think that's fine as given that the set doesn't have anything that's really gonna, trample over a 4/4 that easily that we've seen so far. I think this is okay. But the Mammoth got both. The Mammoth got both, but you couldn't put the +1/+1 counters on something else. The reason this is interesting is because raid is so important, attacking is so important. And so I think that if you play this as a 6/6 and gain 4 life, that might be less useful in this set overall than putting 2 counters on, for example, a strongbox raiders, something that gets an advantage for doing something, I don't know, but something that can attack that turn and is bigger now. I think that means that you don't lose as much tempo on a 6/6 vigilance. If you really just want to get in for damage, if your whole point is you're being a little bit more aggressive and just really want to get in, then at least you can put the 2 counters on something else. So I think it's okay. I don't think it's necessarily strictly worse for that reason, because raid matters so much. If it enables something else to raid or do something, that might be important. And the 2+1/+1 counters, we've seen some +1/+1 counter synergy in the form of the little white knight that says that anything that has a +1/+1 counter has first strike. So it's not automatically worse than Honey Mammoth. It looks like it at first glance, but I think if you think about the other synergies that we've seen in this set and how important attacking is and the +1/+1 counters, I think it's going to be a little bit more valuable than overall. So I think it's an upper low to lower mid. I think it can graduate to lower mid, just as a finisher. Like Mammoth in Ikoria, I ran like 4 of these in a deck, and I was like, this is just the best thing ever because you could just offset everything as long as you didn't run up against the cycling deck. You were fine. If you just had a bunch of honey mammoths. Honey mammoth don't care. So we'll see whether this one's that good, whether you want multiple per deck. If you do, it's going to be a lower mid pick. If you don't, it's going to be an upper low. All right. Need more drink, sorry. Beastkin Ranger. 3 mana for 3/3. Always a fine, like, that's what we expect for 3 mana at this. This has trample. Okay, that's interesting. Especially since we saw that double target creature's power thing. Whenever another creature you control enters, this creature exists. Okay, sweet. Okay, so in a token deck, this is going to shine. In a token deck, in a green-white deck, this is going to be at its best because you're going to be put multiple creatures into play per turn often. Remember the little kitty that puts, there's a 2/2 that puts a 1/1 kitty into play. The one where you gain 1 life and put another kitty into play. It's gain a life. Whenever you gain a life on your turn, you put a kitty into play. That's just going to be good with this. It's still a fine ROI. It's not exciting, but I think this is, so it's going to be upper low to I can see sometimes there would be mid. It depends on whether elf is a good type in this. We'll see. But it's perfectly serviceable. Yay. Good night, Titus. You're so welcome. I hope, yeah, thanks so much. I hope the VOD is going to be good enough. We'll see. You can watch it at 2 times speed. That's probably going to be the best part. All right. Cackling Prowler, 4 mana, 4/3, Ward 2. Interesting. And Morbid. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, put up some counter on this creature. Nice. Okay, interesting. I do notice a slight different templating here. Usually it would say on Cackling Prowler, but it says instead says on this creature. I think that's a nice change because new players may wonder if you have 2 Cackling Prowlers in play, whether you could choose to put both counters on one of them because they're both Cackling Prowler. So I think this set is huge. Yes. Yes, it is. It's huge. But I think this is a clearer and more concise way of writing it, depending on the name of the card. If the name's really short, then maybe not as concise, but I think it's a clearer way of talking about it. However, I'm really not a fan of seeing a dead, I'm going to say, cat on this. I really don't like it. I don't think that was necessary. At all. So I'm kind of pissed. I think if I know that we're in a world where we're like attacking each other with big creatures and the creatures are dying, but we don't usually show it. We don't usually show it in Magic. That's not usually what traditionally Magic has done. And so I feel in a set called Foundations, this is a surprise and not a good one. So there we go. There we go. Anyway, too morbid, yes. So I don't know if anybody else is aware of this, but in screenwriting we have something called Save the Cat, and it's literally a trope. It literally means that if you do something evil to an animal, it doesn't have to be a cat, but if you do something evil to an animal in your film, people are going to hate it. It doesn't matter. Like, there are going to be people who are just not going to watch your movie. They're going to turn it off right then. And I'm not saying that is right or wrong. I'm just saying that that's something you have to be aware of. when you were writing for the populace. Yeah, doesthedogdie.com is a place where you can go and figure out in a movie if you need to be like skipping a scene or just skipping the movie entirely if that's going to affect you too much. So yeah. I actually did watch a movie. Like I started a movie and in the beginning it I'm not going to say exactly what happened, but I had to turn off the movie. I can't handle that. I can't handle that. It was very bad. John Wick was heartbreaking too. I knew about it in advance and I skipped that scene. So yeah. If it's a revenge story, maybe. But yeah. But anyway, so I don't like this card because of that. I think it's a fine card. Like this is actually a fine card. It's not great for ROI for green, but it does have Ward 2, so yeah. I understand that animals do get hurt and die in real life enough for me. I don't need to see it in a movie necessarily unless it's absolutely integral to the plot and measures were like I don't need to see if I don't measures were taken to you know anyway, we'll talk about it later. So Eager Truffle Snout, 3 mana, 4/2 trample. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, create a food token. Okay, and it has trample. With some combat tricks and buffing, that's pretty sweet. Usually 3 mana for a 2 toughness and green is going to be really bad. The movie that reminds you of your soul. I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen Marley and Me either. OG Truffle Snout was cuter. You said it. This one's pretty cute. I'm gonna go Colin. Oh my gosh, yes. Okay, you're right. You're right. But yeah, this is a really good one to put like +1/+1 counters on because it just gets through and then you get a food token. It's pretty sweet. I like this with combat tricks or, you know, pump, obviously, way more than I like otherwise. I like it's not great if you don't have that at all. Like, I don't know how to value this, but again, if 4 power is such a huge mechanic like that you need in this to enable really good synergies, then this is going to be a higher pick. So I think this is a mid pick, but it could be a high mid pick based on what we see in the rest of this. Okay. Elfsworn Giant. So like with that, if you go that goblin that we saw, the 2/2 bear that becomes a 3/2 with menace, if you have a 4 power, like going that into this is pretty good. That seems decent, but we'll see. All right, Elfsworn Giant, 5 mana, 5/3. So many, like, just they're tiny butts. It's a giant. It's supposed to have a big butt. Anyway, reach, 5/3. Whenever a land you control enters, create an elf warrior creature token. Okay. Yeah, creating creature tokens is pretty sweet. Landfall with it. It doesn't have any protection. It has 3 toughness. That's really low. It can block small flyers without dying, but not anything bigger. I'm going to say up, lower. Sorry, I'm going to say upper low. But it could be mid-low. I'm not sure. It's just such a... Anyway. All right. Elvish Regrower. They're running out of ways to do the... the Elvish bring something back from the graveyard cards. Good times. We've got a lot of these. This is tradition now. Instead of being a 2/1 or a 3/2. It's now a 4/3 for 4. When this creature enters, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. It's not just any card, it's a permanent card. So Witness is different. It's 1 mana cheaper, couple power and toughness smaller, but you can return target card from your graveyard to your hand. It's not an elf. But the 4 mana version of this, that they printed with Eternalize, is somewhat more similar to this. Though it's still anything. Timeless Witness, yeah. So also a human, not an elf, and it's still target card, and it eternalizes. Again, still smaller, but 4 mana. So this is going to be a good card, I feel. I think anything that is going to be sort of a grave dig, even for just a permanent and not a spell, but especially in green spells, the permanents tend to be a little bit better than the spells. Seems okay. I think this is going to be an upper mid pick, could be mid pick. But decent stats, even though not great for green. And then getting that permanent is nice. Oh yeah, the Golgari elf. Golgari Finebroker, I think it is. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah. That was a lot of mana commitment, though. But it's similar to that, absolutely. And that's an elf. Yeah. Be nice, think twice. Good call. Very similar. So, yeah. This is really good. I'm going to go with upper mid, but, you know, it could fall a little bit just because of 3 toughness here. I don't know how to value these tiny butts. Tiny butts. Okay. Felling Blow, 2 and a green. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Then that creature deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. At sorcery speed, this is no clear shot. +1/+1. This was until end of turn instead of the counter, but instant speed on the punch is so much better than sorcery speed. So much better. So this is a toning down of stuff. However, the +1/+1 counter synergies, that's important. So we have to factor that in. It's still the best removal we've seen in green so far, because we haven't seen any removal in green so far. So I'm going to give it an upper mid. There you go. Needle Tooth Pack. Look, it has a butt. So 5 mana, 4/5. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature you control. I love it. This is upper mid. I don't think you want too many of them, but it's upper mid. I like this card. It's best obviously in the black deck with the sacrifice synergies. And again, with these two, like the black deck is really, really good because it mills to put stuff in the graveyard that this can get back. And it has the stuff, the sacrifice synergies that are going to work for this. I like this card. I think this card is really good. Yay. So yeah, another really good card. That's exciting. So like 3 really good cards in a row. Wish this were a little bit better, but again, hopefully the +1/+1 counters make up for the fact that it's sorcery speed. Quake Strider Ceratops. So somebody said on Twitter, apparently the person who designed this card, that they wanted to think about what a craw worm would look like now. So, this is how I first saw it. This was a card. It was a card for a while, as you could see with all the reprints. I thought that Colossal Dreadmaw was the new Crawworm. It was 6 mana for a 6/6 trample. I thought that was the new Crawworm. But apparently this is the new Crawworm. It is a 12/8 instead of a 6/4. And it has added 2 Crawworms in a trench coat. But it has added a green symbol. So it is you have to be in a deck bigger, more committed to green to be able to play this card. It is definitely bigger than anything else we've seen so far. So it's almost impossible to kill for red. Because it has 8 toughness. Unless they do a 2-for-1 and either do damage to it first with something else, and then play the 6 damage spell, or do damage to it with something else and play the 5 damage spell that we've seen. I like giving this flying and +1/+1 counter that we've seen in the white new trick. Is there a fling variant? That I also like the idea of. I haven't seen a fling variant yet, but these are only the newly printed cards. We are going to be going through the reprints next. So there's a Ceratops for you. It's no Crawworm. It's 2 Crawworms in a trench coat, as we have had told to us by Hexwog. I am sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. I apologize. But yes, that is absolutely true. So, the flavor text. For the first time in all my travels, I've encountered a creature I can only describe as an apex herbivore. Thanks, Exewalk. Appreciate it. So Vivian Reed has spotted this and gone, okay, well, all the other creatures are smaller and it just stomps on them. Yay. So, we haven't found anything that gives trample yet. That gives trample. We found some things with trample, but we've never seen anything that gives trample. But we have something that gives flying and a thing that gives menace. So, that's nice. So we'll see where we go from here, but that's the new Crawworm. Oh, how the tides of times of tables have turned. Okay, anyway. So we have a Treetop Snare Spinner, 4 mana, 1/4, reach, death touch. Oh! Sexy. Okay. Whoa! This card is good for a common in this set so far. Oh, I like this card. Okay, so... Well, oh, it's 4 mana, 3. Okay, it's still good. It's still good. Okay, so... The +1/+1, we know that there are going to be +1/+1 synergies because chat told us so. This is a 1/4 reach, which, you know, a lot of things have 4 power in green, but we haven't seen a lot of things with 4 power. We've seen like 1 or 2 things in black. But other than that, we haven't seen a lot of things early that have 4 power. And so this blocks most things, and reach, death touch does slow things down, even though it's a 4-drop. It's also good late game because it will stop. It will be something that can make sure that you get out of the game state locks where you're roughly at parity and nobody's doing anything to anyone else, because you can start putting +1/+1 counters on target creatures that you control. You can start, and then again, +1/+1 counters are going to have those synergies, and we have like just making sure that we're getting out of those locks. So I do like this card. I think it's pretty decent. I think it could be. I mean, I think it could make it to lower mid. It could make it to lower mid. I'm currently going to put it at upper low, but it's perfectly playable, decent card. But the 4 mana for 1/4 is not great stats, but it does a reach, death touch, and then it has this way to get you out to late game. So I kind of think of this more as like a, you know, you could think of this as a 4-drop that'll stop something and then just start to win the game slowly. But it's harder to kill for a lot of the spells. I think this is very nice if you're low on flyers, which green and flying ways to stop flying, or low on removal in general. I think this is a decent card. So I think it's going to be a upper low still, but I think it could make it to lower mid. Okay, now we get into the signposts, it looks like. Something like that. These all have black. Are the only new gold cards things with black? Did they just have gold cards in all the other colors that are reprints? Hold on, I gotta go check something. Okay, yeah, they're putting... The other gold cards are all gonna be What? Do we have one for each? Or not? Is it Simic, Selesnya, Boros, Gruul... Is it Azorius? Selesnya, Gruul, Boros, and Simic. And then back. Yeah, okay. The others are just all... They didn't have any new ones that they wanted to print for those. Okay. Alright, that was just weird, sorry. You figure that for a new set, if they're going to print some sort of new signposts for the sort of Ravnica Guild type cards, that they would print all new ones. But, okay. Anyway, Dreadwing, maybe they just didn't have anything that did what they wanted it to do in the palette color pair yet. Okay. Or they got really excited about these. Who knows? Okay. So Dreadwing Scavenger, 3-mana 2/2 flyer. Okay, already fine. Whenever this creature enters or attacks, draw a card that's a loot. Okay, that's really good for enabling the synergies that we wanted to see. For both the draw an extra card in blue and the threshold in both blue and black. So Nightmare Bird, very nightmare-y, such bird. All right. Yeah, I like this card. So we were all doing only the ones that are legal in draft. I think you open in the boosters. Right now. This creature gets +1/+1 and has Death Touch as long as there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard. Okay, yeah, I mean, like 3/3 Death Touch flyer later. Okay. I mean, it already gets value out of it and being a 2/2. I like this card. This is fine. I'm gonna go with enters or attacks loot. I'm gonna go with upper mid. I really like this card. It could end up being mid-mid, in all honesty. I could be overvaluing it, but we'll see. Fiendish Panda, 4-mana 3/2. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+. Okay! So a 4-mana Pride Mate, and then when this creature dies, return another target non-bear creature card from bound value less than or equal to this creature's power from your graveyard to the battlefield. Nice. Card's really good. Also, the art is fantastic. Nom 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 bones. Bones. Okay. Yeah, I like this card. It's a lovely combo with that little 2/3 flyer that we saw, that gains life. Yeah, this card is great. I'm gonna go upper mid for this as well. This is pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. And the fact that it has the recursion later too. They're worse in multiples though, because you can't get them back. Because they're bears. This is non-bear. Anyway, sorry. It does not cannibalize things, apparently. It's like, no other bear for me. Fiendish. Okay. Anyway. Perforating Artist. Rakdos colors in 1. 3/2 Death Touch Devil. Raid at the beginning of your end step. If you attacked this turn, so this is each turn, each opponent loses 3 life unless that player sacrifices a non-land... That's nutty. Sacrifices a non-land permanent of their choice or discards a card. Seems good. This card is great. Again, upper mid. Upper mid. Nice. Nice. Okay. Wardens of the Cycle. Wow, look at that art. So 1 and a black and 2 green, elf, warlock, 3/4, morbid. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, choose 1. You gain 2 life, or you draw a card and lose life. Yeah, upper mid. Like, I'm saving the rares and mythics are always the ones that get the higher stuff, but this is, yeah, these are all great. I think I like the Wardens of the Cycle and the Fiendish Panda just slightly better than the other two. But it's not that much of a difference. But these are really, really good in limited. I think these are also amazing in limited. I give the slight preference in my playstyle to these two. But they're all upper mid. They're all upper mid. That's really nice. Okay. Fishing Pole. 1 mana is an equipment. We've seen one thing with equipment destruction already now. The 5 damage that also exiles an equipment. That's each opponent too. That's an interesting one. Sorry, just for commander and stuff. Fishing Pole, 1 mana. Equipped creature has 1 tap. Tap Fishing Pole. Put a bait counter on Fishing Pole. Whenever equipped creature becomes untapped, remove a bait counter. If you do, create a 1/1 blue fish creature token. So for 3 mana, so for 4 mana, you don't have to tap the creature, you can tap Fishing Pole, and you start making tokens. Fish. It's a really cool idea. Oh yeah, you have to tap creature here. Here's the tap sign. Like a blah blah. 1 tap, Fishing Pole, put a blah. Okay. If you have a lot of tiny tokens, this can, and you start making more. Additionally, if you have something that gets value from being tapped, right? Or untapping. Whenever this creature untaps, do X. Or whenever this creature is tapped, do X. This is a cool card. I think there are some synergies for this. I don't know if they're in the reprints at all, but I think there's some synergies for this. Of course, in Duskmourn, remember Survivor? Right? The Survivor mechanic would love this. And it would be so much fun with the 1 and untap. Hold on. Let's try, what's the untap symbol? How do I draw the one? Okay, hold on. How do I draw the untap symbol? See if that works. Nope. Okay. How do I even... It was that old untap symbol that was around in during like Shadowmoor and in Eventide. It was, so you want to do Q? Q is the untap, okay. What? Really? None of this looks like it untaps. Maybe do Oracle text queue. Let's try this. Yes, here it is. Okay. Thanks. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah. So like if you could have any of these, right? I was thinking of this one. So if you could take Patrol Signaler and put this on it, then you could pay 1, tap it, right? Put a bait counter. 2, untap it, put a 1/1 white Kithkin soldier creature token and a fish into play. For like so much mana. Sorry. Sorry. That's not as funny to anybody else as it is to me, but still. It's been a while of playing Magic, and I just want these to have cool things. There's also the artifact, Umbral Mantle. This was fun. You could put Umbral Mantle on the same thing as Fishing Pole and have some fun. You just keep tapping it, make it huge, and then untapping it. Eh. Yeah, you pay 3 to untap it. Hee. Sorry. Anyway. Sorry. Okay. So useless synergies, here we go. This is still a fine thing for like breaking parity again. But again, it looks a little slow to me. We'll see. It's uncommon, so maybe there's some cool synergies with it. We'll see. Again, it also produces a 1/1 token. Tokens coming into play do some good things. So, and Fanatic of Runas. Yes, exactly. It's gonna be fine. Okay. But tapping these, tapping survivors down would be really cool with this. You could get the synergies. All right. Because then they'd untap. They'd get the tap thing without having to, the benefit of tapping without having to attack, and possibly dying. And then they'd untap and you get another fish. Okay. Quick Draw Katana, another equipment. During your turn, equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has first strike. Only during your turn. See, they're nerfing first strike. They're determined to do that. That's why I say it's so powerful. Anyway, so equip 2. It seems fine. It's that like lance that we had before. So yeah. What was the lance from? Let's just type in the lance and see what it does. Oh, there's a lot more of that than I thought. Okay, let's go find the lance. Jousting lance. There it is. So this costs 1 less to equip. It's the same equipment, but it costs 1 less to equip. So that's kind of cool. Sometimes that's useful, especially if you have any synergies for an equipped creature, or if you're just really aggressive and you want to make your small creatures a threat and don't have mass pump or something like that. All right, Ravenous Amulet. 2 mana, 1 sacrifice a creature, draw a card, and put a soul counter on this. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay. 4, sacrifice this artifact. Each opponent loses life equal to the number of soul counters on this artifact. That's really flavorful. And I really like it as enabling the sack effects in the deck that has the Zulaport Cutthroat type thing. And it, yeah, I like this. This is a good card. I think it's a lower mid pick just because you really do want the synergies, I think. It can be in the token deck as well, the white token deck. That the same thing as the Zulaport Cutthroat would in is best in Orzhov. But you cry every time Glissa enters. Well, that's first strike plus death touch. You get to cry with that. So yeah, so this card seems fun. And I like it. It's it seems good for enabling those sacrifice synergies and morbid. So I like it, especially in the white black deck. But it seems to have some good synergies in black green as well. So that is apparently, according to our lovely chat, that is the last of the new, and according to these numbers, That is the last of the new cards printed for this set at Common and Uncommon that you will see in booster packs when you open them at the pre-release this weekend. I think you're opening booster packs. I think they have some weird pre-release kits too. I'm so excited. But we'll see. So now from here, you're still going to also be able to open reprinted cards. And these, according to our chat, up to the number 272, I think it was, are all going to be open. You can open them in booster packs. Yeah, that looks about right. It might be 280 because the lands. Oh no, 272. Wait. Yeah, I think the basics should be in there. But yes, so it's gonna be like 280. And then these cards, I believe, are from the commander. It says C here. No, that's common. These are either going to be beginner box or like or various other extras that you cannot open in booster packs specifically. I think that's what we decided. But I'll go do some more research and have more information on this. It'll be good. But yes, this is pretty sweet. So there's a lot more cards to look at, but we'll save them for later on today or tonight, so that I can avoid being anxious about certain world events, or at least I'll be focused on this rather than that. So we will go through the reprints next time. But I hope that you're as excited about this as I am. I'm really excited to see a slightly slower limited format where the decisions matter, and there's so many good synergies, and we're seeing older stuff that Magic just really excited me about Magic in terms of the storytelling and the creature types and the worlds that they're building, and the crazy cool flavor text and like card design and stuff. It's so good. Hugs to you, Dr. Muggy. Yes, and so yes, so hopefully you've enjoyed when we've harkened back to like cool other cards that reflect, you know, similar mechanics and effects to these current ones. I hope there are fewer bombs. I really hope there are fewer bombs. We haven't looked at the rares in Mythics. My next plan is to look at the uncommons and uncommons that are going to be the rest of the stuff that you can open at the pre-release. Then we're going to go rares and Mythics before the pre-release. I promise we'll get you there and take a look at all of them before then. I'm hoping there's nothing stupidly crazy. Wizards has a way of making me lose a lot of hope at that point, because I did see on Twitter, let's go find the one I saw on Twitter, shall we? Okay, let's go advanced here. Hello? Okay, so let's go to set name, foundations, let's go mythic rare, let's go search with these options. So this card, let's go sort by color. 5 mana seems to be a terrible place to be. To some degree. So this card, Bloodthirsty Conqueror, 5 mana, 5/5 flying, death touch. That's stupid already for black and limited. But it's Sanguine Bond on a stick, I think. It's a Sanguine Bond or Exquisite Blood. I think it's Sanguine. Yeah, whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life on a body that flies and has death touch and is big. Yay! And So whenever opponent loses life, you gain that much life? Oh, yeah, it's the opposite. It's exquisite. You're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. It's this one. It's exquisite blood. You're right. You're absolutely true. This is it. So whenever an opponent loses life, you gain that much life. So like, I'm going to attack you for 5, right? And gain 5. Or I'm going to attack you with a ton of other creatures too and just kill you. That's fun. So yeah, so that's a card. And look at the number. I believe that's a card you can open in packs. In booster packs. It also looks like this one too. Dread Horde General's back in limited. Yay! Okay. So this one I've seen. I haven't seen anything but Lily, Bloodthirsty. I think I saw one more that was a 5-drop and it was like, no. Oh yeah, this thing. I saw this. Twin Flame Tyrant. So remember how anything that replaces with more damage is so much better now with this new combat? Twin Flame Tyrant is one of those. If a source you control would deal damage to an opponent or a permanent an opponent controls, it deals double that damage instead. 3/5 flyer. Whee! Yes, there is a rules change. I have explained it twice already, so I don't want to bore anybody else with it, but I would be happy to talk to you about it in Discord. Or you can watch the VOD and it will be there. If you see me pointing at white cards early, that's gonna be where it is. I made sure to do it twice that way so that you could find it more easily in the VOD. But yeah, this is dumb with that rule. So yeah, so enjoy. Like a 5 mana for a 3/5 flyer that's a 6/5 effectively. And if it gets bigger, Anyway, so those are the 3 cards that I've seen. I haven't really seen anything else yet, but we'll get to these later on after we get to the commons on commons, because again, that's the majority of cards that you're going to open at the pre-release. So I really do want to focus on them and what order you should prioritize putting them in your deck and playing them, etc. Yes. So that done. That done. Let's play some Cube to finish it off. Tonight's stream, because my voice is going a little bit. Let's get a draft going. See what we can do with it in Cube. And next stream, we're gonna do the rest of the commons and uncommons that are reprints. We've done all of the new ones printed specifically for this set. We'll go and do the reprints, and I might also get into the rares and mythics that you can open in boosters on the pre-release. So we'll see how far we get. Hope I open Grenza. I don't know. I just my games would be so much better without Grenza. But yeah. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. All right. Have fun, Shadow. All right, let's open some good stuff and have some fun with Cube. Oh, yeah. Never mind. We're good. We're good. Come on. 3 filled seats. You can do it. Ready, ready, ready. I'm very patient. Yes. Hello, Floof. Want some treats? Would you like some treats? I think he would. I think that was a yes. Want some treats? Yeah. I think so. All right. Come here. Come cuddle for a second before you get your treats. Okay, are you ready? You want some treats? Oh, you dropped it. You're so bad at this. Again. Kitty treats ASMR. Did we just take Fanatic of Ronus here? I do love me a pest infestation in this format. It's pretty good. Good floof. Oh, dang. No more. Oh boy. You want to do Jewel Mine? We've done Boros. The Boros was the most recent deck we played, I think. I think I want Fanatic. Vista's fine. Pest Infestation's really good. If I were really intending to go Boros, I might do that. This card is good. Yeah. I feel like the Fanatic leaves us open to a lot with ramp, and I think green is underdrafted in this. Soul Seer is interesting. Mesa is interesting. Just gonna keep going with the cool stuffs. Alrighty then. Kogla, Gargles, Huatley, Rider, Bolt. This has a good pack. Alright, chat, do you want Gargles or Kogla? Gargles it is. Alright. Okay, here we go. It moves. It's hypnotizing. Alright, Gilded Goose. Over Llanowar Elves and Ansrag and Avacyn. Hopefully Kogla wheels. There's a chance. I love me a Kayaya, but I think we take the Bankbuster here. Elf can be, but so far we only have a way to produce green as opposed to a way to produce any color that is on early, like 1 and 2. This is 3. This can produce any color. But I like having the early drops and that produce multicolors because there's so many times when you need to do something to kill something on early turns, and green doesn't really do that well. No, I agree. I would, if I had another, like, if I had a Paradise Druid here, I might have taken the Llanowar Elves over it, but yeah. But in this cube, I've often found that you need to bolt shit early. Or, like, at least find removal. So I prioritize the goose there over that. Tyvar, Llanowar Visionary. Oh, I want both of those. Tyvar's so good in this, though. There's also a Crossroads. Have I tried mono red? No. I've only ever had 2 color ones. Hmm. I think I like Metamorph here over Witness. Hmm. I don't want to go into... None of these make me want to go into a second color yet. I never noticed that there was a little thing inside this is a mech suit sort of thing. There's like a rat, I think? I'm not sure. Okay. All right. We could go Gruel, or I could take Cruelty of Gix. I don't actually know what I want here. I don't think I want either of those. You like Gruel? Okay. Oddity's fine. I think Vista is probably what I'm supposed to take here. I do like an Oddity. I'm gonna take the Vista. Play with fire here over Buried in the Garden. Although we do have ways to fix multiple, like we have now the Goose and the Overlord. You're a 3-drop. I still need to take this over. Buried is pretty good. What Ooh! I think it's Kogla over Kogla and Yudaro. That's close. Alright, Miglo's over Lavamancer. Alright. Interesting. Well, I like Trash the Town. It's close between Kogla and Yudaro. I think we're going to be able to produce more green, most likely, so I went with this one. Also because it has the recurring effect of as it keeps attacking, it can keep destroying the target's artifact or enchantment. I'm gonna take the Lootmonger here over Primal Might. And the Triome. I've been decently impressed with this card. Field and Golos in the same pack. Love this Nissa. I think it's between Nissa and Vorinclex. I think I like Nissa slightly better.
I will protect the virtue of this world.
Ooh, a Goldspan and a Burn Down the House. And a Breach. God damn it. That Breach is better than all of my red. I could just take the Goldspan and try to maybe wield the Pyromancer or the Burn, or even the Strangle is fine. But this card is such a house. Maybe I'll find fixing for it. We'll see. Shoulders is a good 5-drop. Obliterating Bolt would be what I would take if I were still really committed to the Jund. / committed to the red gruel thing. Reanimate's good. I don't have ways of putting things in the graveyard fast. They might, but I'm a little worried about that one. Eh, we can try it. Fine. Fine. Key to the archive. Nice. Okay. Alright, Sharp-Eyed Rookie here. You're stoked? Awesome. I'm so excited. We did the, I don't know if you were already here, but we just did the, first look at the new cards that you can open in the packs on pre-release day. For commons and uncommons. Not really seeing red from this direction that much. Okay. Ooh, Maelstrom Pulse, Shoulder's Edict, Fell the Profane. Take Pulse. Yeah, I don't know about the red. This way. Ooh, Terra Sunder. Nice. There's also a Forsaken Crossroads and a Fountain Port Bell. I think we just take the better spell and give up on the red for now. Yeah, okay. So if I want to, I can splash red. But so far, I'm just not excited. Like, the red is just not exciting. I think I just take Tiny Bones and go. Ooh, Golos. So somebody took the field. I like Burn Down the House a lot. I really like that card. If I think I'm not supposed to take it here over the Long Goodbye, though. I think I'm just supposed to commit to the black. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty then. Watching Magic can work nice. Looks like a bristly bill here. Maybe we could wheel 6. There is a Verdant Catacombs. I need early drops pretty bad. Ooh. And a Restless. If we can go one. I know it's Lord Skidder. Nice. Okay. Alright. If we can wheel one of those lands, I'll be happy. Alright. So we have a Key, we have a Goose, we have a Fanatic for that. We have the Overlord on 3. Alright, alright. We have Golos on 5 if we run that. I'm not sure we do. Crabomination! Woo woo! Okay. If I do want to splash the red, this is the time to take the Restless Fence. I don't think I want to splash the red. We just don't have enough to do that. So now it's Acklazote's Titan or Crab. We do have a few artifacts to do with the crab, though. I like Acklazote so much, though. I'm gonna take this. Infernal Grasp, Preacher, Grave Titty, Sentinel. Yeah, Mama Boy, I like Sentinel. That's fine. We'll go Sentinel here. Our Preacher in the last grass there. Ooh. Hi. I think I'm probably supposed to take the Gold Vein Hydra because it's the most versatile here. This card is so damn good, though. Alright. I'm taking Scarab God. And now I'm going to look for a little bit more fixing. Definitely somebody else is in green. We haven't seen some of the fixtures that we really wanted to see. We didn't get that Llanowar Elves back as well. So, see about how this actually ends up going. Ooh, Dread Knight's a really good pickup. Again, that's not the type of fixing that I want. The more early drops as well, the better the Tyvar gets, as well as the better the Bristly Bill gets, so we're okay with these. I really don't want any of this. I mean, I could splash Treasure Cruise. I think that was a possibility. I think that was Treasure Cruise. Draw spells. We've got the breeding pool already for the Scarab God. 4 isn't a number that I like. No, I'm just kidding. Alright, Forceful Cultivator over 6. Yeah. I really like 6, but I think we need the way to fetch the land. Skits! I can't use you, right? Yeah. Skits it is.
Hello there.
Titan! I mean, I could play Urtai if I were really already doing this blue thing, but... Titan's fine. Ooh! Whoa! Hey! Oh, okay. Infernal Grasp it is. I love me a Grave Titty. It's so pretty. Alright. Okay. It's not bad. It's not a bad deck. Oh, Slicer! That's a nice late pickup, dang! Oh look, I can run all my cards. Or I could if it let me take it. Alright. But we're not going to. We just memed with that. Got our 5 wins, but... Okay. I have 2 things that remove stuff from a graveyard. So the Lord Skitter and the Keen-Eyed Curator, both of which are really good. And early drops, which is really nice, because again, that makes the Bristly Bill and his Hivar better.
Hello there.
I don't want to cut anything. I don't want to cut anything. I think I can let the Long Goodbye go. I don't know. It's a good card. I definitely need to cut a creature or two. But I don't want to. I think it might be the reanimate just because, the Scarab God is going to do similar things. We don't have an early way to put creatures in the graveyard. Like, the other deck we were running Reanimate in, we had at least some, like, looters and cyclers and stuff. I think Reanimate might be the cut. It's very strong. And we do have some removal so that they can put, you know, a card in their graveyard and reanimate it. But it's just not as powerful early as we'd like it to be. We have a Virtue later for reanimation. We have the Breach for getting stuff out of the graveyard, and we have the Scarab God for getting stuff from their graveyard as well. And then we have this to pull it back to our, like, stuff back from our hand. I think I'm supposed to let this go. Just because it requires more to go right than normal. And then I think I'm supposed to cut a couple creatures and I really don't want to. I'm okay running 41, but I think it's like I think it's a 3-drop or 2. Is the cultivator just not as good as like running sentinel and the others? Like, we have 3 blue sources for 1 blue card. This is not a blue card. And then we have the key as well and the goose. I'm gonna cut that. I think I really like this in this, but it is double black early, which I think we may not have early. I think we want to focus on the green a little bit more, so I think I might cut the cackling. I really like this card in this format. Oof. It is just a little harder on the mana than I'd like. And it's a flyer. I mean, we do have Aclazotz as a flyer, but that's kind of it otherwise. Meh, we'll copy their flyers. It'll be fine. Everything will be fine. Alright, whatever. I'm gonna run this, but let's check the mana. So, 8:15. It's telling me 8. Okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So this gives us 8, 9, 10 green sources, 7 black sources, and 3 blue sources. 3 blue sources plus a key for one blue card. But the prismatic has to be able to fetch something, so we need to run the island. Okay. All of our double black is now late, so that's not the worst. To run 7 black sources. The hive might be a little bit of a problem because it requires black to go for it. I don't really want it tapped. So maybe I just run a swamp instead of the hive. Because we're not privileging black that much. I do love having a manland to be able to get in through a wrath, but I think we still run it like that. Okay. Okay, here we go. How is everybody's morning, noon, night, afternoon, tea, second breakfast, whatever time it is for you going? Oh boy, look, I got green. Okay. Hmm. Wait one more turn and risk getting this countered. So that I can actually just play it out. Or just play it out now. I think we play the Keen-Eyed. Annoying. Okay. I could attack in, it's a free attack, but I actually want to do this first to see if it's a gonna be a 4/4 and a good attack. Aw. Target card. Okay. Fuck. Alright, I need removal now. Thank you. Sorry for the swear. That was perfectly timed. I need another land, though, so that I can play this Overlord. When they replay this, they can play it for a it's an X spell. They can play it for a maximum of 3, right? Right, I could eat it, but I also want to know. I think that's worth it to take them off another mana. Next turn. So we have instant creature sorcery. gonna go for the tax without playing anything because this is a Sublime Epiphany mana. Oh boy. That's fun. Okay. There's nothing I can draw that really... I mean, I can get Infernal Grasp. To kill the Avacyn in response to this. But if I don't get Infernal Grasp, it's just better to play the Overlord out. But I think I'm supposed to activate this, try to get Infernal Grasp. Oh well. That's a shame. I think we impending this for now. I think I'm going to die anyway. Depending on what we get. We have some removal. We have like Akhlazotes, so it can block Elder Gargaroth, Kogla. So we have some things that can get us back into this, just not much. Jesus, that's your draw? Either they had this in hand and drew that, which is nutty, or they had this in hand and drew that, which is nutty. Because they had no card. Like, oh god, they had one card in hand. Oh, fuck me. Pardon my French. Yeah, that's unlucky. Stop with the lands, Jesus. Okay. All right, so we have Slicer for 5, which we can get back something to get like this, but that's bad. Tear Asunder, but we can't cast that in addition. I don't think we're winning this one. Oh, it's sad. All right. Does that exile? No, it destroys. Okay. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Exactly. So I can't get Breach. Damn it. All right. Oh well, I think that's it. That's game. All right. Ah. And this ETB's only. Oh well. Too bad. Hydrating. Wait, can't. Need water. Yeah, that was rough. That Avacyn was perfectly timed, and then drawing something to either drawing this perfectly for this, or I mean, there was 2 cards because it was this plus this, so this draws a card and that draws a card. Ugh, gross. Sigh. Oh well. It's cube. It's very swingy. I think we needed that 5th land sooner. Just stuck on 4 for, I think, 2 or 3 turns, and I think that was part of the major difference for them to coming back, because we couldn't play this out and do something, or play, like, something smaller and do something. And then we just got only lands after that. So, yeah. I couldn't make it. There weren't enough creature types, card types. I checked, Fluffy. Do you remember we checked? We had creature instant sorcery. That's all we had at the time. So yeah, if I could have done that and cheated, sure I could have won. I don't have a wrath that will work here, unfortunately. Oh, there's the gargles. All right. Concede. And it would have been a yeah, so like that's yeah. I love cheating. Cheating's good. Arena makes it difficult though. Let me go get water. I'll be right back and we'll play another one of that. See if we can do a bit better. Have you been entertaining the crowd? Okay. Okay, here we go. We hydrating. We play. Okay. Yes. Cattail beauteousness. Okay, let's see if this can draw a little bit better this time. Hope the Gilded Goose survives or that we draw a land. Might be another no land early and only like a clump in the middle of the game, which sucks. Alright, let's see what we can do. Nothing. Okay, still didn't draw a land. Alright. We've got the Infernal Grasp for the first thing they play. If I can draw a land, I have Metamorph as well, but... Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, I don't think Arena really wants us to play right now, so I might actually have to stop after this. We'll do a giveaway first, though. So, what, 3 draws, no land? Alright, there's at least one. Can I do anything? No. Okay. I haven't done the give. I haven't set up the giveaway yet. What do they have? Jesus, is it just mono removal in their hand? That's fun. I don't think any of those is better than what I have in my hand. So we're just going to take a Claim the Firstborn and discard it. It would be... They're playing green, though, so they might be able to destroy the key. And at least if I draw another forest, I'll be able to cast, like, the Keen-Eyed Curator or something. Ooh. Alright, hopefully they don't have an exile. And later I can metamorph my own key to maybe get something better. I would really like another land, though. Specifically green. We have more green than black. That's just gonna come back to my hand. Okay, so they're just delaying it? Okay. Why can't I draw lands? One, two, three, four, five, 6 mana. Hmm. If I could play, like, Gargaroth plus Infernal Grasp, I absolutely would. But I think while I'm able to play Scarab God, which is only with a key in play right now, even if I draw another forest, like, if the key dies, I won't be able to replace it. I think we play the Scarab God out. Yeah, they're drawing so many cards, though, that maybe, like, one for oneing this way, even if it returns, is not the correct thing to do. But it would be bad if they killed Kogla, too, that way. They've hit so many lands off these, they've only lost a few life. Okay, now we have a blue source, so now we Kogla? Wait. Gargles gains life, and then we can... I do want to be able to attack with Kogla, but I think the reason that they didn't play anything for so long in the early game was that they didn't have... they just had removal, as we're seeing here. So they have more removal Kogla, that's pretty bad. But I could Gargles plus the Infernal Grasp. Really falling behind here. I need to gain life somehow. Probably dead if I... Yeah, I'm probably dead if they have kill spell for this, but I think we play this. We have a food. They still didn't lose more than 1 life? Drawing 2 cards? I am so envious. I would be dead by now with these 2 in play, I guarantee you. Alright. I need Kogla to be able to destroy Bastion, so I need to be able to attack next turn. The plan is Elder Gargaroth, hold up, sack the food, and Infernal Grasp, but again, if they have removal here... Well, if they don't attack with anything else, maybe I can still get there? I don't know. If they have no removal for... Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. I'm one off of being able to do Scarab God and get the Kogla back. So I can do 2. I can Phyrexian the Gargaroth. At the cost of 2 life. That seems not quite right. They're drawing so many cards per turn. Alright, well, I think we do this. Wait. It used my key, didn't it? I should have made sure it didn't use my key. Oh no, it wouldn't matter. I still have to only play 3. Alright. Alright. They might just have it here. They're drawing like 5 cards. So, we'll see how that goes. They have lost like 4 life total from these 2 cards. I am so upset right now. I'm so jealous. How does this work for opponents? How does this work for opponents? Oh god. Are you slow rolling me? Please don't be slow rolling me. Please don't slow roll me. Please, I beg you. Okay. Doesn't the thingy have haste? Doesn't like this thing have blitz? Interesting. Huh. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3 still. They have 12 cards left. They have the win. I acknowledge that. any way? So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I have to block here. I don't think I have a chance. Yep. That's what drawing 4 cards a turn and only taking 5, like, damage total does to you. That's amazing. Oh, God. I feel like we're getting very unlucky and our opponents are getting very lucky in these games. That's the breaks, though. That is the breaks. Alright. Okay. Oh. 1 minute off of being able to do what we wanted to do at any of those points. And then, dang. Also not on the play. Makes that rough. Alright, okay.
Finally, I'm home.
My judgment is final. Still have much to learn.
Alright. They have a lot of card advantage. Let's see what we can do against that. More card advantage! Yay. Ooh! Hmm. It was tempting to metamorph the Mole Drifter, but I think this is just a... Do they have a counterspell? What's that converted mana cost? Is it still 1? Can I evoke this? Apparently I can for that. Okay. More treasure tokens for you! Enjoy. They're in blue, I don't want to wait on that. That is a lot of mana that they can produce. Glad the Gold Vein Hydra isn't, like, still in hand or recurring here. We'll see if it's recurring. Yeah, it's recurring. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Jesus Christ. Wait, they're not casting it? That's an odd thing not to do. Interesting. Okay. It's huge. I need to find removal this turn, which I don't have. That sucks. Okay. Alright, so let's go 1, 2... We're 1 turn too late to get it out of the graveyard, too. Wait, hold on. Metamorph the Slicer means I can get the Infernal Grasp back. If they don't have a counterspell, I'll be okay. Can I play this out first? I don't think I can. Damn. Alright, if they have a counterspell, I lose. You're so excited for Foundation pre-release. That's gonna be awesome, right? I'm so glad for you. That's gonna be fun. Alright, let's pretend this is gonna work out. I don't know that it is.
Wilds are primal and violent. I like 'em. This is my territory. Really angry.
Okay, guess Breach is our best draw? Alright. Well, I can kill the thing. Let's do Nissa first, though. Actually, I think I could have done for her, because she untaps a forest. I forgot about that. Do-do. Do-do.
Be wary of the ground you walk on.
Do I just want to play Gargles or do I want a long goodbye to the Garrick? I think I want a long goodbye to the Garrick. I can also just attack with these two, but these blocks are pretty good for them. This gives them fewer things to sacrifice, which is interesting. Timeless Witness going to the graveyard means they can get Day of Judgment back, but I do have an active Planeswalker, and in theory, they won't. Wait, it doesn't have what the Ah, it's 4. That makes sense. Damn. That screws my plans. I think I should have attacked with the Slicer as well then, and the Lord Skitter. Huh. Alright. My bad. Damn. Oh. Taking the Day of Judgment was then correct because we had the long goodbye for the other. But I have an active Planeswalker that's pretty good. They did get to draw an extra card there, though. They can get Muldrifted back and just draw cards. That's also a possibility. It looks like it has no cost here. That's confusing. I'm sorry about that, chat. Alright, so they're not going to get Day of Judgment back. Which I suppose is okay for us. They can use Garrick now, though. Sacrifice that and find a creature that they like. I don't like my position here. Ugh. That really did seem like it had... interesting.
Hope I'm not ruining your little camping trip.
I think I had better lines this game. Obviously, because that thing was... meh. Okay. have another... I don't think I have another turn. Because I think I could actually kill them next turn with a Tyvar. Because the Gargaroth has trample. Yeah, okay. Sadness, but there we go. Alright, at least they can't fetch up any creature they want. I think I'm gonna hold Tyvar back and use it as a surprise, in theory. I'm not sure I can get there. I don't know that I have another turn here, we'll see. That's large. Excuse me? Three beast or draw a card. 3/3 beast gets through with Tyvar better. I think I just have to win this next turn, so I think the 3/3 beast is correct. So I take 2, because it's a forest.
The land fights for us.
It's not going to matter here. I'm not going to draw a card, so... We have to hope that pumping +6 twice works. Oh, it's not +6 twice, it's +6 + 12. That seemed to work. That seemed to work. I think it worked. This card is... yeah. I'm sorry, I'm still registering this now. Exact C's! Yes! Oh god, that game. Yeah, that was pummeled, definitely. Nissa with Tyvar. Okay, anyway. Gross. Okay. Yeah. That was a thing that happened. Look at the little swole mouse. Oof. Oh, okay. Yeah, anyway. So plus 18, right? That was what we just did? Yeah. Okay. Okay, that was beautiful. I'm gonna leave that match. I'm gonna be like, I won a game! Yay! That I really didn't think I was gonna win. And that I did misplay. Because I should have removed the... Well, I mean, in retrospect, if they did have like a counterspell or a protection spell for the Hydra, it was still better to remove the Hydra than the Day of Judgment. I was thinking they would do the Day of Judgment. They were just drawing the cards. I was also thinking they would just use Garrick, sacrifice a creature, find a creature that is better, because they had so much mana to play with. I don't know. I think there were a lot of decision points in that game on both sides where I don't know what was in their deck, so I was expecting to die, but I don't know what was in their deck, so maybe what was in their deck wasn't good enough to kill me, and so fetching up one creature wasn't correct. I think that's what Garrick does, right? On the other side of Garrick, you sacrifice a creature, you find any creature and put it into your hand? Is that correct? I haven't played with that card for so long, as you can see, where I didn't even know that its CMC was 4. But yeah, I'll take it. Look, we got a win. Jesus. Okay, all right. I should go to bed so we can do the full more set review, set first look. So for Foundations, so that you all can have an excellent pre-releases. So yes. Okay, we did this. So this VOD will be up on YouTube. Here's the YouTube channel link. If you want to see all of it, at the beginning, what we did was we played a few games of Cube. It was a Yorion deck, mostly Boros splashing a blue card, Treasure Cruise. And it was most of a bit of a jank deck. But we were having fun with it. And then we went into the first look of the set review. It's all commons and uncommons, which are the things you're most likely to open in your pre-release kits. You open the most of, and so we want to look at how to value those when you're putting together your sealed deck, etc. And then we also treat it as though it was a draft too, talking about the pick order. So, and the synergies and all the things that matter there, as well as the new combat rule for Foundations, which is pretty interesting. So we looked at a lot of the, how Foundations looks back at Magic and what it brings back from the past, and how it, is supposed to be showing you sort of the foundations of Magic, the building blocks on which Magic has situated itself throughout the years, including with abilities, creatures, creature types, synergies, and mechanics from all sorts of stuff. So it's pretty cool as a VOD. So if you wanted to watch it, you might want to watch it at 2 times speed, or maybe even 4, who knows. But we start that after I finish the initial cube, and then and we go from there. At first though, we don't realize, like I don't realize, because it's literally my first look at the set. I really wanted to be fresh for you all and look at it with new eyes, like you are. So we're figuring that out. And at first I didn't realize that not all of the cards are going to be playable. You're not going to pull all of them from booster packs and the like you would in the pre-release or in draft. So we had to figure that out after a bit. So we were looking at Ajani's Pride Mate, which you can pull in the draft boosters, but I was organizing it weirdly, and I was like, and we were looking at some cards that just weren't going to be in there, like the Gate Angel, the angel that gives you life for 2 life for each gate you have in play. That and the gates are apparently not going to be openable in booster packs. They're going in some of the special stuffs. So we fixed that, and then we started on with the review, the first look. So hopefully it'll give you things of value to look at when you're playing your pre-release, and hopefully it will remind you of some cool nostalgic things if you have played Magic for a long time or for a decent amount of time. Hopefully it'll give you a sense of Magic if it's your first time playing. So yay, yeah. So, and we'll have more later on today. What we'll be doing is the cards that are reprints. What we did today was the the cards that are newly printed for this set that have never been printed before. Obviously, some of them were echoes of older cards, which we definitely looked at, which is super sweet. So we'll be looking at the reprints coming up for the commons and uncommons that we'll find in booster packs on and you know, at the pre-release, and then we'll go through the rares and mythics as well, so that you're fully prepared, hopefully. Mainly with the rares and mythics, oftentimes it's just gonna be like, take this card, but we'll take a look. Recently it's been like, take this card. It's not always that way. I mean, obviously we've got the ley lines in Duskmourn where it's like, maybe don't take those. So we'll see if there's any cards like that in Foundations. And hopefully I explained several times the new combat rule. So you can take a look at that whenever you can start, when I first start off, if I start off looking at several white cards, that's going to be it. And I do it again, later on in the thing. So if you see me like scroll back up to the white cards, you can be pretty sure that that's what I'm explaining. I just thought it would be an easy way to find it if you were just looking for that rule. I plan on doing another, an actual video on a short on YouTube, just a shorter video, to explain it as well, so that you can get a sense of what's going on there. Long story short, the attacker is going to assign damage however they choose. There's no ordering of blockers. You don't have to assign lethal to the first blocker before you assign damage to the second. So you don't order them. After combat tricks are all on the stack and resolved, you then choose how you want to deal damage if multiple creatures are blocking your creature. So, okay. Anyway, so let's go raid somebody awesome and see where we go from there. And I will have more stuff for you from Down to Day Foundation soon. Check out the YouTube channel if you get a chance. I really appreciate it. Subscribe. It's free. If you like it. If you don't, thank you so much for checking it out. Anyway, I really appreciate it. And thanks for hanging out here for however long. So yes, so yeah, and I have more drafts going up soon. My editor certified has been doing really crazy good things, so I'm going to be uploading those, and we'll go there. Christmas night. I know it's like 6:46 in the morning here, so it's probably crazy other hours for you all there, but yeah. And I promised I did promise to do the giveaway. So let's do that really quickly. It's a nice one, so hopefully you will like it. We'll see. So let's go loyalty giveaways, and copy this one. It's going to be a slightly smaller giveaway than the first three. So let me show you what's going to be in it. Okay, so we will be giving away in this giveaway everything in this box, which is a horse token and a monarch token from my stuffs, as well as stickers on the back from the emotes. We will be giving away, where's the sticker? The bigger sticker. Hold on, let's see. Do we have one here? Anyway, there's going to be a bigger sticker with a Headology magic on it. I just haven't found it yet. Okay, it's not in there yet. Okay, wait, we can fix this. All right. Sticker. Yay. So that sticker, it's going to be the box here with the really cool, the deck box with the really cool mana symbols art. Okay. It's going to be the deck protector sleeves that match. It's going to be also these really cool deck dividers. It has 6 mana colors and 2 of each color. So at the end, it's got sort of like the general plane, so because it could be gold or artifacts. And then you also get this nice monster collector box from Card Monster. Let me open that up and show you. I know the box is going to be a little less nice when I open it, but it's worth seeing this. This is a really nice box. Yeah, God, of course it rips. All right, but this box is not what you open this for. So anyway, I do want to show you it because it is really cool. Okay, here it is. So it's a really cool thing. It has a place where you can put your EDH commander. It has a thing you should not eat, to a desiccant. So, but don't eat it. And it's just a really nice, strong magnet, nice box for any deck that you want to put in. And if you want a commander, then you can put a card there to make sure you remember which one it is. And can always find it quickly with a window. Okay. So that is the full contents of... Oh, wait, sorry. That's not the full contents of the giveaway. There's also a lanyard from TOA Magic for your MagicCon badges or any other badges you want to put on. And a card monster thingy. Pin. Yay! So, okay. Yes. Stick and sticker, but this won't be stickiest. Anyway, okay. So, that's gonna be this giveaway. So let me cut off the tracker here. We don't have the tracker. We've got all right, we've got the TOA lanyard. CM pin, magic deck box and sleeves. Card dividers. CM deck box. Yeah. So, and then tokens, of course, and the sticker. Yay! So that's set. Everyone gets a ticket for free. This is not. You don't have to be following. You don't have to be subscribed. I just wanted to have some people have some experience of MagicCon Vegas. Many of these things were donated by EdgeCase to the stream to give away. So thank you so much for that. And here we go. So let's create and start this. You have to be in the United States. I am so sorry. I cannot afford to mail this overseas. It's also not worth your time. Like, I would offer that you could pay to ship if you really wanted it overseas. But unfortunately, I don't think it's worth your money. Like, you could buy this stuff for less than it costs to ship it overseas. I promise. So yes, if you would like to enter !ticket. Make sure Twitch DMs are open so I can message you after the stream ends. And I can get the address to which you want it sent. So we'll wait a few minutes for people to enter, and then we will so yeah, !ticket is the only thing. Don't enter 10 or anything like that. Everybody gets one ticket. Nobody gets any extra tickets. Subscribers do have 2 times the chance of winning, because I do want to give back to the subscribers, but I wanted everybody to have a shot. So everybody gets a single ticket. Subscribers do have twice the chance. So all right. So yeah, again, has to be US only. I am sorry. I'm so sorry. I wish I were fantabulously wealthy so I could send you all these things. But I am not. I'm working on it. Not hard, but I'm working on it. I teach, so that's not the most lucrative career. You gotta remember you entered. Okay, no worries. I've got your thing. I'll just message you and you can message me back. Love you too. All right. So in the meantime, while we're just waiting for a few more people to enter, if you would like, I want to show you again my spoils from Vegas. We got the counterspell. We got 2 of these. The full art counterspell. They're pretty cool. We got the other counterspell, which is super sexy, which is the Doctor Strange, which is so nice. This counterspell is really pretty. Let me go closer and we can see that a bit better. See if that's in focus. So yeah, this is pretty cool. Yeah, Texas always looks really badass. You're very correct. I got this from participating in the Unknown event. Maro was running it when I was there. The Unknown Wizard, super sweet. And then I got some really cool things from other creators, including so I won a game. It was really sweet. It was run by Collector's Corner. It was really nice. And they were doing this, if you could identify the set symbols, you would get some packs in return, which was really cool. So I actually did the mythic hard version, apparently. And I did identify the packs, and I won a collector booster, so that was really sweet. And then I got a bunch of tokens and stickers from creators, which it makes me very happy. I love this. This is so great. So we were all exchanging tokens and tickets, and it was just great. Super, super fun. And I got lovely stickers, the Nat 1 and Nat 20 from Girl Named Ron, as well as I'm not going to read this aloud because apparently I'm not supposed to, I like I said, not supposed to swear on this type of stream, but there you go. That's also from a Girl Named Ron. So yeah, that one was really fun. And then I spent money on Nuka-Cola vending machine, which I already put in my squirrel deck for food. And then I got these unbelievably pretty cards. So this is going in my Zagana +1/+1 for everyone. And then Ocelot Pride, I have 2 decks to put these in. And they're so pretty. Look at the babies. They're so cute. I had to. It's so beautiful. It's so, so beautiful. I'm going to sell some cards to make up the price, but it was gorgeous. So, yes. They were really hard to find. I went to like 12 different booths before I found them at a vendor that had them. So, I was so happy to see them. They made me so happy. Okay. So, that's the last time I'll be sort of showing those off. I know some of you have already seen this haul. But thanks for listening to it again. I know some people were new and it was kind of exciting to show off what I got here, but thank you. And oh yeah, and I got a pin from Pinfinity from the Magic Online stuff. It's really cool. A treasure token pin. Cool. And another content creator, Loch Ness, gave me this, which is so cute. It's a pin for my lanyard and pack and stuff. It's Mabel. Very nice. Okay, so I won't bore you with that again. I know we've said it a couple times. So thank you for sitting through it, those who've heard it all before. And again, I do recommend Magic Cons. They're super fun. I know they're a large expenditure though, so I understand if people can't make it. But hope to see you all there someday. All right. So let's do this closed giveaway. We've got 7 entrants for this stuff here. We'll go out a little bit so you can see it all. So there we go. And so yeah, deck box, matching sleeves for that deck box, card dividers, pin, augmented reality pin, and a lanyard, and my nice stickers and tokens. Yeah. Okay, cool. So, let's do the drawing. All right. Ready? We'll do it at the 6:45, because I want to take a drink. Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1. Close giveaway. Draw a wiener. Oh no, wait. I'm sorry, Honin. I'm so sorry. It was just too late. Oh god, I'm sorry. All right. We still have one more giveaway. But yeah. I'm so sorry. It's just a little too late. I cannot reopen it. I'm sorry. Otherwise, people who entered earlier will not work. I'm sorry. All right. 3, 2, 1. We draw a wiener. Vega! Congratulations! All right. Vega has left for now. But I will send them a message about where they want this sent in the United States. So yeah, we'll do another giveaway. We still have another we still have another one of these boxes, the really cool ones, and then we also have some sleeves, the really cool Enchantment Plains sleeves from Theros Beyond Death. So we've got some stuff to give away still. So yeah, And I haven't figured out whether one of my friends really, really, really wants these. The Duskmore Nightmare bundle, really cool holographic thing, and the posters, the double-sided posters. But if they don't really, really want it, I'm going to put it in the giveaway. So, all right. Go mark that as complete. And let's go find somebody to raid. Does anybody have any preference on whom to raid? We do take recommendations. If you don't have anybody in particular, I have some cool people to try. I was thinking Mythic Maria, but there's a lot of people that we could. Does anybody object to Mythic Maria? Yeah. Okay, Mama Boo also. Okay, perfect. All right. Here we go. Mythic Maria is a really sweet, great creator, really talented player. So you cannot go wrong doing this. So this is going to be awesome. Okay. So 3, 2, 1. We're going to start that raid. And then I just want to say thank you so much for hanging out with me while we do this. I hope you're really excited for Foundations. I hope if I don't see you again soon, I hope your pre-release goes amazingly. I hope you open well. I hope your deck plays perfectly. And I hope you just get to enjoy the foundations of this game. 'Tis a sweet one. So yes, I cannot wait to see you again soon. We're gonna go through the reprints, commons and uncommons, so you can be prepared and build your deck the best of your ability. Again, don't take only my, perspective on it. Everybody has different ratings of different cards, and there can be based on their different play styles and preferences. So I would definitely watch other ones as well to get a better well-rounded view. I recommend multiple different creators for this. If you want to drop in the Discord and ask, I will send you all of them. I don't want to obviously hold you up here because we're just about to raid. Check out the sponsors if you can get the chance. Magic Jank and Fractal, super amazing. Foundations is gonna be neat. Check out this YouTube when you get the chance. I'll probably be putting up more Foundations content over there. All right. Love you. Have fun. See you soon, I hope. Mwah. Bye. Christmas.